Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's May 26th, 2026. It's a Tuesday afternoon. We return from a long time away at sea, finally coming back to land. Welcome back. We're going to be streaming on some Tuesday afternoons for a bit across the summer, which is both exciting and, no, I would just say exciting. Exciting's the right word. How's everyone doing today? Welcome back. Hopefully y'all been well. It's been a really busy weekend when it comes to organized play Netrunner. Hold on, I need to deal with that thing. Give me 1 second. That thing does not watch us. It does not watch. Isn't that nicer? You have no weird giraffe watching you the whole time? Good afternoon, Gailhar. How's it going? How you doing? Congrats on judging on the weekend, I think, right? Doing some organized stuff. Afternoon, pre-chief. How you doing, Hellnass? Whoa, Hellnass. Merc spotted and all my genders are gone. This is the only shirt I picked up at Worlds, and it was a huge mistake. I should have picked up more. This one I think is my favorite by a mile. It actually fits really good too, which is always kind of you don't know how it's gonna go when you're buying a t-shirt, especially a t-shirt that's printed in Europe, because they just have different size standards, I guess, but we'll see. Hey, HFT, hopefully you had a good weekend. I was being productive at work this morning, but now I don't want to be. That's cool. You don't have to be. I do get a cut of all the financial damage I do to the companies. It's weird how it works. It doesn't make a lot of sense the more you think about it. Hey Phil, what a blessing. How's your Tuesday? Are the old folks safe? Are you slacking? That's a good, Brendan. How's it going? I have an NSG meeting this afternoon. Rate my battery life. I mean, priorities, dog. They'll understand. Hey, Edward, new stream and Saints events announced. Yeah, we got a new event announcement. We get to see the organized play kit for the Continental season this year, which has some really weird stuff in it, like some first stubs. We've never seen them before, so that's gonna be cool. Hey, Ren, howdy there. Hey, Michael, Tuesday streams, welcome back. Carrie, the Europe friendly streams is back, and Meteor, the return of the Tuesday streams. Meteor, look, firstly, congratulations on your weekend run. I gotta tell you, man, you gotta figure out how to save face without saving face like that. Meteor was a player who was playing op this weekend. For those who don't know, for context, this weekend was the Summer Showdown. There was 200 players in one of Man in the Moon's tournaments. We streamed a whole bunch of it up on our channel. You want to watch 7 Swiss rounds. There's some really good games. And then the finals was streamed, and the morning of this morning was streamed up on Axu Netrunner. So you can watch all of it. It's all up there. Link in that will all be in the description. At one point, we got to pop into Meteor, who was one of 3, maybe 4 players playing op that weekend. Shout out to Lucy, who made the top cut playing op. And Meteor clearly did not have a good game. Mulligan really, really bad. But when you draw your hand in a public match in a competitive setting, you can't say in chat, this is bad. Because it just throws so much out the window. And I don't even think your opponent capitalized on that. But I understand wanting to save face, but it's the worst thing you can do. I think you just have to be cool as possible. And then at the end of the game, you can reveal I'm holding 5 agendas. Oh man, I felt so bad, but it hurts to watch, to be I'm going to sell myself out. It's you don't got to, you don't have to. Hey Ren, morning from the West Coast. I can see Canada from where. Hope you all keeping warm up there. It's too warm even. Air conditioning's on. We'll see how it is. Where are you? I reckon you up in Oregon? I take it. Hey, aloha, David. Good morning. Nice to see you Tuesday streams again. Welcome back. Yeah, Tuesday streams should be here. I did some judging at the Showdown and streaming yesterday. I'm doing great. Oh, I didn't know you're doing some streaming. Excuse me. I know you did some judging. I saw your name pop in and pop out. Velma's Niner? Sonic. Sorry? NSG's been awfully quiet recently. I don't think so. There's Continentals. It's in the middle of Megacity, so there's not too much to talk about. We just had a ban list, it feels 3 weeks ago. So I think that's kind of what we expect. Hey, Aurora, how's it going? Shadow, yeah, Tuesday stream. We're going to be back on Tuesday streams for a bit for sure. So it'll be nice to be back here in a regular time and see how that works out. We just have more time to do content, which is good. So there's going to be more content, not only on this channel, but on other channels that I do. So if you're interested in that, there's going to be some stuff over this next couple weeks, that's for sure. I did pull in the footage from our district championship and I watched through it, and the footage is pretty good. So I'm going to edit together a really simple video where I just do some talking over what happened, just so you can watch the games. They're not going to be over edited the way that is edited the way that they used to be, because they were in the old meta and the finals is not very long either. So we'll see. One of the most anticlimactic finales of all times. I think I watched the final. I haven't watched all of the finals. I know who won. I'm not sure how it ends. I know it's been like that for a while, for better for worse. We've had some really, really good tournaments that have ended in 3-minute games. And I don't know if this is going to be any different, but I'm not sure exactly how it ends. Finals just Witch is punting the combo. Oh no, because I know that she messed up the combo. She said that she messed it up twice. I think that was the one that she said that she could have done it, but she just missed the combo and then the game's over because I'm assuming she has like very little deck left. So yeah, that sucks. I gotta watch that then. That's not as bad as some of them, but that hurts more. But still, that's a great showing, and it's a new deck archetype that I have no doubt we're gonna be talking about today. I don't know if we're gonna play it today because honestly, I don't know how to, but we'll figure out how it works out. What is your full-time job? Is this your full-time job? I mean, I got laid off last week, so yes, technically yes. Hey Casper, mandatory reminder to stay hydrated. Are you excited for the Worlds of Montreal? Love from the Big Apple. Hey Casper, am I excited? It's like, it's weird. It should be such a big home run that the World Championship here is like, I can bike down there. I can be there in like 10 minutes. I am excited for everyone to come to Montreal. It's that all my friends and folks that I do and don't know will come to this beautiful city, a city that I like so much, and show up and be here. Like, that's awesome. Like, my friends are coming to my doorstep. That's amazing. Everyone, Netrunner's coming to Montreal. That's great. The bittersweet part is there's no travel, and so there's always an excitement of going and, you know, seeing the world and stuff like that. But that is not happening, obviously, because we're here. I was hoping to go do some travel anyways with my partner later this year. We'll see if we can do it, but it's like, it's really nice that it's here, but I miss the travel part. But overall, obviously, I think you get more and more hype when Worlds comes up, and it's gonna be great to see everyone. Oh no, Andre. Oh yeah, sorry. I thought y'all knew this. We talked about this last week, but yeah, just last Wednesday, I went into work at like 9:30. By 9:45, I was out. It was company laid off a whole bunch of people. It's nothing to do with performance. They laid off like a handful of people, a sizable portion of their staff. Feels terrible. Feels really, really bad. This weekend I had family in, which was nice. It was like the F1 weekend, so my like sister-in-law and her dad came here. He came in from the UK to go see F1. He really cares about cars, so it was nice. We're around people. So yesterday was a bit like of a bummer for sure because you're a bit more lonely. But yeah, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna give us a reason and excuse to do you know, this sort of stuff and hang out and make content, which is like honestly a real treat. I got severance for a while now. I can't talk too much about it, but like we're gonna be okay. There's no like huge like scary future. But yeah, like the market's not great now. So we'll see how long it takes to land another job. I think that's going to be the bigger problem. And Nostalgic Tuesday streams, Wenjong. How's it going? How's your weekend? Well, I wanted to jump into one of your games, but I don't think we got to do that. Hope you're all well. I'm doing okay, Wenjong. Hopefully you will too. My condolences. Thank you, Meteor. I was undefeated as runner and brought a bad op to Showdown and bubbled. I mean, that's still pretty good, Meteor. I don't think you should be upset about that. Was the layoff due to AI? No. The company I worked with was a tech company that did stuff with AI, but no, they're not replacing people with AI. That's for sure. What were you working as? I worked as the term is a developer advocate. So my job was to understand the technology and communicate to people. And basically, it's kind of like a community role. It's kind of like an evangelist role. It's kind of like an educator role. So I just made video content and taught people how to use the product and get more of the product. Kind of like what I do for Netrunner, but for, you know, a tech company thing. So it was a nice role. I've been there for 9 months. I worked with some great people. It's a bummer, that's for sure. Seems like time to plug the Patreon. Yeah, if you want to support the channel, you can find a link to the Patreon below. Any amount of support absolutely is appreciated. And we had a bunch of people, we had a couple people join Patreon last week, which very much thank you. We've updated the scroll. We'll talk about that later on today. Hey, Funky Man, you won some cool ties this weekend, didn't you? Really excited to visit Montreal. You should travel down to Boston, Megacity, or Pittsburgh and NBC. Very exotic local. I'm currently, unfortunately, in the point where like traveling to the States is kind of still off the table. I know traveling across the border either direction is pretty like difficult for many people. But yeah, I'm at the point where like traveling to the States is kind of just not an option. So we'll see. I need to swap skill sets at some point because I was undefeated on Corp and punted my runner side. You were robbed top cut by bad SOS algorithm. Anyway, that's my head. I'm assuming there's going to be an article somewhere talking about those numbers. Sorry to hear about the layoff. It's okay, Lazy. Hopefully one of those layoffs that lead to better things. Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be for the best. I'm pretty positive about it, all things considered. Yeah. Stare longingly at a country that is in the US. Needed to RLC a different sequencing, I think. Oh, okay. The thing is, like, I'm going to review the tape and then be like, I can't figure out the combo anyways. So there's a combo deck right now that's out there that can score 6 points and then flatland a runner by playing Neurospike. That was like the big talk of the weekend. And while the deck didn't win the event, technically it definitely could. This list was posted. I think the shout out has to go to JTFQ, who is like a pretty wild deck builder in general, been around doing some really weird stuff for a long time. And the idea is that with the new, Wayland train agenda, HB train agenda, you end up like scoring 6 points with 2 clicks back. Now, scoring 6 points in a turn already seems hard, but with like flood the market and nano management and precision designs recursion, it's like seemingly doable. And instead of going for 7 points, and what's really funny, instead of going from Yoshu, which is the other card we're meant to be scared about in the meta, the idea is that the 7th point is just 6 net damage. Now, I don't know if anyone has survived the combo. I do think at least in Swiss, nobody knew about the combo. I think there's probably situations in the top cut where someone could have survived the combo. Like, shout out to our world champ Zomsdraft, who's playing Topon, and I need to review more tapes, but like Topon did not look good in any of the matches as much as Zomsdraft plays well. Like Topon's ability didn't seem good, but maybe it's because we tuned in while Zomsdraft was playing against Ayuko, and maybe Topon is good in slower matchups where like you can get more value and the cards in hand don't matter as much. But yeah, man, I don't get the Topon thing. I need to review the tapes for sure and see what Zomsdraft says about the deck. Regardless, I think there are board states in which you can go for the Neurospike combo. Someone sees it coming and you can just like feed a still skin to Audrey and not die. At that point, can the deck win when they're in 6 points? I don't know. Maybe. Is it harder to score 7 points? Honestly, maybe. That deck has like only 6 agendas in it, so it's really hard for the runner to win. Like shout out to 18 point, 6 3-pointers. It's like a cursed agenda suite. So there's definitely some benefits to it. But I do think people are going to argue about what's the best like combo PD, and maybe this one's it. I'm not sure. I do think in Swiss people didn't know what it was capable of, and you're going to get a lot of free kills. But it seems in the top cut it's also working, which is really well. Eric Hayden. Trainwreck, really good stream name. I think we're both in the same now like market of making a catchy like 2 to 3 word stream title that embodies what is the stuff in the stream. And Trainwreck was an A+ one. Oh, I spilled coffee on me. I read it and I was like, dang, if I only got that market soon enough. I haven't watched the stream yet because it was Arkham, but I did spill coffee all over myself. So give me 1 second. We're back though. Tuesdays. The deck is so sick. The return of CI puzzles, kind of. Yeah, I had to explain it to a friend yesterday who was like, so what's going on right now in the meta? Because I have a friend, you might know Wasa, who at some point made the Twitch plugin for Netrunner stuff. And he's getting back into the game with his friend to go play a Worlds because Worlds is down the street. It's a really easy thing for us to do. And so back in the day, there was this deck called Cerebral Imaging. This was a really beloved deck card for people who play Eternal or people who play back in the day, at least for some people. Because this card allowed you to have an infinite hand size. And with an infinite hand size, you could do infinite combos. Because if you had 30 credits and 23 cards in hand, there's very few things you can't do. And so I was explaining that there's a deck that scores 6 points in a turn and then kills them. And they're like, oh, it's like CI. And kind of the response is, well, not really. It's like precision design. So instead of having 20 hand size, you have 6. I mean, that's still pretty good. You can grab your best card from the bin. So it's kind of like you have 7 hand size. And it's funny how different these things are. And ultimately, like at the end of the day, fully operational is a really powerful card. Runners can interact with this way easier than they can interact with CI. Like I'm not going to get upset about fully operational or flood the market anytime soon. I just think you have to build your deck to be able to deal with the table fast enough. And maybe you can't. I don't know. I've heard that the combo fires on turn 4, but I haven't seen that clip. And if someone can tell me the timestamp of when the combo fires on turn 4, I want to watch it on stream because I have no idea how that could possibly happen. Literally no idea. Modern P is generally CI. It's getting CI-er, but it's still inherently a table deck. Like if you can deal with the table, they can't CI. The question is, can you continue to deal with the table over and over again? I don't know. I like flop and decides flood the market. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they both have the same condition. And at least now the agenda scores are not super tempo positive. Do you think a card that lets you choose which card is taken from damage would make a significant change to the past? Yeah, for sure it would. It would make a significant change. Would it make it better? Yes. Would it fix everything? I'm not 100% sure. For what it's worth, we used to have that card. It's called Titanium Ribs. It was a cybernetic that allowed you to choose your damage, and that was already really good. And this was a key card in self-damage decks, which was an archetype that did actually have to get a bunch of cards banned out because they were not healthy, even outside of self-damage archetypes. So yeah, that would help. I think there's a bunch of ways to make it a bit better. See, I had Clot to deal with at least. Yeah, yo, Warlock. Firstly, yeah, you're right. I totally forgot to shout out the what is it, Milano? Megacities that was like last weekend, which I wanted to talk about because I have a huge respect for the Italian player base. So we'll talk about that today. But yeah, CI decks could beat Clots consistently. It just was another road bump, that's for sure. If you watch it, you get to see me get so flustered trying to make the combo work without having ever played the deck that I scoop when we play something else. I mean, dog, that's why I'm not playing it right now. It's the sort of thing that I have to practice or watch replays off of camera because it's not something you're going to pick up and do. There's no way you are. And like, shout outs to you for trying. but I wouldn't try. The thing that worries me so much today is the deck list of the week is this, and fun. Like, if you like, I wanted to play Az today. Like, I'm not gonna play Az into JNet casual playing Epiphany against me. Like, it's gonna suck. Like, I don't know what to do today. It's like play Lou and be happy with it. So I don't know. We'll find out. It was the semi-finale against Zom's draft when it popped on turn 4. Dick. Okay, so we can find it. We have a timestamp. Thank you, Galehart. It's flop to draw your deck so you have everything in hand. Yeah, I've seen that part, but like even executing the combo from that point, and like shuffling your discard pile back into your deck, because now the card that people are playing in this deck, and mind you, JTFQ's version that was published doesn't even have a Neurospike in it, which I find to be very interesting. But the idea is that you shuffle things back with one of my least favorite cards, Simulation Reset, which is a cool idea. It just says like pick whatever X cards you want back in your deck and discard that many cards from your hand, and you definitely have extra cards in your hand for sure. Now, this deck has only one Flood the Market. It technically only has one Neurospike, one Simulation Reset, one YDL. All of these cards, if you do coupleate them, will be a problem for the deck. You can't really just trash them with a Gourmand because they'll come back. Like, they can just come back. But this deck does technically have like soft counters if you know what you're doing. The question is, do you die on turn 4? I don't know. Maybe you can still survive on turn 4. Hey, Gato, how's it going Tuesday stream? How you been? I think if Topon had access to Earthrise, it would be a game changer. Yeah, Sindarian, how's it going? Card draw is an issue. We did see this, I think it was a Singleton Dreamnet. I haven't reviewed, mind you, all the deck lists should be public, but I haven't reviewed Zomdraft's deck. But the Dreamnet did come down, and it was still kind of hard to fire consistently. 34 Witches, unfortunately, like we saw a game in Swiss where the Dreamnet was forgotten about, and Zomdraft ran archives and had 2 Fujis in it, and I think that she was able to recur. Was it 34 Witches or was someone else? Maybe it was someone else. I think it was a different player who was doing this. Another one of the top 16 players, excuse me. So regardless, a player forgot about the Dreamnet and then was allowed, like decided to give over the 2 Fujis, which only does 4 damage, but Dreamnet drew from 3 cards to 4 cards. So like, oh, it's really bad when you give your opponent 6 points, obviously. But then luckily it was like, oh, wait a second. I have a, what's it called? A Bladderwort. And that was res to do the last damage. So that was like pretty close. But in theory, yeah, card draw is an issue. Honestly, one of my bigger problems I have with Topon is that there's very few cards that actually translate this to credits, right? Like in terms of the countable economy cards, like if I can install a card from hand that will give me like liquidity over the next 2 turns, there is very few cards, right? Like Daily Cast being back seems important because that's a one cost Daily Cast, so it actually is credit positive in the next turn. Like that's the sort of card you need. But like Rent Rioters is way too slow. We don't have anything like liberated accounts. Like we just don't have a money card that is that expensive. Like sure, you could play Fermenter, and that was an interesting thing to see while we were watching Zomdraft play, is Zomdraft was actually firing Topon even when it wasn't 2 cost cards. Like the idea is that, yeah, sure, you lose a card, okay, and maybe that card's important. I don't know. It's hard to tell. You don't see his hand. But the idea is like you install a card and save your credit. That's actually really good. I think people do undervalue abilities that give you credits while installing cards, because these sort of click compression cards are better. Like Career Fair is 3 credits and install a card back in the day. Sure Gamble is 4 credits and that's it. Like this actually can be better than Sure Gamble on some board states because it is 2 clicks. It's an econ click and an install click. And that's really quite nice, as much as this is a combo card, so it's less consistent. So the idea is like if Topon saves 1 credit, like the cost is obviously losing a card from hand, but an install and a credit at the same time, I mean, that's a bit nicer, I guess. But yeah, I can't tell. Az is finding Epiphany with some tech cards. Hey, Ruben. I'm not sure what the tech cards would be, because like I think Az can, in theory, build into like Jungle. I don't think Jungle performed incredibly well this weekend, which I do think a lot of the Lou decks are built directly to destroy it, or at least have some tech into it. I've been playing a fair, in quotes, Flood PD, and runners have been able to deal with some of the board, so I'm surprised this one fires so fast. Yeah, we also saw like games during this their Swiss in which like the runner just wasn't able to deal with the table, and then I think the commentators were talking about like banning fully operational. I'm like, just gotta trash something. I mean, that really does help, but it can be difficult, that's for sure. We played that instead, and yeah, Nick got wrecked with me on Lou. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I'm not sure what side of the table I wouldn't want to be on. No one's on Epiphany right now. They're all playing PD. Is everyone trying to combo PD? And you get to turn 7 and they're like, hold on. And then there's like a 15-minute turn and then someone flubs the combo inevitably. No disrespect, I would have done the same. Hey, Jolin, played against this by the user himself. This is the deck to beat. Which one exactly? Turn Simmerset into 5 Archive Memories stapled together is such a nonsense thing to do. I mean, it's not necessarily true. Oh yeah, when you deck out, that is actually true, right? Because it draws the cards, doesn't it? That is a really funny thing to talk about. Because yeah, I forget, this actually draws cards. So if your deck has no cards in it, which you can do to some consistency by drawing a lot, you play Simulation Reset and you just basically make your hand. As long as those cards are in archives, which of course they are. Where else are they going to be? I had put in 1 tech card for horizontal decks and I hard carried my showdown run. What was your tech card? You're not going to believe this one secret trick to destroy horizontal decks. Oh, shout out to Fencer. Okay. Yeah, it's Fencer. Gonna head out for a hike and stare longingly at Canada for a bit. We'll catch a VOD. Have a great day, Ren. Enjoy the hike. Détente stocks rising. Gato, no one's ever said that sentence in the world. And I don't think anyone will. This card is genuinely awful. I mean, a compilation does what this doesn't better and lets you play a console that actually matters. But yeah, in theory, you could Daytona and then grab the card, and then you can never run HQ again. Or you can just not choose to fire the ability. But technically, yeah, we have compilation at home. It does cost 3 credits in your console slot. I feel like Topon just needs a single card that says when you take damage upside. Yeah, Topon needs either ability to control the damage or get an upside from taking damage. Once Topon has one of those, it's definitely an ID that you can consider. But like, shout out to Zomdraft. Like, this is the best that Topon has ever done in a tournament, let alone of this size. Like, it's really, really good. Yo, Jason, I'm doing well. How you doing? I'm behind on chat. Give me 1 second. Will you be at the Megacity this weekend? I think I'll be able to make it up. I just need to sort out Child Watch. No, I don't think I will. I think it was on the docket, but things have kind of changed here a bit over the last, week. So like, I don't know. I can't travel as much. Like, we got to sort the finances out to some extent, which is a huge bummer. So for those who don't know, there's a Megacity in Toronto this weekend. The Toronto Megacities are always a fantastic time. I'm pretty sure they're playing in single-sided Swiss this time. But I do think it has like the whole, spaghetti lunch and all that. If you know, you know. But I hope the folks in Toronto are well. I'm not sure if anyone from Montreal is going, which makes me pretty sad because we used to be traveling all the time for that sort of stuff. But I'm going to have to stay put this weekend, it seems, which, yeah, it is what it is. Trashing a card for 1 credit seems not worth. You can just click for credit unless your hand is bricks. Yeah, sure. But the question is like doing it now. Like, you're right. I'm not going to sell you on it, but at least it does do something with your ID ability, right? I use Smartware Distributor and Topon for big brain plays. It's so cheap when you put it down with Topon. Tech cards for Az and Epiphany. Best ones are Info Bounty and Fencer, but Solidarity Badge and Wheels are also fine. Oh yeah, those seem really quite good. Red Team is also not the worst because it allows you to get a bit of pressure off centrals and run. But yeah, the other ones seem a lot more straightforward. Just playing GameNet and laughing maniacally as I lose constantly. I don't know if there's any GameNet at the event this weekend. There probably was 1 or 2, David. Yeah, you can put companions in any deck and the deck becomes better. That's how it works. Yeah, I believe that. And like, no joke. And they talked about this, in Measured Response. This is such an issue. Man, this is such an issue. God, I hate that these cards are so central to an entire faction and they bleed out into every other faction. And I will say one positive thing, more than I have ever seen, these guys have been more of a problem. We've seen so many games in which these cards have had downsides because of their text. Like, let me be very true about that. Be very clear about that. These cards feel like they're having more downsides than they ever have. Why? Not 100% sure why, but they are feeling like they're having more downsides. We're seeing more companion on companion violence, stuff like that. We're also seeing people pay so many credits for Fencer Fueno. I don't know why. I would not pay more than 2 credits for Fencer Fueno. And then once it gets to 7, it's so hard to fix the issue. So whatever, you can just let her leave. But still, the fact that we have so many cards where like, if you install this on turn 1, it's like a 15 credit econ card. I don't know. It's so bad. And like the entire Anarch faction seems to be balanced around this existing. So it's such a hard like thing to excise from the game, but genuinely just the worst. I hate these cards. Every time I see them, I want to just go to sleep. Oh man, I don't like these things. Can you only run 3 cups? Détente is a 4th cup. Definitely. You think of Praxis, Kato. Just play more practices. Definitely think Flop is going to kill the combo deck and also good for the game. I don't know if that can or should happen. Flop is a really interesting card. We saw Fencer at 11 credits. I remember, yeah, we were watching a game where the player kept playing for Fencer Fueno, and it was just like, you're really hoping you find, Tranquility Grid or something big. Yeah. Because you're paying 1 credit per turn to functionally blank ganked. No, that's cool. That's cool that Fueno is now showing up in ganked, but this was not a ganked matchup. But yeah, you can and maybe should pay for Fencer Fueno because it works on ganked, and that kind of matters as much as this weekend felt like it matters so. Ride or die errata for the companions. Oh man, why is 1 credit a turn econ card meant to be that interesting? It's wild. None of them would have been banned. I feel like you could cut out Paladin or Keiko and it would feel better. Yeah, Keiko's also like just okay. You know what I'm going to say about it. It's again another card that is 2 MU for no reason and just gives you a credit a turn. Like it is the least interesting design we've ever seen on a console. And like shout out to Ashes, it had to be a simple first set. We've saw so many cards that would just gain a credit a turn, and the game is less interesting with that for sure. Pay for fencer, don't worry about measured response. I once scape netted a fencer with 10 credits on it as an intervention. I mean, they should have thanked you. They'd be like, thank you, you have solved my debt. I have to pay no more. That's nice. They should boost into the trace because then they're protecting 11 credits or whatever. That's actually pretty good. Zombie Draft vs. Minstrel game was so good. I felt so bad too because I never shouted out. Minstrel is our circuit breaker, right? I have this issue where I confuse the names when I read them, Minstrel and Council. And I know Minstrel way better than Council. I've met Council, I think, briefly at Worlds in Barcelona. But like I've talked with Minstrel. I've played against Minstrel. Minstrel is a fantastic player, really nice guy. Council is probably no different. But yeah, I totally forgot to shout out. Like, wait, this is our CBI. Whenever we were watching or talking about Minstrel. So sorry to that, Minstrel. Minstrel's such a great player. Yeah, really nice person too. Hey, okay, boy, I started Netrunner recently, and I'm really put off about how omnipresent the companion package seems to me. Feels like there are very few viable alternatives for a runner econ. Yeah, I kind of hear you on that. Like, I'm not going to disagree with you. They are omnipresent. They are commonly splashed because adding such a like staple economy card to any deck like makes a lot of sense. It is like long economy, and there's not a lot of long economy in the game. Like we have mostly burst economy, and you probably see how it interacts well with things like Criminal. Like Criminal has a card pool all about burst economy, and so like having the sort of like slow economy on the backbench is really quite good, right? Like you play your Mystic in your Moosely Hot deck, and it gives you, you know, like 15 to 20 credits. That's an exaggeration, but not too far off. I think your thoughts are obviously totally valid, and I don't disagree with that. That's mostly what I have to say. They've been around for so long too. This 2024 is not accurate. This came out in like 2019 or 2020 or whatever it is. They've just been around for a long time. I feel like every single runner I faced in the last week gets companion suite. Yeah, I know. It's the card pool's not that big for what it's worth. It's one of the smaller card pools we have. Minstrel went undefeated runner in Swiss too. Heck yeah. And probably playing like what was Minstrel was Minstrel playing like a 69 card shaper deck? Like also I have no idea what's going on. Need to bring back Caddy Jones for long econ. Honestly, I'd be for it. And Caddy Jones is way worse of a card than anyone think it is, but at least this card asks questions of you. The question you have on Paladin Puemo is, do you install a card? Mystic Mamie is a bit more interesting because sometimes you get in the hole and you have to draw an event to get rid of Mystic Mamie's claws. And then if you draw the sure gamble, you click for 8. And if you don't, it's a disaster. But yeah, I wouldn't be too upset about a card like this. Like a card that is modal, that is interesting, that asks questions, that everyone has access to. So you have that, right? Like Daily Caps actually does matter in the meta. And this is not an exciting card. It's cool that this sees play in with Paladin Puemo, I guess. Twinnings have the companion problem. You can't play without twinning in most cases. I do agree with that. And we've talked about this at length. It's like twinning is also just the fact that this is the de facto multi-axis, and it has been the de facto multi-axis for the last 5 years, 6 years, basically in 2 different factions and sometimes in Shaper, and also just encourage you to play that. Like it was the same issue we're going to run to this set with Stealth. It's like if Stealth was good in this set, it was just the answer is going to be more twinning, and then it's going to be more Taka. It's like there's no way around it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if this changes in the near future with the next set, but yeah, none of these cards have definitely like outstayed their welcome. I remember when I was young, I knew in NR Caddy Jones was wild, but I never played against anything else that tabletop with friends, no tourneys. There's a lot of people that like played Caddy Jones super unoptimally. It's this thing like in hindsight to some extent. So Caddy Jones feels better than she is. Because if you install Caddy Jones, that's a click, you're -2 credits. You use Caddy Jones' ability, and then you take the money off of there. Congratulations, you just spent 4 clicks for 4 credits. Not very good. That's the basic action card, let alone you don't spend a card. But a lot of people would do that. And to some extent, that actually was a bit more permissible than it sounded like it was, because there were some board states where you just needed 6 credits now. But that was the issue with Caddy Jones, is a lot of people would grab it when she had 6 or 9 credits on her. And at that point, she's not that amazing of an econ card. In fact, the Armitage code busting, and I'll stand by this, which was very uncommonly played, it looked like this back in the day, was oftentimes a better econ card in a lot of decks than Caddy. Now, Caddy did represent a siege engine, like it forced the corporation to do something because you could not wait for Caddy to go too big. And that was a big reason why Caddy was forced to cash out sooner. But yeah, people used Caddy in like incredibly unoptimal ways if you look at the numbers, but that was also like related to the texture and the speed of the game. I'm not too good at Netrunner, especially the deck building. How do you think a Zwicky quick win deck is with Myoshu headed to a local tourney? I'm assuming they're doing okay. We saw a lot of Zwicky this weekend. Not too much of it was on stream from what I saw, but people are probably publishing their deck lists. I think Zwicky, there's like a couple different ways you can do it. I don't think Myosha would be the first way that I would consider playing Zwicky. I think I'd probably just play like Fast Advance. You can decide whether you want to do bad publicity Fast Advance, and then I'd play Measured Response. Maybe you could do Myosha. I'm not 100% sure, but like generally the Zwicky decks I played are Fast Advance, and they want to get like big ice quickly. I usually play like Eminent Domain, but I don't know if I had Myosha in my last Wiki version. You definitely could. Smart Whale Sellout might be in Startup. Or Smart Whale Sellout might be in. I have no idea what's going on in Startup. I mean, Smartware is also like a questionable econ card, kind of like Caddy, especially on short term, but eventually like overwhelms people. Reasoning that Smartware distributors Caddy Jones at home, it is, and it actually might be better. The difference is like I'm more scared of a Caddy building up than I am a Smartware. Twinning is innocent to me, but also printed Crim WinCon. Yeah, I hear you. I do think criminals need a different way to play the game. MCA informing Caddy Jones meta. We were scared for a minute. I just want some variety. Companion twinning over and over and over. Yeah, you will enjoy it. So many of the Showdown games I saw were extremely low economy and dangerous to be on low cards. Is there any ban list changes you'd want? I really don't care about talking about ban list changes when we are literally like 2 to 3 weeks out of the last ban list. I think people see something and they see something really powerful, and then the knee-jerk reaction is like, oh, we got to fix this with the ban list. No, we don't. We can chill for 2 months and see what happens. If you go to a tournament next month and everyone's playing only one of 2 decks, so be it. This tournament actually had a fair bit of diversity. It seems like there's a lot of different things you could do. It doesn't seem like there's a runner faction that wasn't converting well. Honestly, Criminal might have converted the most poorly, but like Shaper is doing all right. Anarch is doing really good. Criminal is struggling a wee bit. But that being said, Criminal was like the average deck, and so the win rate generally is closer to average. On the Corp side, Jinteki is doing very, very well, better than anything else. Wayland didn't pull that well. NBN is doing good in pockets of weird NBN stuff. That's normal. And then HB obviously has like 1 or 2 decks are doing well. I don't know if you have to address everything. I don't like these sort of conversations. We're so far away from that being a thing. Like this is usually what happens in tournaments, specifically like when Corps attack with a weird deck. You'll see a deck that scores 6 points and neurospikes people. And then next week people will be aware for it and they'll tech for it. And that deck will also have to change. And then you just have this repetitive process which creates a meta. This is not to dunk on you. I think inherently like there's no reason to discuss this. Everything seems totally okay. My complaints are things that have been around for like 6 years that I just don't want to see anymore. It's not about a problem with the modern meta in like a very short-term way. Crim has Wake, yeah, Crim has Wake and Crim plays Wake, but like you don't say this is a Wake deck. It's just a card you put in your deck, right? But a lot of decks are like, oh, we win by playing twinning. There's not a lot of decks that you say I win by playing Wake. It's just like Wake is a situational card. My stream quality jumped down to poor. That's not good. Hopefully it's fine. Rotary should have been a resource. Rotary should have worked. Rotary should not have been, I don't know. Rotary might not have wanted to have this clause. Might not have wanted it. But yeah, there's a lot of problems with Rotary. Being a console sucks. How many Top Cut run twinning and or companions? Every Anarch deck for sure. The 1 or 2 criminal decks for sure. The Shaper's not. Not always. Some of them will play Fence or Fueno. But it's the majority of the Top Cut. But I think that's not a response of like how many, like, I don't think that is a roast of the companions. It's just a roast of Anarch. Like Anarch was good, so twinning was everywhere. That's just how it's going to be. Like, I don't know if an Anarch deck that doesn't play companion, maybe some ESA decks don't play companions, but that's kind of it. Every Anarch deck plays companions. Actually, no, Seb doesn't. Seb sometimes doesn't. So not always the case. Hey, Quesadilla, sorry to hear about your job, but glad I can watch on the side monitor again. Yeah, hey, thank you. Hope you get a job you enjoy again. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Hopefully your Tuesday's been going good. Stargate was a Crim card for a bit. Stargate, man, that's a fun-ass card. That's a card that I'm in for because it makes interesting games. It gives choices. There's counter tech, information that's public. It's good for streaming. Like, this is the sort of card I love. I don't know why this has fallen off so much, man. This is a fun-ass card. Is there an FFG card you would reprint that you think could fix your current meta concerns? I wouldn't say fix. I just don't want those cards to be there. Like maybe Anarch is not a functional faction with like the companions. I couldn't tell you. It's just I don't want those cards in. But you just print Geist, right? Like it's obvious. At any point, if there's a problem with the meta, you just print Geist. It's that straightforward. You just make Geist again. I like Stargate a lot though. Andre H, Sure Gamble Hedge Fund, you heard it here first. I mean, they're just too common. They're in too many decks. Generally, I don't mind bad breakers and bad draw, but when the central pressure faction's so bad at touching cards, I don't get it. Age, I haven't developed any public opinions about emergency bans or such, but I just want to put it out there that IMO, the off-off ban, has miserably failed in its objectives. What do you think the objectives are, Jai? My assumption is the objectives were to like curve the sort of, flood the market deck. doesn't seem to have done that. But for what it's worth, like they were good flood the market decks that didn't have off in it before the off ban. Right, like outside of the Neurospike stuff, like the Mega Pre versions, the Ingaton version, I guess, is maybe not as great. But the Mega Pre versions seem to be really, really strong going into this. So I guess there's some truth to that, but people are still playing Flood and they don't have economy issues with fully op fires. I've been seeing Hermes and twinning in almost 75% of my games on JNet. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that is maybe an issue. Is a lot of people are realizing Hermes is the best console you could play. And literally every faction has a Hermes deck. Like we did see some criminal decks this weekend that were on different consoles. I don't know if those converted, but we saw them. They were doing okay. But like now we have Shaper Hermes, and we're also seeing a lot more Anarch Hermes. And Anarch Hermes is scary. Whether it's Essa, whether it's Lou, like the winning list is Anarch Hermes. And I do agree. This card is undercosted. Its ability is way too powerful. It is a very, very powerful, hard card to play around. I don't know whether it should have been for influence, because it's fun to splash this card. It's a splashy card. But yeah, Hermes is it's a really, really strong card. And I understand why it's upsetting. It's going to crush you out of it. Like there's so many like knock-on problems with this. It's like Hermes being very good stops people doing install advance, and stop people stop playing install advance means that the games goes to like fast advance, and Hermes is okay against fast advance. Or like you want to seamless launch everything and not take on any threat. Like there's a lot of weird knock-on effects. 3-1s and 2-1s don't see a lot of play because Hermes is around. Like you don't want to play a lot of agendas, and you generally don't want to play a lot of agendas, but those like niche tier 2 decks get totally destroyed by Hermes anyways. Like this card does do a lot to shape the game really secretly. And like install advance was a super common play in Netrunner back in the day. And now it just feels like there's no reason to do it. And you're punished by doing it. So that's fine. It's nice that it dunks on advanceable ice because we don't need that shit. Oh, I'm behind on chat. Does Seb even need Ashen? It seems like it does. I don't know. But it doesn't seem like we're seeing a lot of Seb. So it does seem like Seb needs Ashes, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Hey, Ultrafilter, how's it going? Unironically, can we unban Banhard now? I don't think so. Maybe without, yeah, maybe with Seb being worse, maybe, but I don't know. Hey, Rohit. As much as I dislike this combo PD deck, boy, do I not want Claw back. It's weird because I feel like I do. I feel like the Claude equivalent in the set, like I can't tell. Word on the street, was this meant to be a card that because it exists, they can push the power of fast advanced decks? Was that the idea? Did NSG think that this would actually do something? And so the idea of like what cards they can and can't print, you know, are hinged on this card doing something. This is not Claude. I've lost my 3 copies of this, and so far I don't think I mind. This card is very, very disappointing. It doesn't really do anything that you want it to do. It's really funny too. Technically against the combo deck, you take 5 net damage. That actually does matter. No, but they score the second one. No, I don't even know how this card works all the time. But yeah, I can't tell. I'd be very surprised if internal testing this actually did anything. I don't know. I do think the window timing thing, Rohit, is really cool. Like people don't like this, and I get it why. But the timing of pulling Clot at the right time and baiting Clot, I thought added a really weird, and maybe you know, it's a flavor that you have to you know, come to terms with and enjoy personally. But like I do actually like that sort of dance where I can install a card and bait a Clot without doing anything. I think that's kind of sick. And then you have this weird, you know, jousting. I think that's neat. I think Clot's a really, really interesting card. And I like cards that actually interact with the timing window, particularly if the timing window is not inelegant. I think classically for Clot being around, we've run into so few issues where people have got really upset, where someone's like plowed through a timing window in any meaningful way. Like it just doesn't happen. It's a bit awkward, like don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I like it. All I did was kill off Reg PD and Rush Wayland. I don't know if we played off in Wayland. I think Rush Wayland had off with playing more Myoshu. But Reg PD, we saw a bit of it this weekend. I just think it has seemingly a bad criminal matchup, right? I think the off ban created a wider gap between top tier and mid tier decks, and that's what I think hurt the most. I would agree with that. Yeah, knee-jerk reaction, I would agree with that. Off was the sort of glue that any deck can put off in it and feel okay about it. Because it's like, you know, play Thunderbolt without off. It's hard because it's like now all you have for economy is Regolith mining license. So like these sort of cards were good for mid-range decks or mid-tier decks, like the weird decks, because you always could, you know, basically have a consistent econ package you could put in any deck because of the neutral axis. And yeah, I think you're right about that. I don't think I can talk about too many like tier 2 corp decks that are really, really prominent right now. I'm still astounded Hermes costs 2 credits. Yeah, Hermes is way too cheap. Hermes could have cost 3 credits easily. Hermes punishes Let Them Dream. I guess it does, because they steal more agendas. Yeah, I suppose. It is technically a 1-pointer. Yeah, Hermes does something so unique that like the slot now is so expensive, because like at the end of the day, you can put more multi-access in your deck. It's possible, but there is no other card in the game that does what Hermes does, barring Reprise. And so saying that my console slot is going to be like, you know, Penny Shaver, that's still a very good effect. But there's some matchups where like there's no effect that will win you a game the way Hermes does. Because now Hermes, you have to protect every single central server. If you care about the remote server, you have to now protect all centrals. That's just not the case with other cards. Like you can run R&D if you're on 0 points and I can still win in the remote server. As soon as you have Hermes, that's obviously not the case. I can't win in the remote server anymore. It's pretty rough. NXG expected word on the street to be the new Clot, then they would suggest that they don't understand what was strong about Clot. I would say it in nicer words. I think maybe it's meant to like, you know, convince people not to fast advance because this is bad. But yeah, this doesn't do what Clot does. It doesn't interact with the 2-point combo decks. It doesn't have any synergy. Like the fact that this doesn't have a trait line. Like if this was a connection or heck a location, I don't care. Oh man, there's things you could do with it. Yeah, it's a really disappointing card. I mean, word on the street should have been 0 influence. Yeah, this card could have been 0 influence and it wouldn't have even mattered. Yeah, off-off bandits completely nuked my mirror morph more than I ever considered it would. Just a money issue, huh, Thumbs? Off-off encourages scoring off the table as well. Oh yeah, it does, but it is like a 7-credit score off of an agenda, which is very, very weird in this game. And I do think it's only a matter of time before we see an off-world office reprint in the next set that gives you this sort of money but slower. Like, I think there's a place for a neutral economy card, as much as neutral economy cards have classically banned in the agenda slot through the history of the game. But I only think it's a matter of time once the next set comes out that off-world office can be replaced with a card that gives what off-world office does, but not all at front, right? There's like 6 things wrong with Rotary. Yeah. I don't think they want to affect the strongest Clot. No, they didn't. I'm pretty sure that Safer has said on a podcast that they would not reprint Clot. So that's fine. We had corporate sales team in SSL. Yeah, there's a couple more, like if you want to argue the corporate war one. But corporate sales team, I think, is more close to what off-world office should have been. As much as this once per turn ability is always confusing because it does care about each player's turn. But I do think you just need off-off to be a bit slower so that you can have a reprise. SSL was banned. SSL got banned, but it was legal for a while. Yeah, but it was everywhere. Like SSL was in, I would say, 80 to 90% of decks. It was not healthy. This card that got banned, it was just 9 credits you could put in your deck. It fired no matter what. And that was really, really good. What a sweet agenda. Yeah, this agenda was very, very good for everyone. And you just said, oh, you scored my 3-pointer. I don't care. I got 9 credits on turn 1. Like when they steal your 3-pointer on turn 1, you lose the game. Not when you get 9 credits for it. Then you're actually back in the game. Right, best stream block. Continue my time theft. We're scanning so hard today. Oh man. Yeah, this card is bonkers. Anyways, that was a bit of a rant, but mostly a recap on the weekend to some extent. And again, all this stuff is linked below. You can watch it. I do think we're probably not going to play the combo deck until maybe Thursday because I don't want to play without any reps because it's going to be a disaster. But just to show you like a bit of the progression behind this. So JTFQ is a very interesting deck builder, has published some really, really wild decks. I do think JTFQ published a deck that can technically win on turn 1, which is a funny thing in the Eternal format. But yeah, this is the OTK PD, which I'm not 100% sure why it's called that, OTK being 1-turn kill, when this actually can't kill. Idea is that you want to score 9 points in a single turn is my guess. And nothing here is particularly like bizarre based off of other like, you know, combo HB, you know, flood the market decks, besides some of the nuances here. Firstly, YDL, and the other versions are only running one YDL because you only need it on 1 turn. But this means you can get big hand size and that can pop off, right? The idea is that now your options off of fully operational. If you just draw 2 cards and then play YDL, and if you have enough operations, you're firing wage workers and getting a click back, you will have all the money you need for the combo turn. You just draw your whole deck and play YDL, and every 2 draw saves you 2 credits. So it's kind of a wash, right? Simulation reset. This one's really interesting. This is the card that if you have no deck left, you can basically pick whatever 5 cards you want and add them to your hand from your discard pile. That's really important because you can play the same nano management multiple times. This card I haven't seen in any deck I've ever liked. This might not be different. I'm not sure. We'll see how this deck is. That's interesting. We have top-down solutions. This card is seeing more play this weekend than I've ever seen it, and it looks really good. A lot of different decks are playing this, and it just does so much. This is a card that when it came out, I think you could tell that there's going to be something to this. There was no obvious deck that wanted to play this ability, but getting 4 actions for 2 credits on a card is really, really good. And this is definitely one of the sort of decks that want to do it. And I don't think I've seen a deck with 3 of it, but I do think every time that I've been absolutely blown out by PD, it's because they played a top-down solution on turn 1 or turn 2. Other weird things, Calvin Bailey for more card draw. This guy's been sneaking into some things, just having a big butt and kind of like this defensive stink aura is really good for Flood the Market fully op. And then CSR campaigns in this list, which is super surprising. There's no other HB card that will draw as consistently as this does. This card we have played a bit today. It's just a neutral card from Ashes that draws a card as much as the res cost and trash cost are the same. And then everything else is what you expect. 2 Spin Doctors, a bit of an interesting take there. Not on reverb as much as I think you could. Bladed Barrier is really good text. You technically do get a threat 3 on a single steal, so this might line up a bit better. And very importantly, this is on that horrible, should be illegal 6 3-point agenda in an 18-point deck because we're playing 44 cards. So the runner has to steal 9 points to win the game. There's no fake runner points in the meta right now, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think there are. So yeah, you just have to steal 9 points. I think a lot of the PD decks we've seen recently have been like mega cursed. Like the fact that you can steal 6 agendas in one of the PD lists that are running Mega Pre and what's it called? Let Them Dream and still not win the game. Like there's some awful situations here. So that's cool. We have Scatterfield, we have Sleipnir. More Sleipnirs than Scatterfield, which I find surprising. Maybe the sort of shuffle is more important than the sort of like horizontal tempo that Scatterfield gives you. It's also cheaper. And then of course 3 Drafter, which is good. Yeah, Laura, how's it going? We got laid off last week, so we're here on Tuesdays for a bit. Hopefully you're well. Tried Calvin Epiphany, was okay. How's it going, by the way? Astramion. The card is so busted if you can draw it to the bottom. Simulation reset, right? 3 Train, 3 Entity, 3 Mega Pre is also the worst. Yeah, it's actually also the worst. Genuinely the worst. That was like classically the Bears like version of this. Shit, sorry, Andre. Oh, it's all right. It could be worse. You want to shuffle combo pieces back into the deck because you'll draw them on the combo turn rather than clogging your hand. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. It's yeah, last week wasn't a great week, but we'll be back and doing some more content, which I mean, that's nice for sure. JTFQ SEA Pride. Yeah, JTFQ. I didn't know where JTFQ is. I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting JTFQ in person. But JTFQ has been doing deck building for a long time. And doing some weird stuff too. JTFQ and 34 met playing JNet randoms a week before Showdown, and 34 invited them scrubs as everyone piled into Sharpen ASAP. Yeah, the writer mentions that. I don't know how many people are in scrubs at this point. I'm assuming it's pretty big. I don't know if everyone in scrubs was playing this deck or a variant of this deck. I don't think that's the case because we saw other players, but no, this is the version that 34 Witches, from my understanding, could have taken the tournament with and maybe biffed a combo on the final game. I heard this. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know whether that means that we'd have to like reset the bracket and then there would be another game that she has to win. But no matter what, she did really, really well with this. And the final matchup is like not a final boss you want to be facing off against. Now, the difference with this is we have a Lycian multi-munitions. I haven't read the write-up. I don't know why. This card is expensive, but it does have a real face check. And it sometimes is a bit cheaper when you res this for 2. So that's a weird card. It's not on the CSRs or the Basses. I think we have humanoids in this one. And I don't know if there's Regulus in the other one. Like this seems a bit different. We're on the full Spin Doctor, so that's a bit more card draw, which is interesting to not play Spin Doctor when it's a valuable card and you're playing Bass instead, which is like kind of Spin Doctor like, but not entirely. But then of course the big change here is like Neurospike, and Neurospike, if you score 6 points on a turn, the runner's usually dead. And I would say usually dead because it's not always the case. Like there was opponents that I've no doubt played against this, that if they saw it coming or had the time to prepare for it, and time sometimes is the issue, is that if you have like an Audrey on the table and you have a Steelskin Scarring, you can just go up to 6 hand size. Like you can survive that. If you're a Shaper and you have some sort of console that draws a card, not so much Onacom, that probably won't work unless you're also on Audrey, which would be pretty cool. That also probably shouldn't work. But if you have like, you know, a Lily Pad, you can just like simul chip a card and draw a card or pop an SMC or something. That also can survive the combo turn. I don't know if this deck can score to 9. It looks like JTFQ is built to do that. But yeah, if they score to 6 and then they have no deck left, you probably do win the game, but I'm not 100% sure because I haven't seen this enough in action for sure. Actually, it was really helpful in providing a good OST. The last game was rough, tough to follow though. I definitely want to watch it. I watched a fair bit of the stream at 3x speed in the VOD because I had family on Sunday, so I wasn't able to watch it, and I was streaming in the morning. So we'll see how it is. You always have us, Andre, whether you want us or not. Thanks, BMK. I generally just assume everyone is in scrubs until I find out otherwise. I feel like that's a fine take, maybe. Hey, Liquid, how's it going? It's a valid assumption. 6 damage feels so thin. It's like it shouldn't win, but it does. But like, if this deck can still just score 7, it can. But the thing is, like, you really have to compromise the agenda suite, which is kind of funny. They can't survive because the deck can combo to play 2 Spike for 6. Oh, yo, Cold Lava, what's up? I'm assuming, yeah, if they really put their mind to it, they could do a double Neurospike. It's probably a fair bit harder for a couple different reasons, because you have to figure out how to get the click back, because like an extra click back, and then you have to recur this, and you can't recur with PD for obvious reasons. Maybe you could do a 3 damage Neurospike and then score your next agenda, return this to hand, and then do a 6 damage Neurospike. I think maybe that's more possible, that you do a 9 damage Neurospike. Watch the turn 1 win at 508. Thank you. I'm going to do that. There's circus music. Oh, that's not good. Assume everyone I met in rigging up by default, but that's exactly because I met on a regular basis. Lived in Reading and rigging up. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? How's your Tuesday? Okay, so let's just check out this 4-minute game that's timestamped here. So you should watch these. We're not going to watch them with audio, but shout out to all the casters and commentators and stuff like that. So this is at 5:08. So that's not during Swiss. Sorry, that's during Swiss? Wait, how does that timestamp make sense, Meteor? I don't think any of these VODs are long enough, unless it's the one on my stream in which I would have seen it. Oh, because I'm a monkey. Yeah, never mind. I found it. I was on the wrong VOD. Yeah, you're totally right. All right, here we go. I'll just cover the chat. And then we're off. Audio's like half the fun though. Yeah, I haven't routed it through. And it's Cephalopod and Axu, so that's going to be all right. But yeah. Circus music brings a lot of the viewer experience. I'm okay. I don't want to roast people. It's hard not to roast people, but the point of this is not to roast people. I'm getting worried that some of the commentary, when somebody does something irregular on stream, they get roasted by the commentary. I don't know if that's the case. I think I'm getting a bit more critical of it, but I feel like I've heard some commentary over the last couple of weeks where it's like, if I was on stream and the casters were talking to me about like that, I'd be upset. I think we all have to kind of keep that in mind, particularly also when you're watching like lower tables where like they're not competitive players. So they kind of do whatever they want to because they're there to play for fun. But that has been getting me. But like if I was playing a game and there was circus music on it, I'd feel a bit silly. Everyone loved it. I mean, it doesn't matter if everyone loves it. It matters if they love it, right? Like your opinion respectfully doesn't matter. Neither does mine. It matters about the people on camera. And I know if I was in some of these positions when this was happening and I was the player, I probably wouldn't have loved it. Maybe they did. It's definitely not the case that everyone loved it. Yeah, I don't think it was. I'm not sure it is. It doesn't feel good. Like I would put myself on a don't stream list if that was the case, that would happen. And again, this is not about this. I don't know what this is. I haven't heard this. And not about that. It's not necessarily about this weekend either, but there's been a trend where I've heard like commentary be very critical about a lot of different things. Can we add a roast acceptance to the stream acceptance? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you need to sign a roast acceptance, which like I will roast my friends on stream because I know who they are and I know what caliber of play I expect them to be at. But like, I'm not going to roast a stranger. That's silly. Round 1 with Opus 13 with the starter decks, it was hype, but it wasn't a nice tone. Like, I don't know. Anyways, I'm not going to dive into it. It's not the place for it. And I feel like the people I'm talking about can't defend themselves. So let's not do that. Okay. So let's go with 2x. I can't zoom in. It's a replay. Also, apologies. I got some good commentary. So when I'm behind the microphone, not on the microphone, but I'm behind the screen, I use my mouse to highlight cards. So if you're a newer player, you'll see the card that is being talked about or matters on the screen behind me. I think that's sick. The one thing I want to apologize for is that this isn't on JNet. This is on XDG's, one of XDG's JNet mirrors. Shout out to XDG. XDG is just the best. And that just is a way to ensure stability and that JNet doesn't get taken down. And if something bad happens, XDG is around to be able to fix it, right? Like that's awesome. However, that means I did not on this weekend have Cyber Feeder plugged in, which means a lot of the like nice arrows and stuff like that were not available during the stream. Next time, I'll try and make sure that we have Cyber Feeder attached to this, but that's not a really big problem. I just was like, oh, without Cyber Feeder, I felt like I couldn't zoom in enough. I wanted to zoom in more. But the general practice of it, and it should be viewed as problematic as you can't apply it broadly, is a fun thing. Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. So I don't know if we mulliganed or not. Opening with Spin Doctor generally makes me think we didn't mulligan or we mulliganed. Can you show your Cyber Feeder setup? Yeah, I can after Stormy. I think a lot of it is also a bit bespoke because I have it on top of some other like CSS modifications I took from what's it called? From NSG stuff back in the day, I think. So it's a mixture of two things. Okay, so Istopan. I can't scroll the chat, so if we miss things, but this is Zomdraft or World Champ versus 34 Witches. I think this is the semifinals. Like this is very top of the bracket. There's probably only 3 or 4 players left is my guess. We're gonna start by blinking out. And I think we hit a buffer drive, which is fine. You don't need buffer drive in the matchup, but we got a free bling and bling hit the strike fund. I think that's such an emotionally horrible thing about bling. And we saw this so often with Zom's draft, is that very importantly, Strike Fund, when it's discarded or trashed, it fires, or sorry, just trashed, it fires its ability, same with Steel Skin, but only from hand or from deck. Now, at the point this card was printed, there was no way to host it on a hardware in the middle of your turn. But now it's nice. You clicklessly drew the Strike Fund. That's not terrible. But it just feels so bad when you host something on here. That's an event to some extent. You see, like this is so annoying. So what do we do here? Now we installed the this for free. I don't know how we fired this twice. Regardless, we got 2 events on this, which is like kind of the worst. And it's not because you don't get these events, but these are the cards you want in hand, because these cards in hand make Topon do something. Okay, we're going to fire the Steel Skin. We have a Nuka. We're going to fire the Strike Fund. So turn 1, we actually installed 2 cards. We drew a lot. Like, that's not bad. There's 7 cards in the heap on turn 1. That's actually pretty good. Oh, it was the price. Okay, so the price fired. That makes sense. So price hit this. That's why there's 7 cards in the bin. Yeah. Do you have an XG premium subscription? I think I do, yeah. Yeah. Topon has how we fired it twice. Yes, one was price, one was Topon. Yeah, that tracks. So I think the buffer drive might have come off of the price. Anyways, 34 is up. She's going to install and res a Wage Workers. So she's going to do a triple install turn to get click back. And that's a really nice way to do it. I don't love installing Wage Workers on the turn that it fires because it gives your opponent information, but you're very incentivized to get these ice servers like this. So now 34 Witches is technically threatening, you know, fully operational 3 times. Flood the market doesn't really matter at this board state. But yeah, that's a really strong start. Zom's draft usually had liquidity issues from what I saw in the few matchups I watched. So like trashing this, Zom's draft was really good at ripping Gourmands at the right time, but trashing this for 4 is really, really difficult. So it's like Gourmand and get through ice. So I'm gonna have to also face checks more than a lot of people do, which I do respect. And like this is closed deck lists, so maybe some of the code gates hit you, but if 34 Witches spends 3 or 4 cards on a code gate, you're probably okay with it. The drafter is 1 card in archives, 2 cards in archives. Maybe it's okay, but we'll see. All right. The log is not scrolling, so we have to guess what's happening here. I think we hard installed the simul chip, and then we installed with Topon, I think, this Lagu. The Lagu is really good. It hits a second Lagu, hitting botchless out of hand. And we'll see where we go here. Jaina has been some odds recently. I did predict a turn 1 to draw 3 and got 3 spins. It's random. It's full random. There's nothing weird about Jaina. Do we need the chat sidebar? Do you not like it? I mean, this is better. You're right. I still can't scroll the chat though. Setting up and not running on this board state. Okay. Because the only thing you want to run is be able to get in here and trash things. And so like, yeah, I guess you don't have the money to do that. Our setup's okay. And this is what I mean. Like she's now going to start with the top-down solutions and she has the money to burn. And this top-down solutions draws 2 and installs 2. So if you do top-down straight into fully op, it's basically free, right? Like it's so good. Now, a Gourmand was trashed. We have Lago this turn. That's the card you want. Now, Simulchip can bring it back. And there you go, straight into fully operational. So this combo is meant to fire next turn. This is meant to be a 4-turn game. So far, Zom's draft has fired Topon twice. Blink has fired twice. We've got a good board state. Like, that's not bad. We have Nuka for draw. We have the once per turn of the Lago should fire consistently. We have the Simulchip to get to stuff, which is pretty good. But we have, again, this is turn... I guess I'll move here because I'm used to doing that. This is turn 3, and she has 7 cards on the table. Plus a click left here. Oh, fully operational. Let's see another top-down solutions would be sick. Yeah, yeah, another top-down solution. This card's nonsense. So like the amount of clicks that she has gained in this short period of time. Now, some of this is because the stuff wasn't contested, but like Zomdraft, I don't know if Zomdraft is playing Sure Gamble, probably, but like having the liquidity to deal with this outside of the Gourmand is hard. But yeah, she supposedly can threaten lethal. But this is, again, turn 3, and she's installed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. She has taken 9 actions and installed 9 cards, but she's also drawn through 21 cards, which, yeah, that is how it is. This Wage Worker is also firing off the triple operation. Is pretty nonsense, because that was top-down, fully operation, top-down, which is going to give you a click back here. Yeah, what a start, for sure. That's absurd. Compute randomness is not true. There's always an algorithm. No, it's just like a random seed. Like your JNet is not doing anything meaningfully weird. You can look at the GitHub stats, but like basically compute randomness is you have either use a timer or some lava lamp somewhere. There's no true random, but it's not like there's going to be a pattern that you can use. RLC to draw and gain 2 credits. So she's going to discard a couple cards here, looking for some combo pieces. Mind you, there's a lot of 1-of combos in the pieces in the deck, as much as like she needs to have it here. The chance of her having both like a YDL and a Neurospike is not incredibly high. It's the chance of both of them is pretty low. I don't know if she needs both, but she's only drawn through half of the deck. Turn 3, you usually don't need to interact yet. Yeah, I don't know if you need to interact yet. For what it's worth, also Zomdraft knows the list. And so the chance of comboing out on turn 4 versus it happening are two different things. But then on top of all of that, she needs to find the one of Neurospike in 44 cards. So the question comes to how much she can burst draw next turn. And can Zomdraft find a steel skin and like a way to survive, which is technically possible, but currently we've lost one steel skin. Installing the Chisel showed up a lot more this weekend. Big way to deal with big ice that doesn't want to gank you. And we have the Devil Charm, so there's no ice that we can't deal with here. So we're going to run server 4, I'm guessing. We did trash an Audrey to meet damage, so that is one of the cards that can let you survive, but now we're on 2 cards in hand, so like you can just die to Neurospike next turn if you don't keep drawing here, and as long as you don't have to install to fire the Lagu. Now, Zomdraft only has 4 credits. There's nothing that you can't trash here. You also do want to run if you think there's an agenda on the table, which is not impossible. I'm not sure how many times you want to put a train on the table. But we're running. The 1x combo pieces matter less than having a second flop chain into a third one. Yeah, especially with the wage workers, right? So there's the Melias on the table. So Zomdraft's going to steal the Melias, so that's good. I'm assuming we steal this. It does take off one of the flop counters. It just ends your turn though on 2 cards. Oh, so this only does 3 damage on turn 4. That's believable. I thought this was going to do 6 damage. Is she going to do 6 damage for fun? Because if you're saying you can kill on 2 cards in hand, yeah, I totally believe you. I thought this was going to do 6 damage on turn 4. This is like scoring an OZF into a what's her name? Into the NBN person who does the damage. Oh, draws a card, actually. Okay, no, so now she has to work. Lake? What? Yeah, because of the install draw, it's on 3. So we're going to have to Lagu draw. Yeah, I guess Lake. I see why we're saying Lagu. Okay, so she's going to do 6. So, okay, hold on. We got to rewind. So first click she installs, and the problem is Lagu fires, right? So if you had, that's actually a really big thing. If Zomdraft didn't run this, it's not impossible for her to score this single card on the table and Neurospike. So Zomdraft actually had to run this with 2 cards in hand, which is kind of funny. That being said, if this wasn't an agenda, he could draw once, but regardless, we're off. Lake. All right, so we're going to shuffle fully op and red level back into the deck. Mind you, red level is just a free way to fire wage workers. That's good, let alone has its own modality. And we're going to start with the second fully operational. So we did draw the second one, and we're just going to draw through the whole deck. At this point, again, fully operational, now that you're playing at least 1 YDL, you can just draw the deck because there's no reason to click for 2 credits on most board states because if you have your YDL, you just play it, you spend a click to gain 13 here. That's better than individually hitting 2. Okay, so she spent 2 operations. Third operation is a red level clearance, so you can get 2 clicks back here if you want to. So let's see if she probably draws 2 if she doesn't have it. So she's going to gain a click. So we're going to get 2 clicks back. So the wage workers, I can't hover the cards, it's a video. And then she's going to install a non-agenda from hand. Okay. So she has 1 click back. So Spin Doctor is the card. So I don't know what's in her hand and whether this is like a confirmed combo or whether she wants to draw with the spin first. But like here, she needs the YDL and she needs a nano management. The problem is she needs to have the nano management for sure. Because if she plays, well, actually, what do you do here? Because as soon as you play the YDL, your turn ends. So do you have to 5-3 score? Fully operational? Wait, isn't your turnover? Hasn't wage workers fired? What's happening? She has no clicks left. Wage workers hasn't fired? I thought she did fully operational red level. Oh no, this is the third one. You're right. So it's fully operational. This will give a click back. Yeah, okay. So wage workers hasn't fired. So this is fully op into red level into this fully op. So this will give her a click back. Yeah. This is fine. All right, asking for an undo. I mean, we've gained no information. I don't see why not. But here you have to do the math. Again, the combo to score out, I think you need about 9 credits because you need to do 2 NBN cards, 1 Neurospike. Is YDL in the bin? I can't click on the bin. I almost want to click on the bin. So now she's going to red level to install this in-game click back. So now she has 2 clicks, okay? So now this is iced up and you want 5 iced servers for the combo. This means that you don't need Synchro Cyclotron, but if one of these is the Synchro Cyclotron, that does help, but you're going to need money. Okay, so now we do the fully operational. We'll still have a click left after this wage workers is fired. And she's just going to gain money, which is a math thing because I think here she needs to do nano into YDL or something. So now she has nano, so she has 2 clicks. Zomdraft's just sitting there knowing he's probably dead. Thinking, considering. Cycle plus powers reduces that. Yeah, it's hard to see her having that much more money to do more things here. But here she can YDL and then just nano and then shuffle things back. But shuffling the spin doctors opens up the server, which is not perfect. I think she needs a synchro in 3 or 5 or a powers in 3 and 5. Or she's going to spin doctor back into a 2-card deck. Now you don't have to do 2 cards. She can do 1 card. But I'm assuming she just wants every nano back and a YDL, which is in the bin, so she doesn't have it. And then she's going to do another fully operational, draw her whole deck, which is an even number. And now she has every card she wants access to because she has simulation reset. And then she has a button here that she can click for 20 credits. So here she needs to do nano management into gain 20 credits. And then she can do simulation reset into nano. Like, I'm not 100% sure what you meant to do here. You always have a free, if you have a synchro cyclotron, you can score at the 5-3 for free, but I'm not sure what you do here. So nano. So now she has to do YDL and then nano again, right? So YDL gain 20 because she has 20 cards in hand, 21 at the time. Then she does another nano. So now she has 2 clicks left. So now you can do a simulation reset and put everything back in your deck just to be nano managements and then the NBN card. So my guess here is that you do the NBN, res a synchro cyclotron. You do NBN. That's not enough. The eval bar. I totally forgot that I'm covering an eval bar. I do find the eval bar to be pretty funny. So RLC is going to gain a click. But why? Oh, to fill server 6. Yeah, that makes sense. So now this can be the synchro cyclotron from hand, which is only a 1 of in the deck, I think. So now if she reses it, she can put 5 advancements on this and gain a click back. So it's clickless, and then she can grab a nano management from archives. So I don't think there's any reason not to score it here. Oh, even with powers, that's better. So that's perfect. Those are the 2 cards on the table, which, like, if Zomdraft ran either of those would have helped a lot. I'm not saying that she doesn't have the combo because she probably does, but like that's the perfect board state. It's like the combo enabler, the wage workers, and then the 5-3. All right, and so now we've placed 5 advancements for a single click, and we've scored this. We get our best card from archives, and we get a click back. Sick. We also can install a card from the bin here, which can also be from hand, so you can put the 5-3 on the table. So we should be good here. God, my brain hurts. It's not that bad. It's actually pretty doable. And no doubt 34 Witches has like practiced this, as much as I've heard that one of the combos was unfortunately whiffed. But like these are the things that you start a shortcut. So now she does flood the market, which is her last 2 clicks, which she can advance this now because Cyclotron is only the first time. And now she has a click left and she does 6 damage. There's nothing you can do here. The best case scenario would be if your hand was 2 Steelskin Scarrings, you could simulchip back for the what's it called? For the Audrey, which is in the bin, trashing the Chisel, and then throw 2 Steelskin Scarrings. We know where 1 Steelskin Scarring is, so playing around that is a bit silly. But in theory, she has to ask for action now. She doesn't. She just fires it. But like, it's unlikely for it to matter. But in theory, there's actually a weird way that you survive. Oh my god! Wait, Zomstrav might have survived. Wait, Zomstrav could have survived this. It's unlikely, but he might as well have tried, right? Because Zomstrav's hand was Gachapon, Steelskin, and Strike Fund. So if Zomdraft popped the Chisel for an Audrey, which we know is in the bin, fed the Audrey the Strike Fund, we'd go to 4 cards. And if he drew one of his Steelskins, he sends that Steelskin. No, he goes to 5. No, he dies. 1 card short. But he actually had a chance there. Again, because he had access to Audrey and he had the 2nd Strike Fund. Steelskin. He needed the 3rd Steelskin, right? Because you go from, what were we were on 3, you go down to 4, and then you go to 5. Yeah, we're short 1 card. Yeah, can go to 5 max. I mean, I think you still do it because it flexes your agency and it scares your opponent. That's probably fun and it's good TV. But like, Zomdraft was actually within the ability to survive that if he was lucky. Also, if he had another Steelskin in hand, he could have... No, he couldn't have survived that because of the obvious thing that we just talked about. But like, if he had 1 more card in hand, he could have been okay. If the Steelskin was better, he could have been okay. And then she does lose here. Yeah, Clot would be a problem. But with Clot, she just has to figure out how to get him a virus on the table. I don't think Stone Chip is the answer. Hermes Anarch. Yeah, like that's another thing too, is like Hermes is really good into this board state because when they score the first thing, you can bounce something they reinstall and you lower the amount of iced servers they have, which stops the next card. You can also cup these cards. Like there's a lot of ways you can deal with it. Stone Chip is technically possible, but like they can do 9 damage if they need to. So can't believe Word on the Street doesn't reduce Neurospike damage. Isn't it 6 net total, not 3 + 3? Yes, but the idea is not to let the Steelskin fire, But with Audrey on the table, at any instant speed, you can just feed the card to Audrey and just get your cards, right? So you're right, you're not going to survive the damage because it's a burst of 6. But with Audrey on the table, you can just do this paid ability at instant speed and trash your Steelskin to go up 1 card. So kind of close. Are Chivels and Devil Charms coming out for Gourmands in Hermes Anarch? I'm not sure. We could check, Mac, but the lists are published. Like the winning list is published here. I'm not sure what the cuts were, but Fermenter looked really good this weekend. It looks like we're playing no Gourmands and Lou. Yeah, that seems right. When the Transcontinental Railway was built, the 2 lines were married in the middle with a golden spike. So here we have 2 lines paired with the Neurospike. I was about to make the same word on the street joke, Pat. How's it going? The tech against word on the street is tabling the first agenda. It doesn't even matter. Like, you can still score. It doesn't care about your points in your score area because it's just a negative agenda. I don't think word on the street works against Neurospike because it's equal to the print agendas on agendas you scored. You don't score word on the street. It's added to your score area. So it has no implication in the Neurospike combo, from my understanding. Wouldn't the tech against word on the street actually be the fast event so the runner doesn't draw? Yeah, you actually want a fast events because if they draw a card, this hurts. So wait a second. Yeah, this part of where the street actually matters. You need to fast advance, which is not a problem. I think the meta will switch to more escape nets for the foreseeable time. There was a fair bit of escape nets this weekend, but like none of the deck that we're looking at doesn't want to play escape net. I don't think there's a reason to play escape net into that deck. The decks that want to play escape net are the decks that lose to twinning, which are more like, you know, Glacier that has time, like LEO decks and Melias decks. Anyways, that's a line. Well played to Witches, excuse me. I've heard that there's a bit of the same combo going on later and it does not work out. I think she has a way to do it, but she does biff the combo. I feel weird just watching someone else's stream on our stream, but you can go and you should watch it. But I do think the combo just kind of fizzles on the final game and then davz just takes it. I'm assuming that means davz is in the upper seed. But yeah, that's obviously a wild combo. There was still, like, that opening was very, very good. Like, we found 2 fully operationals. We did everything we could. The table was like perfectly the cards we needed. Not that she couldn't have figured out another way to combo a bit more aggressively, but like that was a really good start. A Zomdraft start is like, did Topan cost the game? Like, I keep feeling this. It's like all the games we saw on stream with Zomdraft were like, against Ayuko, you need to have cards in hand, and Topan was taking cards out of hand. If Zomdraft had 1 more card in hand, could Zomdraft have survived? Technically, yes. But obviously the game is different based off of, you know, how everything goes. But it just feels like taking cards out of hand was the worst thing you could do. Funny enough, against this deck, it turns out, but also against Ayuko. Like, I don't understand the Topan thing. The theoretical highest roll is turn 3, what I can tell. Yeah, but it assumes your opponent doesn't do anything, right? Like, it assumes you're playing against nobody. And like, Zomdraft made 1 run. You could argue that Zomdraft could have made more runs. I would think Zomdraft was actually setting up really well, and this was not likely to happen against that board state on turn 4. But yeah, Zomdraft made 1 run, the game is over. Not that that run really mattered. It did matter. If Zomdraft didn't run, he would also have died. Wild. Yeah, that's super solitary for sure. Wild. Yeah. All right. Interesting. I don't know if this list is going to like take over the minds of JNet Casual because it does seem a bit more hard to play, but it's a list that you should definitely play with. It's a list that I think will be fun to share like the sort of combo lines with folks to be like, this is my hand, this is the board state, my opponent has these 2 tech cards, how do you beat it? I do think that is worth like sharing because they're going to be fun things to talk about. Yeah. This deck is even more solitariable than Magic. Yeah. I got roasted the other day because I called it fish bowling and people called it gold fishing. And they're like, I've never heard it called fish bowling. I'm like, it's called fish bowling. What's gold fishing? Turns out they're both correct, but I'm more correct, of course. Can we talk about Wuhan, by the way? 36 players. Holy Posada. There are 36 players playing in Wuhan? Ooh, let's see what that looks like. Are we on ABR? I saw a lot of like posts from Chinese deck lists. I can't read any of it, but that's a huge amount. Was this in paper or is it online? I'm assuming it's in paper, right? Wuhan, 37 people, Megacity Championship. That's incredible. That's sick. Where is Wuhan in China? Okay, so this text is not good. They're playing the 2605 ban list. That part I can understand. No good for me, excuse me. They're doing double elimination, top cut, same day. Holy crap. So they only started 1, but they finished at 10. So there can't be that many rounds. That's wild. So yeah, cool. Price support, sick. Got images. So cool to upload images from a tournament. That is the coolest thing you can do. That's sick. This is an old playmat. Like some of these are old FFG playmats. Swan, cool. But yeah, that's the old Run Amok playmat put backwards, which is sick. I don't recognize too many of the other playmats, but that's an old school one for sure. Cool. And so we can take a quick look at some of the decks. So we'll see if the meta is totally different in China, but we have Moosey Hot on the top, still a lot of Vic, and then Lou. These numbers kind of flipped when it came to the online event, where there was way more Lou and then very little Vic, but more Moosey Hot, but not too surprising. On the corp side, PD is at the top, followed by Zwicky and AU Comelius. So these numbers shift up a fair bit, more Jinteki representation in the global event. But nothing super surprising. Like it'd be really cool if Bangun was like the third represented or whatever. In terms of what's taking it, I don't think there's anything here that's super surprising. Let's see if these lists are like different versions of archetypes that we're familiar with. But like none of these IDs you'd be surprised to see in a top cut. This Vic has a nice little V exclamation mark. And there's actually, hey, Phoenix, that's cool. And whatever this thing's called, Thunderbolt, which that's pretty fun. And some of these lists are published. How many assaults do you have to attacks to actually stop it? Wait, the issue with the deck is with 3 of Nano, 3 RLC Wage Workers, and flop, it feels like even if Claude existed, the combo deck wouldn't start running my virus counter. Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, if Claude was around, you would just tech through Claude. Yeah. Like, I think there's a philosophical question about this sort of deck, which is like, the way to beat fully op is to deal with the table. The face checks are bad, but the face checks cost money. And that's actually a notable thing, is that in that matchup, Somdraft made the corporation witches spend no money. Now her money was tight, but if she rezzed one more piece of ice, would she have got there? I don't know. Maybe there's a chance she doesn't. Maybe it's a drafter and she gets back another fully operational and the game's cooked, right? Like those are very big concerns. But the question that we're running into is like, how many cards can you afford to check on the table? We've already talked about this last week to some extent. It's like acid decks present a similar financial problem. The issue is like their problem is also attached to unknown information and a lot of different runs, right? Like if I'm playing a Glacier deck like PD, you know, Worlds 2021 or whatever, I have one server. And so the idea is I can put something on that server every turn. So you have to consider running that server. But that means your problems are breakers, money, and running that server. But as soon as I put 4 cards on the table or 3 cards on the table, all of them have 2 to 3 trash costs. Maybe I'm making you spend the same amount of money, but I'm making you spend more runs, let alone you have to run the right thing at the right time. You could argue don't run something and it might not be the end of the world. You'll find out what it is then, and then you can decide to run it. But like the thing with these sort of decks is like the face checks on the ice are relevant enough. So you have the same problem of forcing people in multiple directions, but also having them to spend like 3 to 4 credits with every server they check on top of breaking the ice. It's like boomerang be good, that sort of idea. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell. It's genuinely with the amount of things that they can install with all the click compression they have for installing. It is hard to check everything and trash everything, let alone deal with the ice. 34 made it sound like she wasn't rezzing. She declined to send a message at some points. Sorry? Okay, damn. Now I'm realizing how rusty my journey is. We banned something off out of this. I wonder if that means we get off of back. I could see it. But I think it's more likely we'll see a new off in the future that's just like a bit more healthy for everyone. But yeah, off doesn't seem to be the issue here, huh? Oh, okay. So this is the winning list. I saw this one. This is a core damage PD deck. So not super surprising. It has the sort of core damage PD package that you play in Thule, or I've been playing it more in PD. The sort of thing that like Tehran was playing at events in the middle of the year last year, except Tehran was on like Tattoo Bola and just getting enough money to do big deal. What's weird about this deck is not on big deal. It does have the YDL, but it's basically scoring in a remote server. So your salvo testing goes in the remote server with seamless launch, and our defensive cards are actually like 2 big bronze, which is bigger than you might expect, and event horizons, which is like kind of cool. So it's the same sort of pattern. And once you score the salvo testing, things get really bad really quickly because you have the Elevagaus and the Ontos, which you can fast advance on and off of a jupe stat that makes the runner go, you know, worse and worse and worse. So it has none of the Unleash combo, but it's not the big deal HB that just ices up. It actually pushes into a remote server and makes plays off of that with 2 humanoids as well. So interesting. Econ is YDL and hedge fund, so might be explosive. And then the Ice Suite is kind of what you expect as much as 2 Event Horizon. Gives it a bit more protective power, despite having no like defensive upgrades. Neat. I've never seen this sort of version of it, but it's a frustrating deck to play against as a runner. Essa seems like what you'd expect. Cool to see some HQ pressure in Essa. I like that a heck of a lot. Game Dragon, cool. Not Oh, and Tungsten Tailor. So we have a lot of ways to deal with ice on 2 Ghost Tongues is not super uncommon. This card's still really good. We have the 2 Finality, which is slightly more than you'd expect. 1 Chistushka. Mind you, Essa was what Witches also played, if I'm not mistaken, and it was on, I think, 2 Chistushka. I'm not sure many Finality, but relatively reg Essa, 52 cards. Again, when you see an Anarch card in this meta or an Anarch deck in this meta, you have no idea how many cards it can or shouldn't be. Everyone's coming up with their own numbers, and it doesn't seem to matter. A shout out to Augustus, who last weekend was playing like a 70 card Lou deck and doing really, really well. So yeah, everyone's doing weird stuff. But yeah, it's Reg Anarch. Well, Reg Essa Anarch. This is the Epiphany list that came in second. So looks very much like the decks of the week. Yeah, it's the deck list of the week, isn't it? If there's any differences, they're minor. But like Moonpool, 2 Wage Workers, Powers, 1 Business, Vlad Grid. We got to see a lot more Vlad Grid Epiphany this weekend, which was pretty cool to see because it actually has some really interesting play patterns that I was very, very happy to see in action. Yeah, this is cool. But yeah, this is kind of what you'd expect. DeLindsay's, this is the second Mags list. So we're on 2 Burner, we're on 2 Deep Dive. Our console is Lilypad. Looks like good stuff. We're on the Basilar. So we've seen a list like this recently. I don't know if Whiteblade published her list, but yeah, sort of like Mags. Basilar is actually sneaking back into decks. There's a couple Maggie lists we saw recently that had Basilar in it. 50 card deck too. As it continues to be the coolest Anarch, I'm not the biggest Essa fan, but Essa does like give you a lot of pressure and draws cards, which is like kind of everything that you want in Anarch, right? And plus 1 card Anarch deck, it's 1 card larger than the last time you asked. Just keep asking. Wait, did publish your list? Yeah, I think it was hers. Yeah, I went back and reread the Spike-based article on deck size. It's a good read. Man, Spike-based is so good. I need to reread a lot of Spike-based. I don't feel like I've seen a lot of Tuno play this year, which is a bummer because Tuno is just like the most fun to watch play and see its decks. Vic, cool. This is Quesadilla's list, right? This is I think very close to Quesadilla's list. I'm pretty sure Quesadilla. Who am I crediting the right person? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's weird technology. But the list that had 2 Compromat and the really good write-up, I want to say it was Quesadilla's list. But yeah, this is a cool list. It's not my list. Wait, then whose was it? It was another player from the, was it Night Ride? It was Night Ride. It was another West Coast player. We'll find it. Vic. That doesn't work. I forget that doesn't work. Yeah, it was Night Rides. Yeah, that makes sense. Cards used, Aquaceras crew. What's Vic's real name? Virtual Intelligence? Yeah, Night Rides list. Yeah, this is a cool list I want to play. We might play it today. But this list looks really, really neat. So it seems very similar to that based off of that. I don't know if it's card for card. It's hard to check, but it does look like from a distance. Reg Phoenix. We saw a Phoenix list do well in the West Coast, but I do think Matrixco was playing it. I don't think Matrixco had anything good to say about it. This just looks like Reg Anarch. You got 1 Airblade, so you can tank some damage, which is nice. You have the Game Dragon and the Tungsten Tailor. I don't think I've seen a deck with both of these, but so far we've seen a couple decks in the Chinese meta that play both of them, which is interesting. We have the 220, the Taka, kind of what you expect, and a single compilation. You have 17 influence, and so far the influence spends are like, small things, but they do add up for sure. Night Ride is SoCal. Excuse me. My California is not very well. Good geography, bad. Oh yeah, Firefox just added split screen pretty recently, I think. Seems like they're slowly adding a bunch of the cool features from Zen browsers. Yeah, I had no idea what the button did. I clicked on an accident. I mean, that's useful for sure. All right, and then this was the 8th place finisher. We did 3-2. It's a gear check Thunderbolt, 49 cards, a lot of one-ofs. So only 1 code gate in the whole list, but I mean, they sometimes have the word AP or Destroyer on it. A Singleton Gank to be scared of an open deck list. Escape Net. Our money is Regolith Mining License, Humanoids. We have a Singleton Auto campaign, only on 2 Stegodon. Lightning Laboratories in this deck, and we're on 21 agenda points. There's so many things about this that are like pretty unorthodox. You generally don't want to play 21 agenda points, but sometimes you're kind of forced in that direction. Weird. This is the sort of thing where like Reverb is just a good Stegodon card, even if you don't have any other harmonics, and we don't see any other harmonics. But yeah, I can't make heads or tails of this exactly. It just seems like we're on a score behind with Managarm and hope that people are scared of our ice, which could get there. Is it mean that whenever I see a Thunderbolt list, I automatically scan to see how many Regulus it's on? Yeah, no, that's really important. It is really important to look where the money comes from, because it's one of the big things you need to score with. Like, Thunderbolt has a lot of issues. One of the issues is it's not an economic ability, so that's not great. It's not a tempo ability, so that's not great. And then, of course, how do you win? And usually it is like, my ice is good, but like that's not good enough if you're playing against like Chisel, Devil Charm, and all this sort of stuff. So we do have Stavka Afrun. As much as Afrun, like, you have to line it up manually and they can jump out. Yeah, Lightning Laboratory actually technically does work with Staffgaff Ruin, right? Kind of. You need to line it up. But yeah, Load-Bearing Regolith, the Undying Crutch of all Corp decks. Like, this is a deck that would probably play Off-World Office if it could, but mainly Lightning Laboratory is necessary. Yeah, if the Regolith doesn't get emptied, this deck probably doesn't have enough money, but we'll see. 2 RLCs is really interesting too. Not sure what that exactly is, but shout out to Yusei who played this. That's cool. I think there's a couple players that played at Wuhan and also played on the online event. I think Jai was shouting them out. Yeah, cool. Neat. I might keep this open. All right, so sorry we're talking about meta stuff too much. I just did want to check. These are the stats from the Summer Showdown, which you can watch. After this, I promise we'll play Netrunner. There'll be timestamps in the description. But these were the identities on the breakdown. So Lou was not the most played, but we had 20% of the field, 1 in 5 players on Lou. And then we had Moosely Hot here, 22%, so slightly bigger than that. From that point forward, Arasana and Essa were kind of the third most on the runner side. This is, again, only the event. And right now we had a much higher corporation win rate. We'll see what the number is. The corporation win rate. Can we just see a full corp win rate? I guess we have to do the math. Calculator 382. Oh, it's so hard to use. I know you can't see calculator, but imagine the numbers. So 862, 480, 5 to 862. So the corporation had a 56% win rate, which is lower than what it was before the last ban list. So, I mean, that's kind of nice, but it does seem to be, of course, corp favored if I did this correctly. Now, if we look at the distribution, I think Moosely Hot did not do well. The most popular identity had a terrible conversion rate. That's this number. So basically how likely if you're bringing this ID based on the field to make the top cut, pretty bad. In terms of runners that actually had a positive win rate, funny enough, Seb still classically being one of the most winning runners. And then every other runner has a bad win rate seemingly, besides like the 2 players that play Topon, because one of them made top cut and had a pretty good win rate. Actually, not even that good of a win rate, just a good conversion rate. Topon also had a 46% win rate, which the runner win rate should be about 45. So it doesn't look like there's anything that's doing great. Maybe the one day we player had a good day, but like the numbers here look kind of all over the place. Yeah, conversion rate. That's the number where like Lat converted really well. Topon converted amazingly. 50% of the Topon players made the top cut, and then everything else is kind of a mess. For Corp, Ayuko and Melies, I do think this was an event where there was more Ayuko players. Oh, same amount of Ayuko as Melies players. For the last little while, Ayuko had better win rate numbers than Melies by a mile, but people weren't playing it. I'm not sure why. I do think that like being new decks is the thing that you want to play, the new IDs. But yeah, Melies was just classically doing really well. There's some argument that the change to the ban list, maybe because there's less Seb, so there's less all this sort of like Anarch, you know, horizontal tech stuff. Maybe Ayuko gets better. I'm not really good at calling that part of the meta. People should know the matchup a bit better than I can maybe comment on that. But people shifted over the Ayuko, and I'm pretty sure it worked really quite well. PD was the third most. NBN, not a lot of representation, but I think converted really well. And then I think Wayland didn't do amazingly. And it's wild to see Op at like one of these small wedges where there was 3 players on Op. I think 2 of them did hit the top. I'm not sure about Battle Fennec. Maybe they did as well. But I know Lucy and Meteor. Lucy made the cut. Meteor was close enough to the cut. So actually didn't do awfully as much as Extract was a big loss. Now, these numbers are meant to be higher, and you can see them. Ayuko, one of the most winning decks and one of the most represented decks, 65% win rate, and is still a pretty good conversion. Like, Ayuko was the big thing at this tournament. We'll talk about the PD as well. Now, PD's win rate is probably deflated because PD is played by a lot of players, so the average win rate kind of brings it down to some extent, but PD did well, and Melias actually did well as well. Like, same win rate for sure, as much as the conversion there wasn't as good. There was way more Ayukos than Melias in the top cut. Things that are also notable, not too much. Again, this is from left to right for how many people played it, so the numbers on the left are a fair bit more relevant. But yeah, just about every corporation is doing well except Wayland. Besides, like, the 3 op players who are not doing that bad at all have actually a pretty good win rate, and I think it's one as the op combo deck. I'm not sure what Fennec was playing. Every other Wayland deck didn't do fantastically. Nuvum did okay. And NBN is fine. Like, NBN is doing fine. Technically below the average win rate. No, actually about the average win rate, but NBN is just doing okay, surprisingly. So sad that Melius and Ayuko are both eating up the Jinteki pie. I wish the other forms of Jinteki were playable like Atea. I think Atea has been one of the worst win rates over the last like 3 to 4 months. On every chart, Atea has kind of been at the bottom. Maybe 1 week that wasn't the case. And it's just like not a lot of people are playing it. And then Atea is inherently like super inconsistent, if you ask me. Like, there's things it can do, but it's like so draw order dependent. I don't want to say that to like, you know, shit on anyone who's doing some cool Atea exploration. But yeah, Atea just hasn't been there. I think PT and Tian is also like it's a traps deck seemingly at this point. But like, yeah, Jinteki is cracked. Like every single Jinteki ID besides PT and TN has come out has been like a menace, and I don't think it's going to change for a bit. What are you doing with Ob these days? Lucy published her list. It is a mad combo deck, yeah. Cool, you can see some numbers here. I don't know which of these numbers matter. Sometimes I don't read them super well, but this is the matchup spread. So this is the win rate of this versus that, I think. So Muslihat is losing more often than not to Ayuko. If I'm reading this correctly, I'm pretty bad at reading this. In fact, Muslihat has a losing matchup to everything besides an even matchup against PD, which against HB, that's been okay. A winning matchup in Tizwiki is the numbers are very small. And then the numbers from that point forward don't really matter. If you look at Lou, like Lou has a reasonable matchup against Ayuko, but a terrible matchup against Melies, which I don't know if that's meant to be the case, but 12 to 24, like we're losing more than like 2/3 of our games. And then the PD matchup isn't even good. Wait, what? Is this backwards? Is Lou losing more against PD than we think Lou should be? That's wild. But like the Ayuko matchup is the best you can ask from the whole table. Like that's the best numbers. Wild. Really, really wild. Very cool. Andre, you should open up RWR and NRNDB and look at the Jinteki cards from that pack. I was so shocked when I saw what was in the pack. RWR. What's RWR even stand for at this point? Decklist set, Rebellion without rehearsal, Jinteki cards, sort by view as full cards, images only. Holy shit, you're right. These are the 8 cards in Rebellion without rehearsal, and they're all, besides one, really important cards in the meta. They literally did not miss, besides bringing them home, which at some day will be a problem. Yeah, that's wild. I don't know if we've seen such a focused set of cards like this. Like probably Wayland's not that far off, but like see how they run. Amazing. Sisyphus, horrible, amazing. Charlotte, amazing. Cohort, one of the best cards in the whole game. Botu, really good. Cloud Eater, annoyingly good. Tributary Band, Bring Them Home is a card you can play. This is why we're in that state. Was it any difference between, what was the one before Rebellion without rehearsal called? TAI. This is a bit more uneven, that's for sure. But like Fuji, front company seeing competitive play. Fuji's busted, Teeny's busted, Tattoo Bull is mega busted, Mindscaping's busted. Yeah, so it's nowhere near the same amount. But yeah, you're right. Daniel, how's it going? Have you played Gudnak by any chance? Is it good? I haven't played Gudnak because it's distributed exclusively by Team Covenant, which means it's like financially impossible to get in Canada. It costs like $700,000 to ship it here. It's a shame. It looks fun. Read. Oh yeah, that's wild. That's really, really wild. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that different even for like Vantage Point, right? Oh, not Vantage Point. Sorry. What was the one that came before Vantage Point? I'm very bad at names. It worries me. I think I'm losing my memory. Then I get really scared. The Liberation. Elevation. Set 34 or something. Like, it's weird. If there's 2 factions that you could say NSG has the bias towards, it's Anarch for sure, and then it might just be Jinteki at this point. They struggle to print, or they like seemingly don't want to print good Reg HB stuff because it takes over the game, and I hear that. Wayland is not bad. NBN is, has structural problems, but like it feels like Jinteki and Anarch for sure. Hey, Ba. Some hot unbuilt Atea sauce that plays Lotus Haze and a Bladed Barrier, which potentially has some really fun Atea kickflips. You don't install with Lotus Haze. How's it going, by the way, Bot, right? Because Lotus Haze just swaps on the table. I can bring you Gunneck or Worlds if you really want to copy. It's not my thing, but my LFG sells it. Oh, interesting. Let me look into it a bit more because I haven't checked it for a bit, but I do appreciate that. There's a bunch of stuff in Canada that's just hard to get, unfortunately. Like Doomtown is hard to get. Gunneck you can't really get here. Those like nice boxes that Team Covenant sells, they're very expensive, but yeah, those as well. They just like shipping to Canada makes no sense. And then de minimis doesn't exist anymore, so you have to pay taxes or tariffs on everything. It's annoying. It just means that you can't do a lot of stuff. Anyways, cool. A lot of people are publishing the list for sure. That's for sure. Anarch hasn't got anything near as good as companion package from Ashes. No, in fact, Anarch cards have been really bad for a while. I would say Anarch cards consistently have been pretty low power level, and they've just kind of been coasting on the fact that we've had some really strong cards that are gonna be around forever. Anarch has only got like one good card in the past 2 sets. Yes, for sure. But like, I do think out of any faction, classically, and this is maybe older NSG has loved making Anarch cards. I think there was a Jinteki Dark Age after Obo left, and then they tried hard to bring Jinteki back to life. Yeah. Ash's Jinteki was really, really rubbish. You can use Lotus Haze to move Mitra into the server they are running to force an install. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, actually, it's really nice. You install an upgrade with the Bladiv, an agenda with Atea, then move the upgrade Void to the scoring server they just ran with Lotus. Oh, I could see that why that would be cool. I can't see why that would be better than Melias, but I can see why that's really, really cool. Stick and poke disrespect. Hey, actually, that's worth saying. We should just do a little sanity check here. Does every single top placing Phoenix deck play stick and poke? You'd assume it's the case, but we've seen two. Like Matrixgo played it at the Megacity, made the top cut. Yusei made a top cut. Are they all playing stick and poke? No. Two. Oh no. Oh no. Yusei's version is not even playing stick and poke. That's so funny. That's so funny. I believe Team Government doesn't sell Gudnak anymore. Gudnak is now sold on a different website. Oh, okay. I'll see if I can find it at a local store or something. But it's the sort of game I like. I have a lot of games like Gudnak. That's the issue. And my partner doesn't love them so much. So it's the sort of game I play against Pat more than I play against my partner, which that doesn't happen anywhere as often. Shaper's also a bit weird in SG land. Feels like there's a lot of experiments, which sometimes land and sometimes don't. Arsana may be the big success IMO. Yeah, Arsana is definitely a big success. But like Daewee and Maggie are kind of mid-range Shaper, which like that'll always be fine. I feel like Shaper are very much limited the same way Anarch is, where there's just like 1.5 econ engines. That's gonna be a problem. Yeah. On average, they're all playing one stick and poke. Notably, that Matrixgo is on stick and poke and 47 cards. We know what those extra slots are. And Matrixgo, I don't think had anything good to say about playing Phoenix on the day. So that's a shame. But again, Phoenix can, I don't think it's this, but Phoenix can get 1 card or 2 cards to make Phoenix more interesting. It was funny to listen to the casters on the weekend because I don't know if the casters had seen the Ayuko versus Phoenix matchup, because it was one of the matchups that I first played a lot of Phoenix in, because when Phoenix came out, obviously like Ayuko was like very, very popular. The matchup is like kind of cursed, not unwinnable. And sometimes actually it's cursed in the weird way that you didn't think it would be. But like the idea with Phoenix is you want to face check into stuff, right? Because when you face check to stuff, subroutines fire. And if a subroutine refires, you gain a credit and they have to trash a card from HQ. The problem with Ayuko is that fires your ability 17 different ways. Wait, why did that happen? Right? Because when you face check into their ice and the subroutines fire, they're usually net damage subroutines. So they get a counter. And then when they discard a card from hand through Phoenix, that's a card discarded from hand. So they get a counter. So you're actually trying to flood them. Like you try to mill them by giving them too many counters, and you just kind of keep up with the board and like face check through everything. But they functionally will have unlimited counters because your techs cannot fire without giving a Yuko a counter, which that's not good. But at the end of the day, if you can just play control, eventually they'll like flood up, I guess. I don't know. You mean Daewee is sick as... No, I do. Laura, you know I mean that. You know I mean that for sure. I just can't say those words. Okay, let's do some news really quickly, and then we'll get into playing some games. I do want to shout this out because this was just dropped this morning, and it's pretty damn cool. So 2026 Continentals location and pricing have been announced. Continentals are the tier underneath the World. So these are the biggest things. If you win a Megacity, you can get a buy to a Continentals. You win a Continentals, you get a buy at Worlds. That stuff is really, really important. In-person Continentals. This year, we will once again be running both in-person and online Continental Championships for the APAC, Americas, and EMEA regions. We are still finalizing online event dates, but intend to avoid conflicts with any in-person Continental dates if able. So there are 3 Continentals. Firstly, in July 31st to August 2nd weekend will be America's Continentals at Cascadia. I believe Man in the Moon is running that, if I'm not mistaken. That probably is at the Mox Boarding House, if that's the name of the place. The place Cascadia is always at, which is sick. Cascadia has been a long-running event. Yeah, at the Mox Boarding House. These are fantastic. Everyone who's gone to one of these has a great time. And the prize support, you have to be careful how much prize support you give out now in 2026, which is a bit of a bummer, but there's gonna be some cool stuff there. August 21st to 23rd is in Nottingham in the UK, and on September 11th to 13th, APAC Continentals in Melbourne. Said it right? Which is awesome. And we'll see what the onlines are. This year, I won't be able to travel out to Seattle, which is a bummer. So the thing I can do is participate either online or casting for online ones, but they usually have online versions. They will have online versions for each one of these, which is great. But if you can go to one of these, do. if you're say you're in the UK or you're in Australia and you're thinking like maybe Montreal's a bit too far, which I highly recommend to come to Montreal, it'd be sick. But like go to one of these because these have the same sort of vibe and energy and player count similar to Worlds. We ran the America Continentals here in Montreal last year alongside a bunch of other nice friends and tournament organizers and like so many volunteers. And we had about 100 people come out and it was sick. It was really, really fun. So like get involved in organized play is like contagious, and there's a chance you could go to this and be like, wait, no, I need to go to Worlds, as much as tickets might not be available at that point, but hopefully they are. Buy your tickets. Early bird ends at the end of June. Prize support. I do think we might have had a leak that Lethe was showing up as a playmat, but damn, not only this is a playmat with Lethe on it, it's a foil playmat from my understanding. So shout out to Chistina Khalida that did, I think, 2 or 3 arts from the set, including the Nihilo agent. But Lethe's sick. So I do want to read this. Why are the playmats more exclusive? So normally there's 16 playmats, but now there's only for the top 8. Over the past few months, we've been working on making foiled playmats. I don't think I've ever seen a foiled playmat in my life feasible for Continentals. And we're excited to announce that this year's Lethe playmat for the top 8 place competitors will be gold foiled. That's wild. See below for some samples of the Lethe directly from our manufacturer. So I don't know if the photo showed off that well. Yeah, not really, at least in this resolution. But this actually has a shine to it. Like you see the light reflecting there, which I don't know if that impacts how well it rolls in a tube. My guess is it doesn't, but that's kind of incredible. World Champ one last year was foiled? Really? I don't think I remember that either. I mean, that's a good playmat too. It's also really clean. Like it's not super busy, which I appreciate for a playmat. It's nice that you can put your R&D just in the wet bucket and then you can have everything else over here, which is good. But great playmat, great piece of art. And the foiling is going to be really cool to see. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to have the full arts from this. I was told that there's some jokes in some of these arts that are only going to be a bit more apparent when the finer zoom in. About damn time I get a class act full art. I don't know who these people are, but this is a class act from Benjamin Giletti, and class act is a card that definitely wanted an alt art by now just because it's such a ubiquitous card. There's a editorial division card. We'll talk about that. And then a Fat John Batista, which I think on a golden horse. I think this you see in the image kind of has the Napoleon hat. I do think there's that famous image of Napoleon being sketched on top of a horse. I don't know if we can tell who this artist is, but I do think we have this sort of like whatever that fancy old hat is. This is also really quite fun, and FUD is a great card to get an alt art. It's baffling Americas are in the US. Wait, what? Sad stuck. How's it going? Central's in the bucket to show you're flooded. Yeah. If you're flooded, you put your hand down. You put your HQ down in here, and you say, "I'm doing good." Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. So, okay, so top 8 is a Lethe playmat. That's going to be hard to get. Top 16 is enameled editorial division identity card. We'll see more about that below. This card has a good art to translate into like a minimal art because it is a striking like image, as much as editorial is not, you know, a banger card. Top half is FUT, so that's something to shoot for by Dimmick, and participation is class act alt art. I'm assuming you get a full play set. You usually do. That's really good. Sometimes I don't like the prize choices as much as other tournaments, but these are all cards that I would be excited to get, and the arts are great too as well. These are really good. The painter's defo a FUT clone? Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. I think it is a clone painting the clone of the original of the clone. And you see he's actually holding the hat there in his hand. Again, we'll eventually have these in fuller art, I think. This is the back of it actually has some different text on it. So the back of this ID says top 16 2026 Continental Champion. It has an editorial division. This looks like it's embossed to some extent. So it looks like it has some sort of depth to it, and it's in gold, which is kind of cool. And we'll have more details and dates for the Continental Championship to share soon. We'll also have more details about future casual prizing in the near future, so stay tuned. That's cool. I do think also they are redistributing IDs. So each Continental Championship kit includes a number of reissued Borealis Psycho Runner avatar identities. I'm assuming these ones will have the pronouns on them now because now the frames are slightly different with updated card frames. Yeah, there you go. These are available for distribution at the TO's discretion. That's sick. I stepped away for a bit. Did I miss the new section chat? Just about. You're here for it. These are awesome. So if you can go to Continentals, I can recommend it so much. They're always great. It takes an absolute village to make these events run. I know that firsthand. And this is really good prize support. It's interesting to see if this is like, you know, a sustainable thing to do for prize support, whether we're going to see more foiled playmats, and maybe foiled playmats will only be for like Continentals and Worlds and bigger stuff like that. But that's awesome. And these are great pieces of art for sure. So this looks great. It looks like a really good kit. I think I'll try and get involved in an online version because I don't know if we're gonna be able to travel this year for this stuff like that. Shout out to Swide. Swide's great. Sick. I think that's mostly it, right? I think that's mostly it. I'm gonna take a drink of water. They probably justified having cons in the US because Worlds is in Canada. I don't think they do that next year. Oh no, for sure. I don't know if that was a conversation I missed in chat, but I think it's very important this year. Like, I think NSG is in an awkward spot where having a big event like Worlds in the United States with the current climate is like probably a non-starter. So Canada was the other obvious option. But I do think it makes sense to have something that is in stateside for Americans who can't or don't want to leave. So that there's something for you. So I think it's really, really good. Like, it would be bizarre if every big event in North America was in Canada this year. So I think this is like, you know, it's not the way that anybody would really want it, that's for sure. But this is going to be a banger event regardless. So it's nice that there's something accessible for folks in the States. Yeah, I have no doubt it's that way. I think it's a hard thing to sort out this year for sure. You can now play Elevation on NRO, and I'm running a tournament. Oh yeah, Lucy, I needed to shout that out. Excuse me. So Lucy's been running NRO, which we haven't shown on stream at some point. We definitely should, but NRO now has Elevation on it. And Lucy's running this like really funny structured tournament where if you find a problem, if you can basically break NRO with basically, if your game bricks, you're meant to go on and play that game on Jinteki.net. And there is basically bounties for doing well. And I don't know if there's bounties for bricking things. Participants will receive a virtual copy of the load-bearing regolith, which is a really fun alt art from Beef Pie Art that shows the sort of like exactly Atlas holding the regolith above. By Beef Pie Art, activated on the NRO account when alt art support is added in the front end, which is great. When is this? This is in not this weekend, but the next weekend. But that's a really cool to get into test out NRO. Or to help test the software, we're going to run a series of events under the name NRO Test. This is really cool. Yeah, this regolith art is great. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with this artist, but I like that a heck of a lot. So got some time zones and it explains how it works, which is really quite fun. I like the colors on this too. 2027 Mexico City cons. I mean, it's technically possible. I'll see you. We'll all go to, I don't know, some Caribbean island or something. If you break the rules engine, both players get a free win. Yeah. Do you have to not play the game on JNet? I thought I read that. I was confused. Yeah. Yeah, if both players are awarded 3 points if you manage to break. So like you can actually just build a deck that has a weird interaction. You're both awarded 3 points of players with a deck containing the cards with an identified bug will play the remainder of their games on JNet. So you can get 1 free win before you brick NRO. So use that tactically. Should actually play on NRO and sign up for the tournament. It seems like a fun way to do it. And a lot of people will be on the same footing of like learning NRO for the first time. So that's good. That's in 2 weekends. You want to check that out. I told Lucy that I would shout that out and I totally forgot. So thanks, Lucy, for reminding me. I'm so sorry. It's been a week, that's for sure. Okay, I think we're going to play some Netrunner now because we've been talking for 2 hours. We're going to be streaming here generally on Tuesdays, probably for about 5.5 hours, 5 hours, something like that. So we're going to try and do this like a work day and take ourselves super seriously. We have some other content we're working on. We're also be streaming on other channels. We do Arkham and we do Marvel Champions. So if you know, all the links are in the description. Question is, what do we want to play today? I think we're kind of incentivized to play some of the newer lists. I don't know if people are going to be trying to do PD combo. Maybe they are. I'm going to be really, really boring. And I just want to play davz's list because I don't think I've played a list like this in a long time, which is just like very, very straightforward, you know, good stuff Anarch. We're on 43 cards, which is a surprising amount of restraint for Anarch in the modern meta. We have Hermes, which is a really good card to play. We have a bit of Ice Destruction. We have the Air Blades, which I actually we saw that being used really well. Excuse me, single tungsten tailoring, which can be really important in certain matchups. We have the Sure Gamble Steel Skin. We have no Strike Fund because we have no Trash Forward because these engines have moved off of Gourmands and they've also moved off of Audrey's. I think a big part of that is because we no longer have the Ashen, so we can't really afford to fuel the Gourmand or the Audrey kind of infinitely. Our Breaker Suite, we might be able to get the breakers in the order we need them. We do, of course, have Gachapons to dive a bit deeper, but I think this is probably a pretty good way to go to. Yay, Paladin Poema? Oh, for sure. But this deck will run every single companion. Fencer, Paladin, Taka. Like, who are we missing? A Mystic. We don't have a Mystic because we only have 11 events, so that's fine. Let's just give this a shot. Apologies if this is anticlimactic, but I do think this is just like, at this point in time in 2026, this is probably one of the starting decks I think you should learn because this is straightforward good Anarch. I also think it won't have the worst matchup as much as the numbers on the tables we looked at kind of insinuate something different, but might not have the worst matchup against the deck list of the week and against PD in general. Also, davz is just a fantastic player. Like, it's an absolute treat to watch davz. Very good player, very well spoken. Thank you for the shout out. But of course, how's everyone's Tuesday? If you are watching this on a second monitor or listening to this on a second monitor while you work, let me know. So then I'll do my best to make sure that this is only an audio only format. We had a good time with the Hiram deck last week, actually. Genuinely a good, like a reasonable thing to do. Runner. It's Frank. I don't know who Frank is. Earth Station. Okay. So I'm assuming something bigger and slower. Oh, we have an Eru in this list. That's nice. Hey, hey. Best of luck. Have fun. They mulled, which is nice for us. So we opened up with an Eru, which is useless, a Simul Chip, which is useless, Air Blades, which is useless. Pinhole is actually pretty good in the matchup because they often want to stick like, well, we have to take down some of them bigger flagships. We also sometimes want to just take an Antil down in the remote server, but we're going to mulligan this for sure. It's like the same hand. The heck? Okay. Watching you on screen instead of working, that's it. Yeah, 100% attention is the attention you need. I'm trying to watch you on another screen at work. I mean, that's fine, right? All right, so Earth Station. So it didn't flip, but running HQ does cost us a click, or sorry, a credit, which is a bit expensive. We're assuming this is going to be a flagship, which will flip on the turn they flip HQ. So generally the math actually doesn't make sense. It usually is cheaper for us to just run the remote server for 6 credits once this flips, as opposed to run HQ twice and trash this for 4 credits. Like it solves the problem, but we're just trying to run the remote server as little times as possible. Now we could run R&D and trash something, but generally we want to find a sure gamble and setup here. Like actually this hand's kind of ugly. It's nice that we can discard one of these breakers and simul chip it back. There's a chance that this is a slow game that we're gonna have to simul chip back our fermenters and stuff like that. But this does seem like actually a pretty ugly hand in general, because a lot of these cards we can't install. That's really good actually. So we do sure gamble and we could like run for single, but if Lou trashes a card, we draw, which we don't want. We can install the buzzsaw, but then we have to worry about face checking into Winchester and anything that trashes programs, which Wayland has some of those, but they're not super common. Eero, we can't recur. So I think we just install the simul chip and pass, but I do not like this hand at all. Thinking of the good old Tuesday workday routines. All right, single advance, double advance. It's going to be now green mail. So we didn't get our Hermes down, and now we have to worry about face checking into a BOAC, which at least on this board state, we can face check into a BOAC, but hopefully we draw something okay here. 2 pinholes, not great. I mean, this is so boring. What the heck is this? No Gachapons, no card draw. I think we have 1 Dr. Nuka, maybe? 1 Dr. Nuka, 1 Daily Cast. Those are all cards we'd rather play here. I'm not sure if we're meant to be discarding these things. I think we can just install an Echelon. The problem is if we run into a big old BOAC at this point, it's like very, very expensive. A Hermes also would have been a really good draw there, because then scoring the green mail is like very, very difficult. I guess we just put them to twinning even if we don't charge it, but now the BOAC has text. Yeah, I think we do set up the Doom Rig. The problem is like we're setting up really slow. Take a Madman style to our lunch. Better pour myself 3 martinis. We're going to need a whole box of cigarettes. All right, Frank's money isn't there, so we can face check a bit. Easy trash flagship. I don't know if we want to. It costs us 5 credits because running HQ costs. This might be an Afshar or Winchester, which costs, and then it's 4 more credits of trash. Like we have no reason to pinhole now. It's better to pinhole archives to see what's in their remote server, and it's an agenda. You just run it. I mean, fine. But like, we're not doing anything. We need a fermenter. Like a fermenter is very good for us. So they're going to have 2 more credits next turn. Yeah, I'm in no rush to trash the flagship. Like we only trash it if and when they res it, if at all. But like, I'm not going to use the pinhole on that. Okay, they're on big money. They're probably playing measured. Okay, this means we can open up HQ, which is good, but we only want to do that on a certain turn. We could also just pre-install this, but they can trash the ice. But with a simul chip, like pre-installing these is not that bad. I do think we might Doom Rig up. Like we can install the Echelon, click for 2 credits. We could discard some cards here, which I don't really want to do either, but we need a companion, we need a daily cast, and we need so many cards besides what we have here. I don't know if we're meant to just like rip through this and discard 2 cards. Chisel's really good at instant speed because we can now trash a BOAC. So getting this on the table so we can trash it seems good. But we have no money. And I think this is going to make us really, really quite poor. No idea what we're meant to do here. And davz on the Netrunner FR stream. We played this deck, it was pretty cool. Oh, very cool. I need to listen to that more, just even to practice my French. Man, imagine if you were Topon now. Yeah, imagine. Be kind of okay, actually. Like this is the sort of matchup where Topon looks a lot better than against the Ayuko, right? Where you actually have the time to get 2 credits a turn. I could see us wanting to use our simul chip for the chisels, so I think we just like install the buzzsaw. No matter what, we have to discard a card here. Ugly. Okay. We'll keep ice there. I think I'll install Eru, but then it shows the Eru. I think we just install this and go down to 1 credit. I hate this. This is making me not happy. Yeah, this sucks. We're not gonna be able to do anything for a couple turns unless we top deck or fermenter. Like we can't even play the Steel Skin Scarink. They're in 17. We steal a 3-pointer. They won't be unmeasured. They're drawing. They know we can destroy the HQ ice. It costs us a credit to make the run. If we don't have to. Their hand, they've drawn through. Yeah, this is why the Chisel here is not particularly good. I'm getting a lot of lag. Like you see, I click this. It takes a bit. Too busy at work yesterday, so I had it in the background, but I wasn't able to practice my friendship posting a chat. Okay, Earth Station flips. So it costs us 6 credits to check the server, which is not great that we went down to this few credits. This could be an Eminent. It could be just like an Antil or something like that. And we did a really bad ordering here. Is there not reason to trash the chiseled ice? It's technically a piece of ice. Like they could matter. And if we have to pop our simul chip, the chisel won't be here, but they don't really need to save their credits. So I could see it making sense. It also like can force out a devil charm, which that is a limited resource. So yeah, I don't think they need to on 21 credits. If they're on 2, probably, but then why install another ice? So if we pinhole this, we could see what this is, but now running the remote server costs us 6 credits. So we haven't fired our ability. Not much we can do here. At least now we don't totally lose the game to an above the law. It denies a simul chip for sure, but we should have other ways to fire the simul chip. Okay, load-bearing regolith, they have more money. That's fine. Okay, now we can steal skin because we have the money to play cards. Fencer Fueno is a bit ambitious, but we have a twinning. So we can, in theory, use a pinhole at some point. We definitely want a paladin here, but I think we just continue to set up. Next turn, we'll have 6 credits if we want to charge if they put something in the remote server. This Fencer might not be worth the install, but it's the only way we can fire the twinning, which is important. Okay, second ice. Again, we have to play around Event Horizon. We should probably run HQ sooner than later. Running HQ is we run into this ice, and then we can destroy 2 ice. We could open HQ here. If we install this chisel, we could run. We'll be on 6 credits. Whatever the first ice is, we can maybe bounce. If it is a big sentry, we devil charm it, and then we just hope that this one we can get through. Like if it's an Afshar, it's fine. We probably should run HQ sooner because they're going to put in the remote server next turn. And they have enough ice money to res everything. So like we're kind of pressured to do something. The only way we can charge twinning is trashing this Fencer Fueno, but it's going to be kind of expensive. I think we can push it because then they can do install advance, right? I'm going to go for it. I think HQ is hard, right? Because it's probably nuke flagship the turn we try and get in. Yeah, and it forces them to flip again, which is good. So we don't want a Winchester. We want something big here or something small. But something mid is annoying. Event Horizon. Oh, that's free. That's the best case scenario. So they just trashed it. Same as us trashing it, I guess. So now their HQ should be open this turn. And they have to pay 3 more credits for this. That's a really good position to, for us, Event Horizon. Okay, cool. All right, we're in. So we flip them back. They don't have an HQ. We're going to steal points here, and we got to keep the Devil Charm. That's the best case scenario. We could simul chip this turn, but with the Fermenter, I don't think we really have to. So card from hand will go first. It's an end of line. Oh, that's scary. So are they on Oppo or are they on Public Trail? And then this will be a ganked. Sick. That's scary. They probably have mean ice, but at least here we're going to trash this for like 1 credit and we'll fire Loot and we'll get a twinning counter. Ooh, that was not what we thought that would be at all. But obviously they're playing ganked into like Big Snake. So we want to keep this Devil Charm in the simul chip access. Because if we just trash their ice. Okay. So we have a couple options here. Like if we steal points, we can get a Hermes. So the question is, they've drawn through 16. We can see 3 of the cards in hand. If there's an agenda there, we can just get the bounce. If we want to simul chip here, we can, but there's no big reason to do it. But we're going to be here on 9 credits. So either we need a bounce from HQ or we need to run R&D. Now they know we can run HQ here. It costs us 1 credit. We can also run the remote server, but the only thing we can break is a sentry. We in theory could trash some ice, but this does look like an agenda and it probably is going to shoot our program, which like that's fine. So the question is, do they have agendas in hand? They're saying that they've only drawn 2 agendas without drawing in the top 16. That's not super likely. They could be on only 5-3s, which is 15. No, they could be on 6 5-3s and 2 green mails, right? So they could be on 8 agendas and 49. So that's like 1 in 5.5. But at this point, they're drawn through 16. So it's like, we know one card in hand, but we could see 2 more. So there's no way to see more cards here. But we can draw, run HQ, sweep 3. And if we get the Hermes bounce, we get the Hermes bounce. We could run this, but we're probably going to need a Rising Tide for whatever this is. Because we've used both our chisels and there's only one simul chip. We could also run HQ, then run R&D, and then maybe we get a bounce off of that. But I think there's no reason we can't draw first. Okay. I guess we just see 2 cards here. There's no way to get a trashable. Hey, Brightside, sorry about the redundancy, Andre, but happy to be able to cast streams in the UK time zone again. Hey, yeah, glad I can line up better. Thank you for the kind words. It's likely they have something in hand, though. We can't charge this twinning at all. It costs us a credit. We'll see too. Retribution, end of line. Okay, so this could give us a tag. I guess we run R&D and get the bounce. The worst case scenario, if it's something that we have to break, we have to like trash our Fermenter to Devil Charm a Chisel. So we could pop the Fermenter for 6. Yeah, we could pop the Fermenter for 6. If they score this somehow with a Seamless, they could go to Measured, but we have enough cards in hand, let alone credits. But we could see 1 on top of R&D. We know their hand is End of Line Retribution. There could be 2 end of lines. In theory, this could be Orbital Superiority into double end of line if they have a Seamless, which is not likely, or a Slash, which we lose to that. The problem is if they score this 5-3, we can open up R&D, which maybe that works, but we need to steal some of the Fencer 1-0. So I don't think we do anything here. I think we just install Buzzsaw and go. Like, getting a single off of R&D is not very likely. Let's see. Cannot be double end of line. It needs to remove a tag. Oh, in terms of what's in their hand. But yeah, you're right. They can't double end of line off of this. So this is going to be a SDS. Not a surprise. We can bounce something. So I guess we always bounce this. We can simul chip now, but we have no big reason because we can use the Fermenter. With their issues, we have no way to charge the twinning with any sort of consistency. And now we have to play around Measured, but we've seen no Measureds. They're clearly on some sort of tag punishment. Okay. So we need to draw once. Iru now also works, which is nice, but tags seem scary. They could be on bite. I wouldn't be surprised. We run R&D for a single here? I don't think it's worth it. If we do Iru, use Iru, we're down on... It's expensive. We see cards. I think I'm okay running for a single. If we trash a card, we're very, very lucky. We still looking at Regoliths and Spin Doctors left in the deck. Not that. That sucks. So Tungsten doesn't hit any breakpoints. We've seen 2-0 cost Strength Ice. It makes Afshars better. I mean, it's a card we can install, but we have no more money coming in, so we should draw once. I mean, fine. If we install this, we can throw out a Buzzsaw. Actually, we probably shouldn't throw out a Buzzsaw because keeping redundancy breakers is pretty good. Is there a good reason to be on Public Trail end line rather than just Measured? It depends on what you're doing. That assumes now they're on Oppo or Public Trail or Bite. But you can probably play all 3, right? So is there a good reason? I don't know. But it's also a preference thing, right? I think we'll just install this throughout the twinning. This might not matter. It does technically make the big old Komodo cheaper. Okay, they broke lock. They have another 5-card econ card. We know 3 of the cards in hand. Here they need to win with an install double advance, which they might not be able to do. Upgrade on R&D. A virus, nice. Okay, cool. Okay, so 1 unknown in archives and it purges us. They iced up HQ. If they want to do install advance, they have to push. We need to find a Fractor. We're going to steal skin here. It's good for safety. Okay, that's really good. So now we can do Paladin. I guess we should start with raindrops on R&D. In theory, we can get Paladin down first, but like I don't think the credit matters. I want to raindrops R&D so we can sure gamble and then Paladin. So we're just going to see a single off of R&D. This means that we can sure gamble after this, and hopefully we trash something. Hedge fund. Wow, their deck is just money. I don't think we pay for Fencer Fueno anymore. We know they're on flagship. They would have been better to hold prior into the turn. Yeah, they could have purged on our turn to stop a Fermenter counter for sure. Yeah, I think they missed that. But Frank could have purged this Fermenter. It technically matters, not this turn, but the next turn. But yeah, it does matter. I think we can go down to 8 credits, 4 cards in hand. Because no matter what, we die to double. No, we beat double Measured. We lose to triple Measured. But it'd be surprising because we know 3 cards in hand. Retribution, End of the Line, Government Subsidy, as much as one of these could be this. So we can install this and we won't pay for Fencer. Because we want to be on 8. Because now they have to triple measured us. If we're on 7, they can double measured us. All right. Doesn't need money. We don't have access to our fractor. We have 3 gachapons. There's a subsidy. So we know the hand has 2 tag punishment cards. Okay. So we can still Iru and send it. Is it oops all sentries? I mean, it's a possibility. You want to find out? So Iru's our big play on the turn. We can install another Fermenter and chill. We don't have much to do here. We run Archives, it purges us. We want to pop our Fermenter to threaten the Simul Chip on a turn. Our deck in the bottom 16 cards has 3 Gachapons, 2 Fractors, and a Killer. We could throw out this Buzzsaw, but then like we lose this Buzzsaw, we're cooked. So I think we can just do Fermenter credit here. Charges a twinning, which is important. And we'll pass. We do have to play around Public Trail, which I think is maybe that they have something else. Install, advance, and they green mail. Oh, wow. That's fine. Because it's unlikely for this to actually matter. It means now they can forfeit the Resonant Agenda and still be on game point, but we can open up. We know 2 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand. We know a hedge fund. So I think I'm going to open up R&D. We don't have a Gourmand, so we actually can't trash cards from HQ, the tag punishment stuff. But here this turn, we should be able easily enough to see 3 cards. The question is whether we install something with Paladin first. I think we can. Yeah, that's good. We can raindrops R&D. If we hit a bite, we lose 3 cards. So I think I'm just going to keep cards in hand. I don't think we're going to raindrops here. Biowack, okay, good to know where that guy is. Okay, I've found out the reason why that they're doing the thing that they're doing. So Rezzing Ice is bad. Regolith, we can trash this for 2 and draw a card. I mean, we've already turned on the threats. We're always going to be sub where we want to be. So I guess we should have raindrops this, huh? So now they have Biowack, which we can threaten. They're not rezzing cards though. So from here, they still need to score 5-3. But more importantly for us, we need to find our last... we need to find our 2 Fractors in our 14. So that means any barriers, we're probably going to have to knock out with Simul Chip into our Chisel, which we have. That's the last Chisel I think we have all game. We could Fermenter. Frank could Purge next turn, but I don't think we're upset. So far it's all sentries. It does look like it's all sentries. If there's an SDS, we'll throw a Fermenter or this last Buzzsaw at it. Like, I guess we should have raindrops for sure. I don't know why we didn't. Yeah. Yeah, it's like value raindrops is so bad because we don't want it on archives. We don't want to let them res ice on HQ. Like, it might just be better to draw. Yeah, I guess we raindrops R&D. It's pretty bad. I really don't like that at all. Yeah, this is silly. We shouldn't have done this. We just wasted a click. I don't know why we're being clever about that. If Frank Purges here would be okay. But he has now a Mad in hand, right? So that's why I also ganked, and he's playing Mavarys because those are upgrades, which you can res in the remote server. And then the next card on the deck is, sorry, the next card is Mad. He just drew a Biowack. Which, if we want to face check into the Biowack, we'll do the Simul Chip thing and trash it. Okay, we only care if he double advances this. So we can always pinhole this. Yeah, I think we just pinhole this, right? Okay, so we could pop a Fermenter if we want to play around a virus, but I will just pinhole this in archives and see what this is. If it's a 3-2, we have to run it, which we probably won't be able to. It's a green mail. Okay. So running this is just 2 ice, but then it's res 2 ice. If this green mail goes through, it just puts him on 6 points, which doesn't actually matter. So I don't think we care about it. We could see more cards on R&D, but we want to just find something to install with Paladin Poemo here. So we'll just Steel Skin in. Okay, that's nice. Taka kind of matters. Daily Cast is a nice install. Gachapon could get us our Fractor. So if we install these, we go down to 4 cards in hand. I don't think we've seen any measured so far. So he might Purge here. It might be important to get the 1 point for ourselves. It probably is, though, actually. I think you're right. It is probably important to get the 1 point for ourselves. Because otherwise, how do we win? So we'll go for the Rising Tide here. So we'll shuffle 3 more cards back. So we're going to shuffle the Devil Charm, I'm pretty sure. The Rising Tide we want access to. Airblades could matter because we could be on bites. Fermenter matters more, though. Okay. And so we're going to be on 5 credits. So we could just run this. We assume it's oops all sentries. Now cracking the simul chip in the fermenter is a lot worse, but if we need a simul chip out to destroy something. So I do think we probably should run this. Our rising tide is not good. It's definitely not good, but at least tungsten Taylor means that we break Maskarovka for like 2 credits. I think we actually crack a fermenter for 2 credits and then run just so our simul chip is not destructive. We could put down the Taka first, I guess, but I don't think it's a huge priority. I didn't know we had another chisel. I think we do. Yeah, I think we have 3 chisels in the deck. Yeah, oh no, 2. So we don't have another chisel. Ballista. I think it is oops all sentries. So we break Ballista for 1. So this echelon's really important. Now there's going to be 2 res dice. It's an event horizon, so forcing us back is not a very good use of money, especially because you trashed an installed card from Mad, and Mad is on top of the... No, it's now in hand, right? So this will break for 2. Yeah, Blister for 1 is a bit oof, and that's shout out to the Tungsten Taylor, right? All right, gonna keep a res card. If the event horizon, you're just costing us a click into credit. This doesn't seem like a good change, but this would have been a way better raindrops turn. I guess it doesn't actually matter. It's the same. Okay, so now we're going to be able to bounce. One of these should be the Bioac. We'll steal this. We can open HQ here. Running HQ, I don't think they have it. Paladin, she gets bigger. Hermes will bounce. I'm assuming... I don't think the order matters. These are both unknown. They were installed the same turn. I'll bounce the first, I guess. We have to play around ganked too. We didn't install. We didn't use pan twinning. We died to double measured, but we can't fix that. I think we just draw. That's good. Hermes, we live and laugh, become the villain. I mean, it's not our deck list, but it's very, very good. Like, you see how much control it has over the game? I have one other piece of news. I made a new website that does cut mats for Netrunner, so no one has to sit there. Oh, I heard about that. What's the website, though? I don't want to trust a website that cut mats because I feel so bad if the math is wrong. When I do the math wrong, I feel bad for myself. Now, Frank can mat us for 1 tag. We have to make sure that we can always have enough credits to clear the tags. So we're now deeper. We have an ice on HQ, which makes me think that the hand situation is a bit worse. And we're on hedge fund for 15. So as long as ice doesn't get rezzed, we should be in an okay spot, right? Paladin Poemo can install the Taka. That's fine. Eru doesn't work. We can just Eru to see a lot of cards, but I don't think we have to do much stuff here. I can send you a link. Yeah, please. That's good. This installs. We don't have much to do here. We can wait until they flood up, but the more that we run, the more the mad stuff shows up. And again, they have to do install advance to probably win the game, unless they have some weird nano management combo we are not expecting, but then they need res cards. So I honestly don't think there's much we have to do here. We probably should install Taka. Just click for credit. Using the Paladin's fine. That's my secret. I never ID even if it's the right call. You start 2 for 1 in your single-sided. Since judges are not allowed to help with cut math, if you're judging the tournament, does using your site count as getting help with the judge for cut math? I would not recommend someone to the website because I don't think I'm meant to do that. But yeah, as a judge, you can't do any cut math help. Okay, so in terms of cards that this could be, technically like above the law slash and burn, we could lose the game too, but we always can check what this is super cheap. At some point, it might be a bite. At least if it's a ganked, it doesn't matter. We should be able to run this. I think we'll just use our pinhole here. We don't die if it's a bite, but we lose the Eru, which sucks. Let's see if this just chases a Spin Doctor. Why are there weird rules around IDing? It's a bit of a joke. Yeah, it's a Spin Doctor. There's not really that many rules about IDing. The thing is, like, for IDing, you have to call a judge over just to make sure you're not coercing your opponent. Unseen and a ganked. Love it. Okay, so we need to install something. We could have boosted a breaker there on the run. That probably was right. We had a window to do that. So hopefully we install something this turn. Yikes. So we're not charging the twinning this turn, I guess. Gachapon gets us to our bottom 4 cards of our stack, which I don't think we're going to do that. So there's not much we have to do here. I don't want to run last click because we have to respect bite. So I think we just click for credit. We're just going to do Eru next turn. Build it for democratized cut maths so the people don't have to rely on being on a testing group. That's a good idea. Yeah, for sure. The site's transparent about how it works. It simulates 10K futures. Oh, very cool. Yeah, Jack, there's not really weird stuff. The purge is fine. We have enough money coming in. Do they have influence for bite? I mean, pretty sure. We've only seen a virus. We've seen no influence in hand. I think we've only seen a virus and spin. So here we can do Eru, see a couple cards. We want to probably boost with Taka anyways, because if we steal an agenda, we'll have issues. If there's an SDS, we'll trash a fermenter. It's fine. They probably have points in hand. I just don't think we have to interact with those. If this is a bite, though, we have to clear 2 tags and that's it. So I guess we die to 2 measured. So this might be a mistake. I could see this being a mistake. We'll do it one more time. Above the law. Whoa, they're on above the law. It's huge. So Paladin and Trickster. So I'm glad we double boost. We'll bounce HQ Ice. Actually, I want to bounce the remote server because that's how they win. Hammer. Basalt. Okay, they can grab a card back. Hermes. So we could have opened HQ, but I think we just clear the tag. They do Basalt after us, so I guess we'll bounce the HQ Ice. We're on 6 points, and I don't think they're unmeasured. They could be. I think we want to keep enough to play 6 to run the remote. Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter that much. We should have enough credits. And then it's a Winchester. So we know the top of the deck. I think it's Oops All Centuries. It's Hammer into Winchester. They added an Event Horizon back, which that's fine. They only sell 1 res card. We'll remove a tag. And then I think we can just click for credit. Paladin's going to leave. Taka's going to be our way to get 20 counters. So we'll just click to 8 to play around double measured. We'd still die to triple. We can trash something else, but I think the Paladin, she's done enough. Like, we don't have infinite installables. We have no boomerang. Yeah, it was a good run. And again, I don't know how flooded they are. They have to be somewhat flooded. We've seen 11 points. There's 9 points left in R&D. That was a good run. Is Winchester the only trace in standard? No, there's a couple. There's Winchester. There's ScapeNet. There is Trebuchet. There might be one more. I think it's 3 or 4. But 2 of them are on Wheel and Dice for sure. All right, they flipped. So checking this is 7 credits. This is more likely to be a regolith than anything else because I don't know what we're scared about them winning on. Also could be a ganked, but I don't think that matters. I don't think there's anything we do here. Like, we can just run HQ, right? Which saves us 6 credits. So we can just run HQ, run server 2. I don't know why we wouldn't, which scares me. The top of R&D is still known. The thing is they just want res cards. So if this is like a big ice, we can just destroy it. But they'll have 2 res cards, which seems fine. Flip switch is the forced trace in standard. It says the word trace on it, but it doesn't do a trace. It just says the word trace on it. But like, there's also link cards that don't matter, that are still in the format, but it doesn't trace, right? So Winchester, okay. We could trash this, but I think we're just going to break this for free. I'm just going to use all the Taka because we shouldn't struggle to have Taka. We can see 2 here. They probably still have tag punishment in hand. They might have hid something in archives. Yeah, I can sweep here. We're going to see End-of-Line Retribution. Oh, the Event Horizon, 2 end lines. Scary. We're in server 2 for 1. Yeah, I think flips would just like reset the trace or something. If this is a bite, we can still clear. But we might have issues with measured, but we would have seen a measured there probably. I don't think they're unmeasured. Don't want to raindrops it? Oh yeah, we probably could have. Yeah, I forgot raindrops is in my hand. I'm just trying to keep cards up to play around measured, but that does work. Okay, last spin makes sense. So they just broke lock. Top of R&D is unknown. They drew into 1 more ice and an unknown card. We might not have wanted to use a 20 there, but that plays around measured a wee bit. They still have a lot of work to do. They can mad us for 2 tags. This is why Fermenter is so good, because we can always just have an insurance policy. I think we just draw up, click for credit, right? I actually don't know if the cards in our deck are worth drawing at this point. I don't know the list. Yeah, there's a lot of lag on JNet right now. Run R&D. I don't want to do a last click because if we hit a bite, we lose the game. And we have no reason to take that risk. Admittedly, it would be a single bite. But also just resing ice on R&D is not a great thing for us to do. This has a 50% chance of being a BOAC, which is fine. But that's a turn that we want to crack a fermenter. But now they're at like flat board game state anarch. The only thing is our liquidity is entirely dependent on these fermenters. So we're a bit taxed out on simul chips because we need to use the simul chip to return the echelon if heaven forbid something bad happens. I just don't know what the bad thing would be. Ice on HQ, that's fine. They can't win with that. They're probably on nano as well. They might be, and maybe we got their only 3 too. But yeah, I guess if they're on off the books and nano management, we lose. They also could be on big deal, right? Like that might be even more likely. They have a lot of money in their deck. Okay, that's fine. We can just run R&D. We just don't want to let them res more than 5 pieces of ice because then we can float a tag, as much as they'll probably need 2 tags to win the game. And money. So if they, I think we just run R&D C2. If only there was some kind of way to turn Taka into 2 credits per turn instead of 1 credit per turn. Maybe we have an extra MU to free us some influence. I think Hermes is really good. Like, I don't want Taka here. I want Hermes. It has way more control over the game. It is the BOAC. Okay, so we're going to lose a Fermenter here. We could also lose a Rising Tide instead and say that they're only on sentries. And I'm actually going to do that. I think we're going to do that. So we're going to do Simulchip, Rising Tide. We're going to grab the Chisel. And this really upsets your opponent when they res a BOAC and it's dead on instant speed. Devil Charm, Chisel. Oops. Mad. Oh, we were meant to boost to C2. That's on me. My bad. We were meant to see 2 cards there. We're meant to boost a breaker. It actually really matters. And for what it's worth, we should have boosted the cheap one to boost, which we just discarded. So that was like 3 times wrong. We were meant to boost with the Fractor because these boosts way less elegantly. So we're not going to get a twinning counter this turn, which sucks. Hey, Roberto, how's it going? Sorry about the news, my friend. Thank you. But happy to hear that at least they treated you well. Yeah, yeah, let's say that. Thanks, man. Hopefully you've been well. It's been a minute. Shout out to Roberto. He's the best. Yeah, sorry for the lizard. We have 1 more Devil Charm, which we can install. We have no more Chisels, though. And if we lose this Echelon, we lose the game. But we definitely should have seen 2 there. That's on us. It's a hard problem to fix. We don't want them to res more ice. They probably have agendas in hand. I think we just click for 3 credits. There's like nothing we really have to do. We also should have raindrops that run, but whatever. It might be some cost fallacy that we run and boost Taka, but now they draw a Mad. Yeah, we should have boosted for sure. They're in a bad spot. You can run again and boost. I know, but it's expensive and we see the same card, so I'm just not gonna. You know, I know what you mean. Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. All right, they broke lock again. Another ice on our R&D. If it is a BOAC, it is expensive, but at least we can break it once really cheaply. I think it might have been worth popping 1 from Mentor there to hedge against another purge. I don't mind if they purge. If they purge, we just click for 4 credits. Like, purging is actually good for us because we don't need this money. They need to win. They have 13 turns left. Okay, that's cool. That's a ganked into whatever this is, which is this for the encounter for the whole turn? For the remainder of this run. So like whatever. So we can raindrops and run this. They have to sacrifice their green mail and then they'll have 3 ice res, which I think is fine. I still think we can just run this. I don't know why we can't. Imagine it's a barrier. There's no barrier that actually trashes our stuff, right? We will boost this turn. And even if it's a ganked, we can use the, oh no, I guess, yeah, we can use the Taka. It's not a fencer. It's a ballista. Okay, so the upgrade doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, our echelon's 2 strength. Actually, that does suck. I forgot about that. Oh, we have to install a little rising tide there. Oh, that's on us. Okay, so the ganked is going to cost us 4 instead of 3. That's on me. We'll see 2 from R&D. BOAC. Mavirus. Ooh, good purge. We will trash this to draw a card. It is a ganked, so instead of trashing this for 3, we trash it for 4. We definitely should install the Rising Tide because the breakpoint of the ballista saves us a lot of money. Okay, so they're drawing into a BOAC. They have 3 res cards. We just click for 3 credits here. We should be running HQ, I think. But desperation to run Ballista instead of Stopka or Hammer? I think they're on all of them. Ballista's not a terrible card. It's not a bad card. Like 4-strength Sentry is a legitimate thing, as long as you can go fast enough. But Stopka would be way scarier, that's for sure. All right, so we can only force them to res 1 more ice, and then Mad is an issue as much as money is an issue. But we don't have to do much here. We really don't. If we run these 2, again, they can Mad combo us, but if they Mad, we should be able to clear 3 tags. So like, this is a really awkward game state where we can just wait until they put things in this remote server. Like we just click for 4 credits. We have nothing to do here. We should install the Rising Tide, so I guess we do, but we have literally nothing to do. They have to win somehow. This deck should be playing Zata for the remote. Yeah, we'd be really scared of that because we have no more recursion. And if everything's a sentry, like it's only the echelon that matters. Tungsten makes all 4-strength ice miserable? Yeah, but you have to first find your tungsten, install it, find your echelon, install 2 other breakers. Like it's not useless. But like 7-strength and Stopka is a lot better into echelon, that's for sure. Ooh, pivot, that's good. That actually does something. So for petty cash, okay. I haven't seen that ever. Can you play the petty cash? You can. All right, that was 3. Whoa, how many? That was 2 clicks for 1 credit. As much as they'll play the petty cash again. We have nothing to do. We should run with Taka, but that's a next turn problem. Classic 20 turn Earth Station game, yeah, for sure. The thing is, like, we saw Mad, so now it's on them to do something. They've used 2 spin doctors. The thing is, they can't install advance, and flip, so they have to flip on a turn. But like every turn that they draw, I think we're happy. The most they can do is Mad to destroy this board, and we just clear 3 tags. Taka does want us to run this turn. At a minimum, we can just run this Ballista, which we probably should be doing. Yeah, we can run the remote for Taka. We should run the remote for Taka every turn. You're totally right. And then we'll click for 3. That was way better, yeah. But I do want to keep 2 Taka credits. And we're going to jack out so we don't make a successful run, so we don't have to worry about like public trail and stuff. But yeah, they need a win, not us. We're playing Lost Con Runner. Sorry. Yeah, I don't have an incentive to do much here besides click for credits. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we just don't have to do anything. Yeah, they concede, I get it. It's like no disrespect. But there's only 6 more turns. Spin Doctor doesn't really change that much. They're in 15. If we don't make successful runs, they can't oppo us. Upgrade on R&D. We'll never run R&D before the game's over. No, actually, no, that's not true. We have to run R&D because that gives them another thing to res. So they can technically give us 4 tags. We can clear 4 tags. We can't clear 5 tags. So there's an incentive to run this. I don't know if we're going to get blown out by something. Like, in theory, they could have nano management measured, but then they're going to... Like, actually, no, they could win. We have to trash this. No, we could lose this. Because they can do nano management measured retribution. That trashes our echelon, we lose the game. So actually, we shouldn't sit here to do nothing. Because if they have nano management, we could actually lose this echelon and have no more breakers. So we probably should act. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is, yeah, if we run R&D, they res the ice anyways, and then they have 4 res cards. So I think ultimately we just have to see as many cards as we can. Can't kill with 5 tags? No, but if they retribution the echelon, we lose, right? Like, this is the measured issue, is that they can actually, as long as they're playing nano management, which we can assume they are, we've seen, maybe they're not actually, but if they're on nano management, we can lose, because we've seen 2 on Ganked, 3, 4 Spin Doctor, we assume a 5, 6, 7 a Virus. They still have a lot of influence unaccounted for. I think there's probably points in archives. We should just like run archives. I don't care if the fermenters get purged, but I'll actually run archives naturally. Then we'll Iru, once we see this is, then we'll run HQ. It's likely that there's an event horizon to beat Iru. So I think we just run this normally. You mean public trail? Not measured? No, measured. Nano management measured. If it's public trail, we pay 8, but we can't beat measured. If they do nano management measured, no, sorry, not measured. I mean mad. I mean mad. We know they're on mad. I don't think they're on measured. But yeah, there's a chance that we do just lose if we don't act this turn, because now they have a card in R&D. Wow, Jaden's really laggy. I hit run archives like a second ago. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, mad and measured are the same word in my head for some reason. The M is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that context. So maybe they don't realize it's not an Iru run, because they definitely put this here into Iru. We break this for positive credit. We can crack Fermenter first. It doesn't really matter. Like, if they purge, who cares? Our money doesn't matter. Ooh, Drafter. That's actually influence. Can't still measure that mad. Like, we could crack it, but like, I don't think it actually matters. I think I'd rather have clicks to run every central here. Nothing. Okay, wow. So there's points in centrals. So we get purged twice. So we're going to sweep R&D, I guess. Even if they mad, though, if they don't have nano this turn, we can still have 1 more turn to win. So it's not the end of the world. It's whether they have nano. Mad nano is 10 credits or 9 credits, so we can actually just keep running a bit. So just force them to have it. But yeah, we're at the point where like you can res everything. I think I'd rather sweep HQ than R&D because the points have to be here. Eero, nah, it's useless. They pop an event horizon. Like running archives is a waste because Eero is only once per turn. So we just take a tag, they end the run. I'd rather just C3. Like it doesn't matter. Okay, it's a Bioac. So this is likely a ganked. So we're just going to Devil Charm this because it saves us for this turn. It avoids the Bioac, yeah, but they have an event horizon, right? So this is for the whole run. So this Bioac, if they gank us into us, it's the same as trashing the ganked. The question is whether we use our multi-axis on R&D or HQ. Chip first? I think Gyro, you might be behind on chat. There's no chip. Now they need 2 scores. They're not going to score. They're going to trash our echelon and then win. The question is, can they win soon enough before they deck out? Oh, oops. So the combo, if they have all of it, is 10 credits. Yeah, Devil Charm is really good against gank too, for sure. GG? Oh, they shouldn't tell us that. I was only going to see a single card. Luckily, it's an SDS, so it is GG. Hey, GG. GG. You have me in a pretty awkward spot. All things considered. Thanks, you too. Thanks, you too. Are you on nano management? Because I lose this turn if I don't run. Wow, they are. So we had to play around that because they're on nano management. If we don't make a run this turn, they nano manage and measured retribution. They could have done that maybe a turns ago. Maybe they just didn't draw into the nano management. But I'm sitting there, but like we could have just lost at any point. They can spend, again, it's a whole turn and like 11 credits, but they can just trash our last echelon. We lose the game. Hey, cheers. So maybe they didn't draw it, but they only needed 1 res dice to do nano management to retribution. And if we lose our echelon, again, oops, all sentries does work. I do want to say when it comes to oops all sentries, I'm not a big believer in oops all anything because at the end of the day, right, like you can't just put 1 barrier in the deck and then you have 1 barrier, which if you do end up trashing the fractor or they end up trashing their fractor because they think all they need is the echelon, then you can get them on that card. So there's like no good reason to play oops all everything besides the simplicity of thinking. Because like at the end of the day now, like say at a simulchip, I could trash my Rising Tide for an echelon and not get punished. You want to force all 3 kinds of breakers. There's almost no upside to only having sentries besides it's cute. Do they even have enough turns left on the clock to score out? They don't score. No, I don't know. That's the problem. They might not. They have to do install advance. The thing is like if we don't, so the line that we have here that they can play around is say that they blow up our echelon, they can do install advance, and then they have to score that. And they have to do install advance, and they have to score that. They probably run out of money, but the thing is, as soon as they score the first agenda, if they don't slow roll it, we open up HQ and we can still run through Winchester, which means the only play they have is actually to discard their agendas into archives, which is safe. As much as this archives technically doesn't require a breaker. You can always spend 6 for event horizon. You can always let drafter fire. As much as drafter fire means the agenda goes into server 2. The thing is like, can they juggle the server? So the end game would have been really ugly, but with perfect play, they might be able to do it. The thing is like, this is technically a porous card. This is technically a soft porous server, technically. So it gets weird. But they might not deck before they win. They might deck out because money is a problem before they win. That is probably their bigger issue, is that they need to get their credits up. Yeah. Drafter returns agendas to hand. Yeah, but then we can run the hand, right? Like we can always trace through a Winchester. Boomy, that's a good choice. Hedge fund. Wow. So we actually got lucky there. And of course it's the ganked. So I don't know. The end state there was a bit weirder. We might have wanted to put on more pressure because I think their money was limited. We might not have played that perfectly, but we at least understood what we had to play around, which is good. Our opening was like really ugly, but maybe we should just believe, especially for a deck that's not pushing in their mode server that quickly, that we can just afford to like click for credits. It feels bad. And that's the sort of matchup where I don't want to discard my breakers because I think you're going to need all of them. And we definitely did. All right, let's run it back. Hey, it's Bright Sides. Wiki, cool. This will be faster for sure. Could also be Bioac, could be bad publicity. It's hard to tell. We've been drawing hands like this, and one of the issues with Anarchs is they can't find their breaker sometimes. The Gacha one's really good for that, but like this hand is literally anti-economy. So we're gonna mulligan this. Hopefully Bright Sides mulls too. Hey. Hey, best of luck, have fun. I'm a believer in Zwicky. I think it's cool. It probably has an okay matchup against Leo. This deck is a whip. Okay. Wiki Glacier somehow. I mean, we have tech for Glacier. Like the whole Devil Charm Chisel thing is a response to Jungle Melies, which I need to check what the Melieses were in the top cut. Probably definitely not good. I mean, we're playing a tournament winning deck, so good luck, I guess. They kept Wilma. I mean, that's good. That's tempo. We can face check into raindrops, whatever. Hansei, okay, big money. Discard a card, draw a card. You get the money first, which is really nice. So you actually can discard the card that you draw with Hansei with Zwicky, which is a really cool interaction. Because normally Zwicky is not after the operation resolves, it's after you get credits from an operation. So anything that's modal, you actually get the card draw interrupting you if you want to do your business as not business as usual, your KPIs. All right, remote. So we're saying HQ is safe. Sometimes these Wiki decks can run up to like 13 agendas. We could raindrops into HQ. We don't really have to. We want to trash something. We're assuming that there's Spin Doctors and usually Plutuses, more likely Antilles. So we have some trashables here. Raindrops into the ice I feel is a bit better because I don't think we have that much card draw on the deck. So I think we'll just drop, put Gatchamon Fermenter. That's good. I don't think I prioritize Fencer in this matchup. So let's see if we can find a Paladin or a Breaker with this. Weirder we're also on Botulus, which is nice with Gatchamon, but Jaina ends up being too laggy. Would you showcase NRO? Maybe. Green Mail? Damn, we want to open with our Hermes. There's going to be a lot of small agendas here. Oh, I should have fired Gatchamon. Sorry. Do you mind? Do you mind if I fire Gacha on your turn? We've never missed the start of turn trigger. Yeah, so if our opponent undoes turn, it'll be easy for both of us. Thanks. So here, what are we looking for? Like Paladin is fine. Hermes, bummer. So it's Echelon or Taka. Echelon for 1 is okay. It's not like we're going to need it immediately. Like maybe we're on flywheels. That's probably the best case. Taka is okay, but Taka's only going to be at breakers. Otherwise, like she's an issue. I think a lot of people install Taka sooner than you have your breakers down because like you need Taka, you need your breakers. And the problem with a lot of our breakers is they're not good with Taka unless you have other breakers. Like Buzzsaw with Taka sucks if you're boosting. Echelon with Taka sucks too. I've seen a lot of people overdo Taka too soon, and then she has a really bad text if you can't sate her credit needs. So I think we're going for Echelon. Yeah, I don't like early Taka at all. So shuffle 3 more cards back. So we want Hermes in this matchup because there's a lot of small agendas usually. 2 Hermes feels like a bit much. Devil Charm is probably less necessary. I think there's a chance we have no Taka and we say this game is fast and we just grab Gramble, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, you see? There's probably a lot of agendas in this deck. So yeah, Hermes is definitely very good. Especially Companions are also really good. All right, we'll keep drawing. We don't need this. We have a Buzzsaw. We need money. We can get some money here. Taylor matters, a big Ashar and Event Horizon and stuff like that. I guess with this hand, we can like Fencer 4.0 first and Raindrops HQ in case we trash something, but it's hard to imagine we do. It's probably better actually we just like click for credit here, throw out Airblades, because I think we want to Raindrops a remote server. Because the face checks can't be that bad, and I don't think we're going to install the Airblades all game. Echelon's good against Event Horizon? Yeah, it is. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. It is good against the 1 sentry that you actually have to deal with. Guilty of installing Taka too fast? A lot of people do it. I think we even saw it during the weekend. Lou would definitely lift some comically large weights both, because he's jacked and because he's on the moon. Response to what? Toxin? Okay, we're expending it. So we're going to find a sentry and a barrier. So let's see if this is going to get it back with the reanimation protocol. So it's Event Horizon and Maskarovka. So we can deal with one of those well. Technically, the Tungsten Tailor's a bit better, but Mask we can't deal with. So let's see if Brightside's jams. So this is more likely to be the Event Horizon. I honestly don't know. But I'm okay to face check into this, I think. Maybe it purges our Fermenter. If it's a Stavka, it's like really bad. Chisel brings the strength down, but that obviously doesn't matter. So I think we'll just range drops and see what's happening. Might be an agenda. Might just be a Antil or what's it called? Plutus. What do you got? Usually he's end the run. Oh, it's a Bioac. I mean, okay. So that's bad. So we're probably going to lose our Echelon. We're going to lose our Fencer. That's fine. It's going to end the run. This did cost an agenda, and we're going to get 3. Well, it depends when that Brightsides wants to end the run. I think overall this is fine. We can't break it. It's like 700 credits, so that's fine. We're going to Chisel Tram this eventually. So we'll see how many of these subs you fire. So we lost our Echelon. It's okay. We have one more. Like the Event Horizon is the worst part of not having the Echelon, not the Bioac. And we did draw 2 cards. So deciding not to trash the Flano to deny us a card, like, makes sense. So Chisel is a way to deal with this. We have Steel Skin to draw more cards. I'm fine with it. Okay, cool. So we can do Sure Gamble Paladin. We can do Gachapon Sure Gamble. We have a lot of options here. We're going to discard 1 card, which I honestly don't know what we discard here. We definitely want the Gachapon because we want to see deeper. The question is, do we do the Gamble or the Paladin? If we install Paladin, we can't gamble next turn, as much as Paladin now helps us now. I think the second Fermenter is probably a bit too much. I'm assuming this matchup will be fast. Gamble Fermenter, I think we have more money than we need. Like on 9 credits, I don't think we need the next Fermenter. Right side's like might be more incentivized to purge, but we already have access to like, 17 credits next turn. Just a spin. Okay, good. So we're right now very much looking for the Devil Charm, which Gachapon does not get access to. Oh, we removed 1 Devil Charm from the game. That sucks. We only have 1 more. Not thinking this would be a Bioac deck, but I know I played Bioac in my Swiki, so maybe we should have considered that. Second Hansei. I mean, this is probably a measured deck too. But like Brightsides has a lane here to jam into. Let's see how quickly that they capitalize on it. This looks like it. We definitely want a Hermes. And we think this is a Masquerade guy. I don't know if you put an Event Horizon on HQ against Lou. Just hedge? Well, money. Okay. 2 events in his wiki turn is like not bad for us because you spread yourself thin. I mean, we'll take a Buzzsaw. So shuffle 3 more cards back. So we're going to put Iru back for sure. We're going to put Hermes back for sure. Steel Skin, Range Drop, and Daily Casts. I think the Raindrops? It's the most on-tempo card we have here. Yeah, it seems fine. Okay. Hermes Badges install Keiko and actually, how's it going? How's the rest of your weekend? Okay. So we need to draw deeper. Of course we do. They didn't do anything. They've drawn through 16 cards. Like they should have points in hand. We've seen 1 agenda so far, but we're pretty sure this is a barrier. We can Raindrops it. If it's an Event Horizon, it's actually pretty expensive. It costs us 3 credits to keep our Fermenter, which like is not my favorite thing to do. We know they're also on Toxin. Oh, that's good. We could do Rising Tide into Raindrops HQ. We could see a single card. So I don't think we do. I think we could do Paladin Raindrops Archives. But man, we won a Hermes a year ago. We could throw out this Buzzsaw, but I'm a bit scared. I don't know. I'm just going to run Archives to see what's in here. Sometimes you throw out like Petty Caches because you're over hand size. Myoshu Logjam. Okay, that's why money matters. But we threw out a Logjam, which is interesting. Steel Skin would be good for the measured. Usually doesn't matter. It's really hard to make Steel Skin matter on a measured turn, right? Because if you're on 5, they hit you, you lose 4, you go up to 3. So it's usually not valuable at all. So this is maybe Event Horizon to Bioac, which is a hard server to deal with. We need a lot to deal with this. At least the best thing we can do here is get our Hermes, but Hermes doesn't bounce a Sack Zone. It just bounces something else. So I'm assuming Sack Zone into Myoshu is like a play that they have access to. All right. All right. Fencer Fueno is going to leave. No surprise. We have nothing to do this turn besides install Daily Cast Rising Tide, I guess. Yeah, this is going to be like find your breakers. Oops. No. I don't love this. I wonder if they Myoshu now. I'd be pretty okay if they cut their credit pool in half. Okay, so this is a Spin Doctor likely, which was something we have to respect. It could be a table snare, but losing these hand cards is not the end of the world. I don't want to Raindrops it. I think we just draw once and then run it. It's good to have because we can't let this be on the table if it's a Spin Doctor because it means you can slash and burn with impunity. So we'll just chase that out, I guess. We could run HQ here. We're risking it being the Event Horizon, but I think the Event Horizon might be here. I think I'm going to Raindrops it. Worst case scenario is the punish here is that it is Event Horizon. I don't think we have time to do the twinning, so we'll go HQ and get some touch a card. Like maybe there's a chance here, but we just need to find the Hermes. There's 2 and 18. We think this is a mask. Yeah, there you go. They can have 2 more credits, I think. Especially because it draws a card. Oh, Sack Zone. I mean, I guess we trash a measure to we fire Lou. And we have a Hermes, so if they score out, they can bounce. At least they repaired R&D. We'll install this for Paladin Puemo. Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh, they did ping us for damage. What did they hit? They hit a twinning. Oh, shit. Okay. So they did do the Sack Zone gaming thing. I didn't think they would. It didn't really matter too much. I think saving Sealden just to dig for Hermes Echelon might have been right. Yeah, but maybe. I'm hoping we just draw into. Oh, they're scoring this with an open R&D? Or are they just letting us chill here, which is also like an option you can do. They can let it chill here. I think they're trying to score this in like triple Myoshu or something. They could actually score this next turn to double Myoshu. We can't bounce this to Hermes. So again, we think this is Event Horizon into BOAC, which like is assailable. We just need to find an Echelon or have 6 credits. Like just have 6 credits. Wait, we can do this. I think we steal the sack zone here, right? Like all we do is install the Chisel on this, install the Devil Charm, crack Fermenter, and then we run it. I think we're going to just take this down. This is a hard call on what we think the table is. Oh, they can pop the Event Horizon. Yeah, so this is probably not the play. Yeah, they can pop the Event Horizon, of course. So we end up paying 6. They just trade an Event Horizon. That's not good. We need another click there. So how much money did we start the turn with? We started the turn with 3. Yeah, so I guess we had to do 5 after that. Yeah, so this was not a good turn. Sorry. Okay. So we're not going to do any of that. We might as well draw. We're probably going to hit the Fermenter. There's just no reason to do that right away. So we can do hit Fermenter, install Devil Charm. So we can draw, hit Fermenter, install Devil Charm. They could purge next turn. If we draw, we go up to 7. Fermenter, we go to 6. We throw out Paladin. That's fine. That's good. Okay. No twinning is hard. We have 1 more, but that's it. We have 1 more Echelon. As much as we have a Simul chip too. So I think we'll bounce. Where are they going to try and push? We're pretty sure this is the, what's it called? The Sentry, the Event Horizon. So we can bounce this. They could double Myoshu here if they want to. I have no real reason to run HQ. I think we just do this. With the Hermes, we're technically pressuring R&D as well, but yeah, I don't know. What's the hard chances of double BOAC? I mean, it's fine-ish. There's a single Myoshu, so they're on 4, so now they have to do install advance. So we could take the BOAC down this turn, but I think we're going to wait. We need to find our Sentry Breaker so we save a fair few credits on this. So we need to draw. Yeah. They could try and score a 2-1 into Myoshu, but Myoshu can't be fast advanced. Okay. That's good. Okay, so we have access to everything we want. We can get our Echelon, which is good. We just need to install another Chisel or something. Okay, so we need a sacrificial program if we're going to use the Simul chip. So we can install another Buzzsaw for 4. That's pretty expensive. But we want to be able to pull in our Echelon. We have 1 more Echelon and 12 cards, but that's the best we have. And again, we do think this is the 2 things. Unless they're on Big Deal. I mean, they could be on Big Deal, but like, yeah, okay. We lose to Big Deal. Like, what are we going to do about that? We also watch out that like we are playing into measured range, but our credits are pretty good. I guess we just install Nuke and pass. But yeah, if they have Big Deal, like, how are you going to play around Big Deal and JNet Casual? I don't think you can. Third ice on the remote server is a bit ugly. Because we have to do like install Chisel, which we can install the Chisel on the Event Horizon, run it. Then we can repair that Chisel onto the BOX. So we might not need a Sentry Breaker if we just hard cast this Chisel on what we're pretty sure is the Event Horizon. If we call it wrong, it's like not good. But then we can like jack out Dude again, I guess. Yeah, losing the 20 to incidental damage sucked because we would have had 2 counters by now, I'm pretty sure. Cool. We're going for it. Just played word upon the streets. All right, playing again a bit about Eru, which is good at this point. Okay, so I think there's a chance we can do this. We just Chisel this and run it. We're pretty sure it's an Event Horizon. It could be like something big like a Toxin. I mean, that's fine. If that gets destroyed, then we just break the BOAC and destroy the server. Nano Green Man Myoshu. Myoshu, you can't fast advance, so it doesn't work. It specifically has that text, right? It can't be an agenda that was installed this turn. So you have to do some trick where you install on your runner's turn. Otherwise, you literally would do that. That's like a good play. So show us the event horizon that you showed us. No further? Okay. So we're going to have to now simulchip this chisel, which is a bit ugly. So such is the issue with the BOX, sorry, Komodo. We'll steal this and we can bounce. We think this is Event Horizon. We have no multi-access. Archives, they iced up, but I think you play around Eero. We can just open up R&D and do more damage, I guess. Nuka draws cards, which is fine. We do need to find our echelon. We do think this is an Event Horizon. We're playing around measured, no problem. I don't know why they ice archives besides Eero, and we have to find Eero. We could run RD for single. It's like not that good of a run unless we hit. We've only seen 2, 4, 5 points. They have 22 in R&D. Their hand has to have something, and they iced up HQ in a turn ago. If we Nuka, we go to 7. We can install going down to 6. I mean, drawing with Nuka is more important here. Okay, with the echelon, we'll keep that as our little secret. So I guess we can install a fermenter. Throw out a buzzsaw. All right, so we should be able to run the remote server now. We've kind of hit flat board state unless they have like some ice that we're really, really bad at dealing with, like what's it called? The code gate, bad publicity, Valenchow, something like that. Oh, measured, okay. I'll pay it. All right, we'll pay it. Cool, that's fine. Okay, so we'll continue to do our thing. We definitely want to find our last twinning, which is in the bottom 9. We have no reason to do anything here. They spent 10, we spent 16, but at least we have Fermenter and Sure Gamble in our hand. If we Nuka, we go up to 8 cards. There's one more Fermenter? No, that's our last Fermenter, last Simulchip, so that's our last money card. We don't have to do much here. We could run RD for single. We've played all of our raindrops, so our runs are actually just like legitimate runs as much as we could trash cards. I don't know how they close the game out. Again, we think this is an Event Horizon, and they didn't res it, so it's probably an Event Horizon, because it looks like it would be just trashed by Chisel immediately, which was a good reason not to res it. Okay, we could draw. I mean, we might as well draw with Nuka, but then we have to install 3 cards. Like, what's in the bottom of our deck? There is 1 more Sure Gamble, which is good. There is 2 more Daily Casts, which is good. So I think we do draw. Yuck. That's not what we wanted. But these are expensive cards. I mean, we have to install this at some point. They know we have it. So the pinholes are valuable because it doesn't make a run. The Steel Skin is a click for draw 3, which is fine. Like, every card in our hand is good. But I just want to click for credit here because we need to continue to play around measured. The Steel Skin is the best draw we have access to. Eero is nice because it's the only multi-access we have. 2 pinholes is a bit much, and checking the server shouldn't be that hard, so I could see us throwing out the pinhole here. It would be so nice if we drew our last Rising Tide because we would discard it and make our Rising Tide better, but we didn't. And a Daily Cast there we would have installed because we didn't run, so we don't have to be on 8. I mean, maybe the Tungsten isn't worth it, but we know they're on Toxin, so it's probably at least worth the install cost. Because we know they're on Toxin guaranteed. We've seen it. And this brings Echelon to 4, which is good. Are you ever playing Chisel without Charms left? Yeah, I think you are. It does help breakpoints. Like, it is technically 3 credits on a Buzzsaw, and it hits Event Horizons and Afshars and stuff like that. I'll get rid of a pinhole, but I'm probably going to regret that. Hey, Nalgator, first time I see you live. I want to thank you for your work. I'm learning a lot. Hey, welcome. Thank you. We used to stream Tuesday afternoons, and we're going to be back to doing it for a bit, so glad you can make it. We try and express what we're doing and why, so hopefully that's helpful. Tungsten is also good when Rising Tide gets to 2 versus Mask. Yeah. Thanos, what's up? Yeah, there's some really good breakpoints. Like, this card is almost always worth it. As long as you have the time to put it down. It pays off in like a turn or 2. All right, so Event Horizon into something big. Issue is that any 3-2 into BOAC wins the game here. And that's not good. We get Pinhole to see what it is. But if it's an agenda, we have to run this and still have 7 credits. So like the best case scenario is like Tungsten Fermenter run. They could just like hard res a BOAC, which is a nightmare because we have to break it for a lot. If we install the tungsten, at least we save the credits up front. So we break the BOAC for 5, right? Because it will be on 5 strength, so we boost once. The issue is like they're on 3x Myoshu, so like you just have to run everything. Let's see if it just chases a spin or something. Dang. Oh, green mail. So yeah, we lose to green mail into Myoshu. That's not cool, is it? The issue is we now no longer can do the thing that we want to do, because if we do tungsten fermenter, we lose to event horizon. So we know we break this for 2 credits, so that's fine. The question is, do we break this for 5 credits? Oh, sorry, break for 6, not 5. Yeah. 3 plus 3. So we could do fermenter run this, but we don't have time to do the tungsten. They're just hoping tungsten breaks on this. Now they need to score this out, and they need to have like 8 credits, but we probably lose here. Like if it's 2 event horizons, we lose if we crack the fermenter. The other thing we could do is bounce. Like we could do Eero run R&D C2. Oh, we could also just run for a single C2. But my guess is if we run this and we can't break it, we'll just run R&D for a single or try and run HQ for a single. But yeah, we're going to lose to score 2 agendas. Double Myoshu, which feels bad. Yeah, not much sure what else we can do here. Eero runs the possibility this could be event horizon, which is bad. You run the one runs the remote. Yeah, but the problem is 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like with 7 credits, we can't break a BOAC. Right, that's the issue. It's like if this is a BOAC, we're cooked. But if this is like a Maskarovka, we're fine. But if it's a BOAC, it's bad. And they could res a BOAC. Oh no, if they res a BOAC for 14. But if it's a BOAC, we need 7 credits to prevent one of the hard end runs. Yeah, we'll just go for it. Force them to have it. But in theory, we don't run this or force them to spend like, 12 credits? We have no shot. Or I guess 10 credits, right? Because they get the 2 credits back. Let's see what this is. Logjam. Okay, that's actually pretty good. So for us, we should break this. They can still win next turn. We break this for 5. Oh my god. So we can do and break backs because we have exactly 7. So then we have to run back. Yeah, we have to exactly do this, but we might die to... we should be fine. We think this is an event horizon. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So we're going to be able to do this, but we die to double measured, which is not super possible. And it might be right to just give this to us because they know we can run back, but they might need the server in the future. So it might not be right to pop the event horizon. I think it was bounce, chisel, EH run back. Bounce, chisel, EH run back. But then they just pop the event horizon, we lose, right? Yeah, this makes sense. They gave it to us. Paladin? Right, if we bounce, chisel, run back, they just pop the event horizon. Right? Like they just pop the event horizon anyways, right? Lucy, am I missing something? So we'll open up Eero, I guess. That shows we have Eero in hand. So there's only 1 measured left because they played 2. Yeah, they just pre-pop the event horizon because you don't have to do it while encountering. So they just pop it anyways. Yeah, that doesn't work. So we don't have a reason to prop the fermenter. If they purge next turn, they're not putting anything in the remote server. The worst case scenario is they put something in the remote server and put them a virus. So we can run R&D for a single. I think we can just click for 2 credits here. That gives us 10 next turn. Again, running this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need 10 to run this. Yeah, I think we just credit. I don't think we have to do much here. 3 MR in the bin? I thought it was only 2. Is it 3? Oh my god, yeah, we trashed 1. You're right, 3 MR in the bin. Yeah. No matter what, like, we'll be fine with MR. It costs them money. But Brightsides has to figure out the win, and we haven't seen any of their big 3-pointers. The problem is if we steal like a Basalt Spire, like they bring back maybe, a measured, and we have to play around that. But they need to install Advance, which puts them off Myoshu. And we can run the remote server. We know we can. Paladin does demand a tribute, but at least Tungsten does work. And that's the funny thing with Event Horizon is you might as well pop it immediately. First, I thought I should have popped the BC and saw it. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Like maybe? I think it's good for you to still have a remote. Yeah, sometimes you don't want to crack this because can Bright Sides win without this event horizon in the next 2 turns? But it also forces the fermenter pop, so it gets a free purge, kind of. Not exactly a purge, but it's weird whether you should pop this or not. Now we threw out our next pinhole, so there's one more green mail, so we technically do have to run this again. It also could be a Plutus, which is an issue, as much as the only like obvious click gainer in the bin is kind of KPI. So unless there's like a hidden petty cache here, you can't really fast advance out. Unless you res the Plutus by discarding an operation, which is like a fun line you can do. Now, the thing is, if this is an agenda, specifically the green mail, you score it, you get the money back, and then you play Myoshu anyways. Put the Chisel in the logjam and it'll eventually die. Yeah, it's better than the event horizon. But as soon as Bright Sides puts money in front of server 1, unless there's a surprise petty cache, we don't have to respect the Myoshu. I guess there's a world like you use seamless a green mail to go +1 credit so you can do the thing. Okay, advance 7. Okay, so now we have to play around slash and burn, and we have to play around seamless launch. So that's weird. We can bounce this. There's definitely points in hand. Obviously, there's some points in R&D. So we can just do Eero run R&D C2. Again, there's a twinning somewhere, but not that we can really afford to install it. We know running the server, if this is a Maskarovka, it's going to cost us about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we have to do it again. So we can't really run this twice. Maybe we can, but it's not super, super likely. So I could see us doing Eero and just running this and Sing 2 and hoping for the best. If that whiffs, though, we probably lose. Because I think Bright Sides probably has a seamless or slash and burn. You beat slash and burn by running HQ here. We click Fermenter to avoid the Fly Swatter and Mav. I don't think we've seen a Mav yet. Well, we probably click this no matter what. Hey, White Blade. I'm assuming we click this no matter what, because I think we're going to need the credits. You're right, Mav on R&D will lose us the game. But, like, this could still be, if you score, like, we still could lose next turn. Like, if this is the green mail, Bright Sides could advance it, go down to 6, go to 8, play an econ card, play Myoshu. So, in theory, the same play is being taxed out here. Chat, you know you've done something right when the runner has to tank. Man, we need a 20. We need some central pressure for this Hermes to be good, or we can get lucky. Probably points in HQ. Could even be points in archives. But, like, we've only seen 2, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7, 8, 9 points. So there's still 11 points in less than half of R&D. So, like, Fermenter, you run C2, maybe blows the game open. I don't think we can necessarily run this, so I think I'm going to start there. And if that fails, we run HQ. We can float the tag. But we need a huge Hermes bounce here. KBI green mail item Myoshu. Yeah, they have a couple ways of getting some cheap credits just to be able to Myoshu from this. Yeah, I don't Bright Sides. I need this Hermes real bad. No. Nice. We found the last green mail, so there's no longer green mail. So we can't run the server twice, so we'll bounce this. Okay, so yeah, Paladin, she's done. She's done enough. VWAX on top. That's probably the winning points in hand. It can't be a sack zone because you can't choose to do Zack zone down to on side. You have to put a face up. If we clear the tag, we have to protect Eero. The worst case scenario is like it's a Spin Doctor shuffle drawn to the last measured, which like not very likely to happen. But we probably could protect the Eero here. Drawing plays around measure, but we don't play around measure here. I think we actually remove the Eero tag and put pressure on R&D. Yeah, we have no way of charging twinning anymore because we've lost all our companions. So there was a petty cache in the archives. Oh no, that's from hand. So Bright Sides broke lock. If we find a 3-pointer, at least we win, so we don't have to stress about. No, I did. Oh, they chose not to draw Y. Yeah, okay. How do we get into the remote next turn after the tag clear? We Eero Hermes. You think we're getting in there? No, we do the same thing. And if that fails, we run R&D. Sorry, we run HQ. So let's look at this. They're still facing on archives, which I have suspicions about. But in terms of what's left in the deck, we've got no raindrops. We have one sure gamble. So in theory, playing Steel Skin Kid is a sure gamble, but I think our clicks are used somewhere else. Eero can C2. If that fails, we can just run HQ. We can give the credit on the Maskarovka. They still have the petty cash, so they're technically on 10 credits, as much as this no longer can be the green mail because we've seen the green mail. So they need a seamless or slash and burn in hand. So I think we're incentivized to do Eero, just run HQ. I don't think drawing from our deck actually changes anything, but I'm not an expert at this deck yet. I don't know all the cards. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in our deck. We should have peeked and shuffled. But I don't think there's a reason to play the Steel Skin. One credit could matter running HQ twice. No? No, okay. So we saw Gub-Sub and Mask, so now we have to run HQ and Hope. Worst case scenario, if we get locked up from running HQ twice, we run Archives. But I don't think there's anything in our stack that helps. Maybe installing Tungsten for free last turn mattered on this turn, but we'll see. At least the thing is, if this is a, what's it called? You'd have to sacrifice an agenda if this is the scary guy. Oh, it's bad if it's a Winchester. Yeah. So Winchester, trashing the hardware doesn't matter. Trashing the program matters. Ending the run matters. So I think we're slightly short in this. So it's 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're short. F. Now, at least Brightside's probably won't be able to win here because they're down on 4 credits. No, Seamless or in Slash and Burn double advance, they still have it. Yeah, Winchester was bad. We should have played around Winchester. We play around Winchester by installing the Chisel and installing the Tungsten. Yo, Mataffer, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. How you doing? How's your new shelf? Because if we install that, it would have saved 3 credits. We've been on 4. Then we just have to do break for 3. But then, yeah, how do we deal with this one? Man, not hitting our last Rising Tide sucks. But this is a real problem. Okay, so trashing a program, fine. I mean, whatever. We might not have another turn here. This is credit perfect to what Brightsides needs. We get Trace through the end of the run. Trashing the hardware sucks, but like we can't protect it. So I think we just trace this. If we need to break this, which is 3 credits, the most we can spend on this is 3. So not likely that we get through this. So here we nurse our wounds, run Archives, I guess. Yeah, we're slightly short. I don't see a way to get through this. Trace for a program. Again, we could break this. If we wanted to just break this to walk away, we could. It costs us 3, 4, 5 credits. If we're on 1 credit, we know the top of R&D, we could check Archives. That means if this gets scored out, Hermes doesn't really matter. We could Hermes run Archives, like hope Hermes runs Archives. But this, we have 1 more Fractor. You have to trash the Fractor or end the run. If you trash the Fractor, we have to boost the Fractor, which is Trace 4, which we can't boost. If we have to boost the end of the run, we need 3 credits on a Fractor, so there's no shot. So the question is, do we spend all this money to keep our Fractor and keep our Hermes? Each one is 4 to 5 credits. Yeah, no, Yoshi's no longer the problem, but at this point they have to have Seamless Launch or Slash and Burn for a 5-3, and we lose to that. I honestly don't know what you do here. Yeah, we have another turn for sure if that happens, but I don't think so. I think they're making this play because they can win next turn. Because this is a risky play into Hermes. Oh, sorry, I hit the microphone. Shit, huh? I've never seen as hard as a Winchester situation in a long time. But our margins are really thin here. We also want to clear the Eru in theory, because that's maybe the one way we win. So what can Brightsides do? Ice up 2 centrals? I think we just let this... No, I think we have to prevent... I could see us letting this all fire. Because at the end of the day, we can protect our program for 4, which is the same cost as breaking it. So there's no reason to do that. We protect the Hermes. It doesn't really matter. Because at this point, if we steal an agenda, we probably win. There's 1 more above the law somewhere. The end of the run's going to fire no matter what. The Hermes probably doesn't matter. So I think we pay 4 for our program and just leave. Because now we can clear the tag. Actually, protecting Hermes matters if running Archives has a bounce. That's the only thing. If there's a 1-pointer in here, which doesn't win the game, I could see you throwing out like a Let Them Dream or something, and then we need to get this bounce to not lose. Can Brightsides clear the Eru? You need to trash the Eru here. All right, we're going to say that there's nothing in Archives. But I think we just run Archives, clear the tag. There's actually a chance here that I was right to do Steel Skin to Sure Gamble, just to play around the Winchester. So Hardware's going to go down, and we're going to end the run. New shelf turned into me taking it apart and rebuilding with enforcement stuff, and I'm not a handyman at all, so it was an experience. Thank the gods for the Midnight album. I'm not sure I know who that is, but it seems like you had a good time. All right, we'll just keep our opponent honest here because there's nothing else we can touch. It was an event horizon, we'll clear the tag. So we probably lose here to slash and burn or seamless, which is nearly credit perfect. Oh, never mind, petty cash. You don't even have to stress it out. Oh, okay. Oh, never mind, it's GG. For you. Seamless advance. Could be public trail into like orbital or something weird. Or slab, I guess. Oh. GG. Hate this card so much. Sick. Okay. Man, this card is so upsetting. I kind of get why you'd want to play it in a Miyoshu deck because you can do install advance, and then next turn do advance into what's it called? But like, there's no more deflating card to lose a game in Netrunner 2 than this. Being like, all the math that we played around, it just doesn't matter because this card's a 4/3 for some reason. God, it stinks. That means actually they probably have frighteningly few agendas in their deck. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they're on the full play sweat of vulnerabilities. So that's 3, 6, 9, then 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and above the law. But yeah, there's no way to stop that. But yeah, man, that is a card that I don't care for. Next game. Let's swap Bun for off. Off there would actually let them do a Miyoshu, which is sick. As much as the clicks are short. Oh, yeah, I think we might have mismanaged our economy there at the end. So last turn, are there points in hand? Were there points in hand? So maybe we were meant to like, okay, so at least we don't draw into it. But we needed 6 points. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, so it might have been better to, like, if we hit the Steel Skin, we wouldn't hit the Sure Gamble. But we needed to be able to run HQ. So what we could have done, I think, is we want to play against the Winchester. The math was a bit dodgy, but we might have been able to do like install Chisel or install Tungsten last turn instead of clearing the tag and then run HQ. And I think actually that might have been the heads up play as much as it might be results oriented because our opponent had to have points in hand considering they double iced HQ and it's this late in the game. We've only seen so many points. And so like the Tungsten coming in for free off of the Paladin was like really valuable. If they clear the Eero, so I guess they trash the Eero. It stops us from seeing one card on R&D, which does matter. Our margins were that narrow. But yeah, either installing the Chisel on this unknown ice or the Tungsten Tailor probably was worth it. I think the Chisel actually means we get one run on HQ and then we have a 40% chance. Oh, my foot's asleep. Exactly the thought. Advance, Miyoshu, 5 points. Yeah. It's all basalts though, so you need to survive MR. We win. We're on 7, right? So we don't have to survive it. But yeah, if basalt comes through, we win. So we're good that we're in 4 points. But yeah, otherwise we don't really have the economy to survive the measures. It's weird. Like I think part of this is like, yeah, sure, we're not on Keiko and that doesn't matter. As much as I like the Hermes a lot better, but we have a liquidity issue usually. I guess we really have to be specifically disciplined with our fermenters. And I think we didn't lose a fermenter. We lost the echelon, which is weird. We need to figure out how to use our gadgetmons right. Yo, floating, how's it going? Afternoon Metropole Jumpscare. We've been streaming for about 3 hours. I don't think it's going to stop. We're unstoppable. The issue's going to get hungry. It's a long time to stream, right? Through the peak eating hours. Hey, it's Whiteblade. Let's see some Epiphany. Sorry to be here to lay off. I got laid off a year and a half ago and I still haven't found full-time work since. Shit's a nightmare right now. Oh, so sorry to hear that. Hopefully it's okay. Hey, what's good? All right. Whiteblade, quite good at this. Winning events with Epiphany. It's been a while since we've played, and our Lou deck is not as teched for assets as much as it is teched for horizontal, for vertical play. So like we don't have any of the hot, like, you know, gourmands. We don't have any of the, we have one Fencer Fueno, stuff like that. A multi-axis is good into Epiphany because Epiphany usually puts the cards 2 down. I think there's a chance that Whiteblade is playing, what's it called? Vlad Grid over Holloman, as much as I know Whiteblade more plays Holloman. So like the Rising Tide's nice. There's 2 face checks we have to deal with, Ping and VSA. Installing a Buzzsaw to break a VSA is expensive, but all we have here is Sure Gamble and Steel Skin. I'm going to mulligan this for Fencer Fueno. Oh, that's a lot better. That's a strong econ start. That's like every econ card. And then we have an Airblades, which on encounter, does Airblades have text? The question is, do we have to deal with any of these? I think with Rene, with lose ability, we probably should. So I'm going to do Sure Gamble, run one of these, install Daily Cast, install Fermenter. You don't have to. In fact, trashing one thing a turn Epiphany is bad. We just want to like prioritize their economy. So that can stick. So that answered that question. So we want to trash the econ cards, which at this point we probably shouldn't. Like I think we just do Daily Cast Fermenter Pass. We could also do Paladin Fermenter Pass. Which one are you meant to put down first? I think Daily Cast first because it's slower, and then Fermenter. I think that's it. I don't know. I'm never good at this. Like, what are you meant to put down first, Paladin or any of these? Like, which three do you prioritize? In theory, we could trash multiple cards. Worst case scenario is like, I honestly don't know. Like, you ice up a cohort. Like, cohort is the worst case scenario. But I think we just want to establish our economy and then trash Whiteblade's economy. We can't get oppoed. I think we'll just do this. So no loot trigger, that sucks. But ideally we do multi-trash. So, oof. So I guess it's regular that we got punished. Single advance. That's like why Vlad Grid is such a cool play. Okay, so we don't know what 2 is. Could be a checkist. We do want to draw a bit. This regolith needs to go down. We'll draw for a raindrop so you don't have one. So this will draw a card too. Okay, we have a raindrops. We'll just do server 2. Could be a checkist. It's probably a B, 1000 powers. It's a B. We're here. We don't really want to trash this. We give another counter. So in theory, you can top deck as much as this is not a Revanchulate, which is important. Yeah, I'm not very good at playing Advanced Epiphany. I'll be honest. I don't think a lot of people are. I think it's really difficult. So I don't think we trash this. We're going to be on 7. We gave 1 counter a turn, but there's no econ on the table, no Revanchulate, so we should be okay. We could draw play on the Paladin. I think our money's good. We'll just keep drawing, especially because we drew into that. We'll go Paladin cast, use Paladin install Fermenter next turn. Yeah, I don't mind that. As much as Fermenter is a bigger burst, which is good insurance to have sooner than later, but I could see that making a lot of sense. All right, do we have a business or what can we score here? Oh, we do have a business. There's a 1 of in the deck. So let's see how bad this is. This could be exactly a crypto to 7, which would be ruinous. And that's good to have these 2 ticking. Yeah, I find this matchup much harder than Ayuko. Oh, he advanced the wrong card. Yeah, that can happen. So you can only move 2 counters over at instant speed. So crypto is really bad because we're on 7, but at least we have this offloaded. Oh, Stoke. Okay, sick. So that puts a Vlad back. And that was from hand because we have the business. So that's fine. So one of these are out. That's okay. We didn't get punished hard. The B is still on the table. We're in an okay spot. I don't think we want to run and trash something this turn. If in theory we would trash both of them, but I think we just want to get Fencer and Paladin and keep going. That's good. That actually does matter a lot in the matchup, but we'll install that next turn with the Paladin. So I think we just do draw, Sure Game or Fencer, keep our money up. Once the second agenda is scored, then like Oppo is just kind of cooked because you can't contest the board and Oppo in the same turn. So we'll Epiphany for the top rope. If it hits a Stoke the Embers, you can go up to 4 points this turn. That's the worst case scenario. But with only 1 business, I don't think the Vlad Grid actually does anything on tempo unless you find one of the Stokes. Looks like we didn't. That was the 3rd card. Okay. I mean, we got to check stuff. We can install Hermes here. I don't think there's agendas on the table, so I'm not going to prioritize it. There's probably not a virus too, but we should trash multiple things. Balanced, that's money. We trash money. We'll raindrop something. We're just going to try and trash 3 things. We want to find a Revanchulate. It's a checkist. Okay, that sucks. We've already trashed something, so we can trash this. In theory, we can clear the tag with a B1001, or they can clear the tag for us. I'm just going to run this. If the tag gets cleared for us, that's fine. Then we clear the tag last click. Powers, I mean, we're here. We'll clear the tag. Cool, not bad. We only gave 1 counter that turn and dealt with 3 threats. I think there's only 1 checkist, might be 2. Okay, we're pivoting second click, which means we don't worry about Stoke. And we have a 10 credit Fermenter, which at some point, I think Whiteblade needs to purge. There's a small oppo, okay. So I think we can start by running this. If the tags get cleared for us, so be it. Like we know this is a B1001, so we can check this, I guess. They can score embedded or tomorrow. They usually don't play embedded. They have 1 tomorrow in the list. So wage workers, okay. Trash for 2, draw a card. So we'll remove a tag, remove a tag. We could get oppoed again, but we have this Fermenter. I honestly don't know how greedy we should be with the Fermenter. Like taking 10 is pretty good, but if Whiteblade purges, we're okay. As much as this is all our economy. I don't know if we're meant to take this Fermenter. I'm not sure if you can purge. There's no Mavirus in the list, so it's like a full turn off, which like we appreciate. Yes. Oh. I don't know. I don't think I take this. You want to take 10? Okay, okay, good. Yeah, Chad agrees. I'm so greedy with Fermenter. But like if this gets purged, I don't think we mind. I mean, I like getting a turn back. Yeah, she's a good lawyer for sure. Just want to be clear who we're testifying against here. But we have the fencer opening. We should be fine. So Vlad Grid on the Stoke is important. We have to deal with the Vlad sooner than later. That'll probably be next turn's problem. One Oppo out, no spins. The top of the deck is known as well. But again, if you just trash the econ assets, that is one of the downsides of Epiphany. There's no economy besides assets. Spin, okay. So we don't have to trash anything this turn. Well, we'll see what hits the table. Okay, that's good. We do have a pinhole though. And Planogram for 3 credits. That's the only econ card in the deck besides assets. So we could force a spin doctor and then pinhole the Vlad Grid. I think that's fine. We want to trash things to pull ourselves forward. The spin doctor is also important because you see the top of the deck and this gives you a lot of control. So I do want to prioritize the spin doctor sooner than later. They might let us trash it, but with Lou, it's literally free. But I do think the spin doctor gives you so much control when you know the top of your deck that you should try and force it. And we're in a good spot to try and force it. I will pinhole this, I think. Actually, no, on this turn we don't. It's just the tomorrow's headline that gets us. Install. No, you can't even. Yeah, without any Epiphany counters, we should be fine. Eru is a bit weird because we know there's a B1000 one here, so it's not really playable. So I think we just draw, play Hermes. Or sorry, we do draw, install Paladin, right? There is one card in the deck that deals with this. What's the text on VSA? Because virtual service says when the runner passes this ice, it's not on encounter. The one that will be is Starlit Knight, which is an on encounter. But this is only 2 strengths, so our Echelon deals with it. So I think we'll throw out the Airblades. Why do we hate Paladin? We were busy. We're doing other stuff. But we'll get Paladin now for sure. Hard part with Epiphany is that you have to avoid Oppo if you're constantly trashing money only. At some point, you need to pivot to trashing flats and fiddles. Once you get to like threat 4 with this deck, you do have to pivot where you just can't trash things. I do also want to shout out that like, what did we shuffle back in? Business? No. So this is not a play, right? Oh, you can do this? Oh, you could. You could have advanced that. Oh, Moonpool. Oh, we should have installed the Hermes. I keep not respecting this, and you got to do some weird stuff. So Freedom and Stoke get shuffled back in, and we're going to score a crypto? Man, Moonpool Vlad Grid is sick. I should have trashed this. Yeah, that sucked. That was really bad for us. Okay, and now Oppo's online. We have 1 card in hand. Okay. Could be worse, I guess. Do we want to see what the card is? It's probably an Oppo. Probably not on Starlight Knight. No, it's usually the only sentry in the lists. Yeah, this seems like a fine board state. Gachapon's good. We could run HQ to see the 1 card, but that could give a Vlad counter. Sorry, Epiphany counter. The agendas were shuffled from hand, so it's unlikely. We could run R&D for a single, but that gives an Epiphany counter. Stoke went back into R&D. Like, at one point, did we steal points? Then the fencer gets angry. Like, I don't think we do anything. I think we just do draw Hermes Gachapon. We'll pinhole this Vlad Grid next turn we have to. All right, Chisel, Devil Charm, Echelon. I guess we'll get the Echelon down. Oh, shuffle cards back in. So we don't need the Devil Charm. We don't need the Chisel. They're not bad, but like the ice is not the biggest problem. So we'll shuffle in everything else. Okay, so let's check some cards and then we'll pinhole this. Look, we lost 7 credits. I feel so bad. Like we need to find it. We needed to find a fermenter off of that. We have 1 more gamble, 2 more fermenters, 1 more raindrops. At least we have a fencer Fueno here. What got shuffled back in? I totally missed it. Yeah. Draw card. Money. Good. We can run server 10. And then we have to pinhole this Vlad. Bonchulet always dies. I think we've learned that the hard way. And then if we pinhole this, they don't have the money to give us big Oppo, and we can clear small Oppo. Okay, we're risking the Stoke the Embers off the top rope. That is what we're risking here, because you install Stoke, get an advancement, then you do... Does it even work? No, it doesn't even work. You can't Stoke off the top rope if this Vlad's not advanced, right? I think we're chilling. I think we just draw. Yeah, we don't need to pinhole now until it gets advanced. That's good to have. Yeah, it needs to be pre-advanced, yeah. So Epiphany, we still haven't found, we found 1 federal, 1 magistrate, 1 balanced. You just need to keep drawing economy to keep up with this because we're not good at pivoting to a win con. Now, if this is a VSA or a ping, this ends the run. If it's a VSA, we can deal with it. At this point now, this could be many things. So we could do Buzzsaw, Rising Tide. We install both of those for 3 credits. We run this, probably steal an agenda. Yeah, I think we do it. We're a bit poor. This can't be a Starlight Knight. I think Starlight Knight costs 5. Yeah, pink. Okay. So we break this for 1. If they clear the tag for us, so be it. Cohort. Yeah, we need to trash that. No. Remove tag. Get small oppoed. Doesn't seem like any of these mattered. Like, we just need to keep drawing money. It's so important. If we don't have like a daily caster fermenter ticking, like we just don't generate enough money to deal with this much stuff a turn. As much as we get 2 free credits a turn, it's still not enough. So we don't have to run this board state. This could be an agenda on the table. I would not put it past them to do that. So I guess we'll start with the Nuka, which we have to pay full costs. Okay. So we could run everything to see what it is. The only thing we have to trash on site is like a balanced coverage, but that's expensive. So if this is an agenda, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think we just install the daily cast and click for credits. It's a fundraising. Okay, so we have to trash that next turn. That allows you to see the top of the deck, but with no epiphany counter, it's less valuable. At some point, we need to develop multi-axis because you can always push the agenda down. It's really important when you play on JNet to read whether they draw or not. Because if they don't draw, they're hiding an agenda. If they do draw, the top of R&D is safe and they put the agenda in hand. And notice that we have no time to seemingly run centrals, which might be wrong. So they drew, so spin doctor. So now they don't know the top of R&D at all. And we'll see how she discards cards. She does. So we probably have to check archives. Okay. So we run archives. We might force a shuffle. Moonpool is one of them out of the game. Sometimes you want to use your, what's it called here? This could be a Revanchelit, I guess, but then we can choose not to score. Zomdraft is also running a version of this deck that's not only on 2 pointers, it has actually stink tanks, and it has as well Let Them Dreams, which I find to be fascinating. So I think we'll force this. It might be better to force the Spin Doctor itself, but this gives us information. Because this might actually be a useless run, but running Spin Doctor is never a useless run. Nice. So it looks like there's something in here. So 2 going back into R&D, so that was a fix. Federal fundraising is the one thing that has to go down, but without epiphany counters, I don't think it's super important. So I could see us like installing the second daily casts, throwing out a Rising Tide, clicking for credit. We didn't turn on Oppo. Chisel's technically an econ card. But there's still 8 agendas and 20, 30 cards. We don't know server 12. We know server 2. Federal fundraising drew? No, declines to draw. So Whiteblade probably has an agenda 2 cards down. So if we do twinning and find a way to multi-access, we can deal with this. Okay, that's money. We have to take that down. So I think we just hard run the server. Quenser is unhappy. So this server costs us 7. They have the credits. Like now, this the problem is they have Oppo credits. So we probably have to just play the game without doing anything. Like just get multi-access CR&D. Because no matter what, we're getting Oppo'd. We have no way to deal with the interaction, but unfortunately, yeah, she's going to have 9 credits here, so she can't do a big Oppo. The regolith probably still has to go down. If a big Oppo goes across, like we run this for 1, we trash the server for 3, so we go down to 2 credits. Next turn, we have 2 daily cast credits. We can just remove 3 tags. That's probably good enough. I think we still have to do that and just like take our medicine and clear tags. But there's an agenda 2 cards down for sure. This gives an epiphany counter, but the Vlad has no counters, let alone will be destroyed. I think we still just do this. Just leave the Vlad grid. I think that's how we lose. Every time I leave the Vlad grid, we lose. But maybe you're right that we could leave it this turn. Because it won't be advanced, yeah. Hey, Aku, is it Omnivamp? I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, Moonpool and BAU are out, so it's harder for this to actually convert into anything. This trashes for +1 credit, which is good. Oh, that's a good install. So yeah, I guess we can leave this and just keep our credits up. We could do twinning into Fermenter. This is a bit greedy, especially because if we're tagged, we're going to lose this twinning fast. But this drops us down to 4 credits, and we get a Paladin. We get a twinning counter. No, we don't, because we already used Fencer, so I guess we're not going to do that. We could run this and trash this for 2. We know that it's not doing that much because they know the top. 2 of the deck. We're just gonna keep our money up to brute force through an oppo. With oppo, we can just clear 3 tags and hope that they don't have bigger picture. That's the one big single tag punishment we have to play around. God, and we still have to touch cards. Like, that's the hard part. We still have to touch cards. So did draw and using Epiphany. So I don't know what that means. So it is a Stoke. Wait, you can do something here? I thought you couldn't do this. Chat, we said we couldn't do this. Oh, it's just a fork. So Stoke into oppo. Okay, sick. So it's a fork. So we know this to be the Stoke. So we can run this to get 2 points. We need to clear 3 tags. So we can clear 3 tags and run this. And then all we lose to is like trashing our resources and or bigger picture. But I do think we run this for sure. And we trash the Vlad grid and we clear 3 tags. This will give us a fencer. So if we steal the agenda first, Vlad is a bit cheaper. Yeah, I don't know why we wouldn't do both things here. But the problem is our money is going to become their money. So we probably don't actually use the fencer Flano. Because the one tag punishment we lose to is bigger picture. So we probably actually spend our credits. Okay, so Magistrate, sick. Okay. So we want to spend our credits. So we know this to be an agenda. We'll pay 3. We can use Fencer on this. Is there a B1001? There is, but it clears the tag for us, so we don't care. But yeah, there's a B in server 2. Okay, so we're going to get bigger pictured here. We're going to steal this and we're going to trash because it has a counter on it. We have to. So we have to clear tags. So if we trash this, okay, so this is going to cost us. I don't think we purposely do we bankrupt ourselves on this? To spend Fencer is fine. I kind of want to offshore our credits into bigger picture though. It's only up to 5, right? What's the text on bigger picture? So it says remove any member of the run loses 5. So if we have more than 5, so the math is if we steal this, we can go down to 9. Then we get another Fencer. We can trash Vlad grid with Fencer. We have to spend 6. Okay, so we have 6 fewer credits. We're only on 6 credits here. They can trash Fencer. Yeah, but that's fine. That's a click in 2. Like, I don't care if they trash Fencer. I just don't want them to have the credits in our credit pool. I think it's actually clever to not use this. Because, like, there's so many things that she has to trash. Mathing. So, yeah. Like, I think you actually keep the Fencer. So we're on 6 credits. This is a steal for 3. This is a steal for 4. No, we should use some Fencer. Because we don't have enough money otherwise. Okay, so we'll do Fencer. What is clever for UA Francie? Paladin. Hermes, we have to bounce the B. So this trashes for 4, which brings us down to 6. Which is perfect. We just clear 3 tags and then we don't have money. We're not going to use the Fencer. Oh, we got a Loup credit. No, why do we have another credit there? Oh, because we got a Loup credit. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. We don't need a Tungsten Tailor. Actually, second Paladin. Tungsten Tailor could matter because the Paladin makes us free. All right. So a lot of stuff to trash. They only have 3 credits. They're looking at the top. Well, Revanchula is a real piece of work because like we can't lose if we're bankrupt. But 2 Stokes are out, so there's a lot less threat on the table. But we have to trash 2 more Vlad grids. So Epiphany can't find operations. It's only installables. And only the top card was known because we drew with fundraising. So they have to be flooded. Undo. Oh, they messed up. So yeah, now she's looking at 3. That was the last Stoke. So they can't do anything with it. They're just saying Revanchula hell into bigger picture. Yeah, there you go. So that's what we kind of played around, but they doubled their tags. So this is sick. This is a sick little puzzle we got here. Okay, cool. Very cool. So trashing the Revanchula is worth it because we trash it, we go up a card and a credit, and then we can run this and steal this. So Tungsten Tailor is probably worth installing because it breaks the ping for free. We need to clear a tag here because we got bigger picture to double our tags, not to take our money, because the stress is freedom of information is scoreable from hand, let alone shivering from the Disbursk. So if there's everything we want to do, we can take the Fermenter for 9. We can run Revanchula. We can draw a card. We can install. No, we have only 4 clicks here. So if we do Fermenter, run Maggie, Magistrate. We run this, we clear a tag. So we don't have a window to do the Tungsten Tailor. I think we want to fire Lou. And then with 2 Stokes out, I think we're pretty comfortable. But Paladin Puemo is probably going to just trash. Honestly, I don't know. Actually, do we even have to crack the fermenter? Maybe we don't have to crack the fermenter. Install twinning. We don't have time. We're going to be floating a tag. We install this for free. Run this. No, we lose so much value off of not trashing this. So I think we just start with the Revanchulate and see if we draw like a what's it called? Would be really good. Raindrops. But this goes down. Yeah, I think we might not need this fermenter. I think we have exactly enough credits. Okay, Steel Skin. So we can install Tungsten, run server 1, clear tag. No, we're credit short. No, it's so good. If we run this, we break this for 1, we can clear tag, we don't install the Tungsten. Oh, no, it's perfect, right? We install this for free. We run this, we gain a credit, we clear tag. Yeah, no, we're gaming. We're literally gaming. This is sick. Yeah, that's a free run. Yeah, I forgot. I was like the Paladin credits. I was going to use my own credits. I'm like, that's not the point, buddy. Okay, so all the Stokes are out. Paladin, Hermes, remove a tag. So now we have 1 tag. So luckily, none of these resources are worth trashing. The single tag punishment, the bigger picture, is out. Now the deck has 2 Freedom of Informations and only 1 more Oppo research. No, 2 Oppos. Did they recur in Oppo? How do we get Oppo twice? Oh no, it was Oppo into bigger picture. Yeah, there's 2 more Oppos. Losing the Fencer sucks, but that's a perch. I think that's probably okay because we can clear the tag. As much as single tag now doesn't matter. Okay. All right. We're stabilized. We've got through the worst of it. Now we have to steal 2 agendas. Whiteblade refused to draw, so there's an agenda 2 cards down. The problem is we have no way of firing our Paladin, our twinning if we install it. Because if we install the Paladin, it doesn't work. So I think all we do is find economy. We've seen 3 sure gambles, 2 raindrops, all daily casts. So our deck has 1 more fermenter and 12 cards for econ and a raindrops, I think. Yeah, we might be okay. We could still lose. They have a lot of work to do with 3 Stokes out. Like they actually have to score points on a remote server. The 3-2 is going to matter. I think we're allowed to draw here. This can get a fermenter and speed it up, which is good. So I think we just remove tag. I don't know if even when we install the twinning for free. Iru, we're in no rush to take more tags. Millie, how's it going, by the way? Also, we know there's a B1001 somewhere, but like I don't want to take tags to see more cards. Like we should just stabilize our economy. Maybe trashing the federal fundraising is good, but when there's no Stokes in, it's just kind of blocking the top of the deck. Which if we trash this, but we think there's an agenda 2 cards down because Whiteblade she's not drawing. This is such an important thing to pay attention to in the JNet log. Okay, now we drew. So one of these is a B. And just saying you don't have the money? We probably don't. We found a fermenter. I think we always go for the fermenter. Cards to shuffle back. Raindrops. Pinhole's not useful. Gachapon's not useful. Buttsaw's definitely not useful. So Pinhole, I guess the Gachapon can get the twinning. I don't think it's great. Buttsaw, Gachapon, twinning. What are we trashing here? What are we trashing? Shuffle back. It's probably just winning, right? Because we could lose this twinning somehow. Start turn, we have a lot of credits. Okay, so table 1 a bit wide. One of these is a B1001. We don't know what the other ones are. There's no reason of putting something behind the ping, so that's totally fine. With 2 credits, we can't trash that much here, which is a problem. We probably have to crack a fermenter, but maybe we don't. Is there anything on the table we have to deal with? An agenda. So I could see us cracking 1 fermenter and checking 3. One of these is probably a Vlad grid. One of them is probably the B1001. One of them could be a 3-2 agenda, which I don't think that matters. There's 2 more Revanchulates. 1 more Revanchulate, that matters. We also could just run HQ, but maybe it forces Revanchulate res. That's probably fine. Yeah, maybe we'd pressure to centrals. Yeah, Regolith is something we have to find. There's only 1 more. I don't know if the decks run 3 Regoliths. They might not. But I think we'll use this and start checking things. Yeah, there might not be more Regoliths. I'm not sure of the lists. Okay, she always goes down. So now we'll find a B1001. Wage workers, that's acceptable. And this is probably B1001, so I don't think we have to trash this anymore. They could oppo us here. The issue is we're full in terms of, it's a small oppo. So if that's a Regolith, so be it. Especially if it's a wage workers Regolith, I guess that's a bit awkward to res. Oh no, that's really, really bad. So I think we'll just install this to keep Paladin happy. How many Rego cohort have we seen? 2 Rego, 1 cohort. So there's 1 more cohort missing, if not 2 more, which we don't know 17, but it looks like it's not what we want it to be. We're on 2 Epiphany counters. Epiphany's only once per turn. Epiphany's not once per turn, right? Used to be able to do Hollow Mint and an agenda. So just a pad campaign, unless there's a small oppo here. Card in server 3, okay. So now Wage Workers matters because any card on the table can be quad advance, and most of the agendas here are 4/2s. Now, she knows we can check this. We have to keep installing cards with Paladin. We have our insurance policy. This is probably a Vlad grid, which is most of our money. We should probably pivot to centrals. This could be the last Spin Doctor, and there's a lot of cards in archives, which I do kind of want to check. But if there's a B1001 here, we have to trash if we ever go to Eru. But I think we just check server 3, check HQ, check archives. If this is a Vlad grid, we don't have to trash it. Check the other card maybe. This is a B1001, I'm pretty sure. Balance coverage, we have to trash this. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't fire twinning at all. We have a talk in the bottom 6. That's good. So this is a regolith that would have been rezzed, so it's probably not. We can get oppoed here. If they have planogram into oppo, we can get small oppoed, but then we just do fermenter clear. I want to run archives, I think. Because there's also going to be a powers for like some weird combo turn. Okay, all the VSAs are out and all the pings are out. So there's only 1 sentry, so I don't think we're going to res any more ice. We could run HQ to give a counter, but we've already given a counter. I'm okay to run HQ once. This could put us on game point. The freedoms have to be somewhere. Ugh. Pinhole doesn't matter. 17 could be table agenda. With the Wage Workers, you're right. It could. It could be a 4/2. Because that couldn't have been scored, and it could be scored this turn. It could be an agenda. It's unlikely, though. But my read is it's a B. Because that's the 1 card we know we returned to hand a turn ago. Okay. Big oppo? Oh my god, yeah, they can do a big oppo. Shit. Okay, well, we just do fermenter clear 3 tags. And then they like credit trash twinning. This is annoying. We also have 1 more simul chip and 1 more. This is our last fermenter. All right, so there's no legal sequel tag punishment besides trashing the twinning. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a mud fight, that's for sure. Federal, I didn't check if she drew. Declines. Yeah, so we'll trash. No, install. Okay, well, our money sucks. What can we draw into on the bottom of our deck? We also know that we think this is the B, so no run events matter. There's a raindrops we could draw into here. There is a simul chip which we could draw into, but that's it in terms of money. So I think we'll start here. I mean, Taka is technically a credit positive if you spend a click running this, but that doesn't really matter. I think we just have to try and win. So we could do simul chip run our DC2. This could be a Spin Doctor. So we'll install this for the twinning, and I think we run R&D and C2 cards. We could end up on 2 cards, though, on 2 tags if this is a, what's it called? Because we're going to see an agenda for sure on the second card. So maybe we pop a B here, which would be happy. Okay, second card is going to be an agenda for sure. We don't trash that. That's a freedom. Okay. So Hermes bounces the unknown card. We are on 1 tag. We'll throw out the pinhole and the second echelon. Actually, second echelon might be wrong because it's something we install with Paladin, but Paladin now, like, at least we have Taka, I guess. We can always just boost the tide. So we know some information about the top of the deck. We might actually crack our buzz up with the simul chip to get a fermenter if we need to, because we've seen all code gates in archives. I feel like if we make 1 mistake, we're cooked, which is like, shout out to CTM back in the day, but yeah, the margins are really, really narrow. Now, the difference between 1 tag and 2 tag is real. There should be no more single tag punishment besides B1001. Maybe this wage worker should have gone down by now, but I don't know. Okay, so now we're on 3 tags. So I think we actually do flicker our buzzsaw. The other option we can do, did we draw off of the federal? We declined, so there still could be an agenda 2 cards down. So we get simul chip to get rid of the buzzsaw, use that to get a fermenter. We can crack the fermenter, go to 7, spend 4 tags clearing. We could also just install, oh no, we lost Paladin Puemo, yeah, right. I think we have to do this. Again, 3 VSAs are out. This might be a bit too aggressive. Like we might be able to just credit and click for tags, but I think we'll do this. So I think we just click this, remove 3 tags. Well, we can stop here for what it's worth. In terms of points, we've seen only 10 points and there's 10 cards in R&D. So running HQ for single can win the game. The top of R&D is safe, so there's no point running that. So it's running HQ or figuring out how to install the Taka, which I don't think we can. I'm just gonna run HQ. We probably have a 2 in 5 chance of winning. No, yeah, we knew that guy. Yeah, we have to install the Taka though, because it's the only way we can see 2 on R&D. The other thing we can do is run R&D, see a trash bowl, and then go run back, because we think the card 2 down is definitely an agenda. And maybe trashing federal fundraising solves that problem. But I think that's every single oppo. The only thing is there's one more spin doctor somewhere, but all the oppos are out, all the revanchulets are out, so like we can be a bit more aggressive with our money. Declines to draw, so there's a card 2 down. So Wage Workers have been pretty good as a pad campaign. Ice on HQ, sick. Okay. So I honestly think we run R&D, find a trash bowl, win. Maybe you just put a piece of ice there. This should be the game. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, good game. Yeah, there's almost always a card 2 down. The problem is we can't charge our 20 really well. Hey, thanks, you too. Yeah, that's a really big thing I've learned. Again, with the federal fundraising, if your opponent declines to draw, you know where the points are for sure. So you can just force it and be like, I know there's points there, which is why we make that run. Obviously, bankrupting ourselves is bad, but oh my God, the 50 picture is hard. We opened with a fencer on turn 2. We played every single fermenter, and still it's a mud fight for credits. Wild. This opens this up, I guess, but it doesn't really matter. With all the Stokes out, that's a really big deal for us. And Whiteblade didn't get another, what's it called, Vlad on the table, which is kind of important. Because this is the one big thing that we really cannot trash, that if our opponent doesn't install advance, like we have issues, but luckily with Epiphanies out, we're fine. Man, that matchup makes me work hard, huh? Jesus. I think obviously Lou with slow econ is going to be okay. Okay, gotta take a walk. How's everyone doing today? How's your Tuesday? We've been streaming for about 4 hours. I think we have maybe one more game in us today. The question is, does it have to be this deck or should it be something else? Is everyone enjoying watching like Right Glue? Because like we have to make a lot of good decisions still. I don't think it's like a free win. Not many decks are like that, right? Free wins, that is. Good day. Oh, good day. Good day. Good day. Good. I got some Arkham tonight, which is good. Yeah, Jolin, that's a really big thing, is like we have a lot of the tech came out of this deck to deal with acids and became more targeted towards Glacier, specifically also like the other, you know, like the, what's it called? The Melias decks. Because usually the Lou decks are running like Gourmand, running Solidarity Badge, running Hannah, like the stuff like that to deal with the table. But I do think a big part of this is just saying like, hey, we're good enough into that as is. Why don't we just tech our stuff into anything else? So that's cool. But like, yeah, you could tech way harder into acids if you want to. What is the list you're running? Oh, this is davz list. I won the event on the weekend. So it's cool. It's been cool. Yeah. I enjoyed it. Hey, Justin. All right, we'll do one more. I'm glad to have a Europe-friendly grid stream. I mean, Lucy, there's always a Europe stream. Whether it's friendly or not doesn't often stop you, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm glad to be able to stream at a time that makes sense for more people. That's always been like a pain point. All right, let's do one more. I'm getting hungry. I think that's actually the right limiting step. So I probably have to eat more before these streams. It's David Blaine, the magician? The stream magician? PD? Okay, let's see how turn 4 if we blow up or not. Was there already discussion of the combo menace? Yeah, we watched through some replays. I think we might run into today. David Blaine, I'm assuming we're Smurf. I didn't check the, what's it called? They kept our hand. Don't love it. Eru and Paladin is whatever. Early Hermes is not super important in the combo deck. Hey. Best of luck. Have fun. Yeah, this is definitely a Smurf and a half. We'll mulligan into that. That is at least nice that we can air blades into, or sorry, raindrops into stuff. Was also a game in the mud, really tight till the end. I played Jesu 16 yesterday. That's the person with the deck list of the week. Epiphany, Trash Priority, Magus, Vlad, Advance, Econ, Vlad, left, Wage, Fed. Yeah, leaving Wage is okay if you control the table. The problem with Wage is that they can never advance, and that's bad. I do think trashing the Magistrate's really important because it's the same cost as losing to it once, so that's fine. Vlad Advance, obviously, that's how you lose the game. But Econ is really important because they don't have Econ, they can Oppo you, and Oppo is the one thing that they have working for them. I don't care. Let's go. Server 1. Show me a horse. Give me 3 cards for... Oh, Blade of a little guy. Okay. Okay, David Blaine mulled. There's a card here. We don't know what sort of deck this is. This could be humanoid. At least there's not a big fully op start, so that's okay. We probably want to draw. We could run with Lou. There's probably a lot of trashables where we'll learn something in HQ, but I don't want to raindrops HQ. We have 2 raindrops. So I guess we'll do Paladin run HQ. Actually, that's bad. Like, you get a Paladin credit sooner, which, like, that's okay, but it means you can't steal the 5-3. And our opponent kept, so maybe there's not a 5-3 in hand. But in theory, you want to do Paladin run. I just think it plays so poorly against the 5-3. And the thing is, like, with closed deck lists, we don't know if this is the deck with 6 agendas in it. If it's the deck with 6 agendas, like, there's no point in making single accesses here. We probably should just be drawing and then discarding cards. I mean, that's something. So I guess we install the Paladin and throw out the Airblades. David Blaine's playing the combo. It's a Smurf. Okay, cool. Oh, it is a humanoid. So the humanoid is, I think, more common in this version. Oh, no. So it is, which is has the humanoid too in the deck. Okay, so we'll see how quickly we get blown up. Humanoid into RLC. So we're getting installed, what is it? So far, 4 to 5 cards in 2 turns. All right. Yeah, this is the start that you don't want. We've installed a lot of cards pretty quickly. So we just need to find our breakers. If this is a drafter, it's pretty bad, but we can't do much about it. So we're going to run server 2. We don't think there's an agenda in play, so we're not going to install the Hermes. It sucks that this stuff gets iced or rezzed, but Sleipnir is really good for us. That's 3 card draw. They draw. Let's see if they shuffle an RLC back in. Of course they do. We got a Hermes and a Sure Gamble. So not what we need here. We probably can just pinhole one of these servers. I guess we could just do Sure Gamble pinhole because no matter what's in these servers, they do get trashed like the rest of them. So we'll just run R&D and just randomly trash something. This server seems better, so we'll do the Sleipnir server. It's a synchro. That is an important card to get down. We can install the Hermes, but it doesn't really matter. I think the Fermenter is probably a bit more impactful here. Ice on HQ seems like not the combo. Yeah, I'm not sure about Ice on HQ, what that is. Maybe they flooded, but they really need a fully op to get back in here. Server 1's not the last humanoid. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Ice on HQ. All right. You want to see raindrops number 3? Drafter would be pretty bad, but at least we haven't seen a fully op yet. But bringing back a synchro humanoid would suck. But like, we can't break drafter. Scatterfield, that's fine. We get 2 card draw. Playing 3 pinhole is really good in this deck because you can just pinhole anything. All right, so they have big fully op this turn. We have no way of dealing with this. We can do Nuka draw. Even then, that doesn't get us there. So that's not good. We could do Hermes run RD, but again, there's 6 agendas in the deck. We could do Hermes run HQ, which is probably a bit better. I think Hermes run HQ has a small chance of working, but they have to basically have a credit to fully op here because there's no play on 0 credits besides credit fully op that puts them back in the game. I don't think we should be running for a single here. I think we should just be drawing, but this is a free run. Sleipnir, okay. Annoying. I'm going to go again. They iced HQ, like, hopefully that matters. It sucks. Ice on HQ seems like not the combo. Yeah, excuse me. Oh, just click for 3? No fully op? Drew click for 2? Weird. So I don't know what's going on, but we have some time. Yeah, no magic. All right, let's find a little fractor. Nice. So we want to deal with server 1. We'll do Rising Tide run. We just need to trash stuff in servers no matter what they are. They don't have a fully op, we can tell. It's a Bass, has to die. We discard cards here. So Devil Charm actually trashes stuff, which is fine. We don't need a second Hermes. All these cards are pretty good. We need to give 1 more, though. Daily Cast is slow, but is okay into Paladin. The second Fermenter might be a bit too much. The Devil Charm is not that good, but actually destroying a horse is actually really good because we're in Buzzsaw, and Buzzsaw Tungsten takes us a while to get here. Like, maybe we need to get multi-access, but I think we just try and destroy the combo. Like, I'm really bad at installing this card for 3. I think it might be Fermenter. They don't have time to purge. That could be wrong. The only guy seems like a good way. Yeah, it slows down the combo for sure. We can install this daily cast. I think with the Paladin, it's less click intensive than the Fermenter, so maybe. Okay, finally, I'm assuming they drew fully up there. They did draw first click. Second server. Okay, so we're not risked here. Fencer pinhole is nice. I think we could just hope that we find it here. I think we will. So we don't have to do the Fencer first. We can just do pinhole and then Gachapon and then daily casts. We're going to be drawing too many cards, but that's fine. So wage workers, you're dead. So is all our money. So we'll install Gachapon. We can install something cheap. So we can install a Simulchip to flicker it. We can install the Fencer Fueno, which we have things to trash. We have the Chisel Charm too. This Gachapon hopefully gets a breaker. Whew, we have to discard a card here. Fencer Fueno probably is worth keeping. We've trashed a fair few things. We haven't seen a drafter yet, which would be good. I think we installed the simul chip because we'll have the chisel. No, that doesn't really matter, does it? I don't know what we install here. Crack fermenter? I don't want to crack fermenter now. If they purge, we're happy. I think we installed the simul chip. Because what's Gachapon going to get us? Like, Taka would be good. I mean, Fencer's pretty good. There's a fair few trashables. So we need to discard a card here. This is our card draw. The daily cast is probably a slow one. Yeah, the fermenter's good. Why not throw daily? Yeah, I like that. Yo, JTFQ, how's it going, by the way? Congrats. I don't think I noticed you in chat. All right, they purged. I think we're okay with that. We can Gachapon here. There's nothing we can install. Buzzsaw is important, but we're going to need another piece. Fermenter is going to come in with some money here, which is also nice. Echelon will get to the drafter sooner than later. Obviously, the code gates here suck into Buzzsaw regardless, unless we find our last piece of it. So all of these are kind of relevant. We have Chisel Charm to deal with one of these, and then that destroys the server. And this might be a combo piece. Like, this is probably Powers. I don't know what else it could be, but we don't have to deal with this board. Like, they're really floundering. So I don't think we have to do much here. Yeah, I don't think we really have to do much here at all. I mean, Buzzsaw, we can't install, right? Because it costs all our money. We could. Echelon is a bit more important, but coming in at 2 strength sucks, but there's 3 drafters in the deck, right? I mean, there's 5 code gates. I'm just going to do the Echelon because it's cheap. Could be wrong about this. I'll do the Buzzsaw. We have no money, whatever. So shuffle cards back. Echelon goes back. Sure, Gamble probably goes back. Fermenter goes back. Done. Okay. So we might not do much this turn. We might just run R&D for a single, like, is not amazing. We could trash something small here. We played 2 Rapinals. They're not doing much on their board state. Maybe we should crack the fermenter. I'm okay just like clicking 3, installing simul chip. I think we just need some liquidity here. Like, we've stalled out for sure. What does this simul chip allow us to do? Not too much, honestly. Like, bringing back the fermenter is not that good. I guess we could do Devil Charm so that we could threaten the Chisel next turn. I mean, it's nice to have one of these. It even means that we just save 3 credits as an econ card if we need to. Liquid Chisel can eat the Blade of 2 with 1 more click. Oh yeah, it's not too much of a priority though, because we have a Rising Tide down. Okay, Spin Doctor into red level. So we're definitely going to try and run the Spin Doctor. I'm assuming they let us trash it. Okay, so now they're doing something, right? Do we want to eat Blade of? I don't think we do. I think we want to eat one of these. So no trigger here thinking. Okay, so now they presented a board state that we have to interact with. Best case scenario is we trash an ice. Like, this has been here for a while. We only have 3 credits. So we can crack the fermenter. We go up to 7. We can install the Chisel. We go down to 6. We can blow this up. We can blow this up. That probably buys us enough legwork, breathing room. I think that does. And we can install the simul chip to return the fermenter, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to go for it. This is probably a drafter, like, numerically, which is scary. So 1 server dealt with. Oh, wow, we could steal this. If we steal this, Fencer gets angry, but it ends our turn. We also get a Hermes bounce, so yeah, we always steal it. So we're going to do Paladin, Hermes. So Hermes, this has been on the table for a while. This is unknown. So I'm going to assume that we just bounce this. RLCs are altering the bin, so it's hard to get click and press installs. This might not be a Wage Workers, and then we'll pay a credit for Fencer. No time to simul chip back our breakers though, so our economy is a bit cooked. We've found every single raindrops. We have 2 gambles, 1 fermenter. So the money's not amazing, and they're continuing to do the thing over and over again. Issue is, again, we need to steal 2 more agendas from 5 agendas to win the game. All right. We don't know what this is. We don't know what this is. A drafter is really quite bad. Luckily, if we find an echelon, it comes down really cheap and we break really cheap. I mean, that's good. There's actually a chance that we just drop Tungsten, run the Spin Doctor. They probably crack the Spin Doctor. I know you're not meant to, but it denies our Fencer Fueno and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, that's a bit annoying. We can go down to 3. We break this for free. Let's trash the Spin Doctor. The other option we can do is install the Tungsten for 1, run the Sleipnir. We break the Sleipnir for 1 credit. But I think we need to sure gamble our way out of this to have a chance. We're just 1 credit short. Thinking. Seeing another train makes the combo harder? Yeah. I don't know if I've said hi, Radish. I definitely read your messages. It does make it a lot harder. On 6 credits, again, we have to deal with one of these servers. We can always deal with the Spin Doctor. That puts them down on 3 servers with no red level clearance, which I do not know if that's good enough to close the combo out. But I could see us doing credit sure gamble, run server 1, and then no matter what, the Spin Doctor goes down. Yeah, if we're on 5, this would be easy. We also could do Tungsten, run server 1, chase out the Spin Doctor. I've been in and out because of work. Good old second monitor. Does it just one more click, right? I feel like at this point they only want to see Sam so I can touch more cards. Wait, sorry, Wenjong? I mean, for them, they need like the click gainers to score. We could also just run this install Fermenter for free. Like we pay 1, we install Fermenter for free. That also might be fine. The amount of cards we have in hand, we want at least 3. Oh man, that's tricky. I think we do just credit sure gamble run and then we can afford to pay for Fencer. Because once we get down this Tungsten next turn, these servers are really cheap. We can also just do credit Tungsten, run one of these servers, hope it's not a 5-3, which they're putting 5-3s on the table, because then we're more likely to use Defensor 4-0. Are there any significant trash support cards in Standard? Support cards? Yeah, lots. Demolisher, haha. There is Solidarity Badge, Fencer 4-0, Azimuth, stuff like that, right? I think contesting here might be right. Yeah, it could be. But I don't think they can combo out on 3 cards, so I'm going to say that they can't. It'd be a mistake to let us trash this. I hope that they make that mistake. No matter what, it flushes the server, which is good. But this version of the deck is not running Warm Reception, so it can't fill the server clicklessly. And with 3 RLCs out, I guess you put the RLCs back in. Yeah, that's the scary part. Yeah, 2 RLCs back in. So now you can quickly fill the server in. I mean, there's a world where we lose here. I'll pay 1. I just don't know the combo. Yeah, we're thinking. So it could be here. It might have been right to check 2, 4, 5. Because that spin is not important for the combo, but was important for having a server for fully op and the yellow card. But in terms of the bin, there's 2 fully ops. The synchro being out matters. Trashing the powers that be also really matters. So like, I don't think they have it, but there's a world they could have it. If we had a stone ship, we'd be totally safe here. I'm assuming. There's ways they can do 9 damage. It just seems way more difficult. Man, pinholes have been so good. Just saying I can trash the thing in your server. I don't care. Man, they've been good. 2 is another agenda. It's been there for a long time, so I wouldn't be sure. It's more likely if you ask me to be a powers that be. There's a chance as an agenda, but I don't know why they put 2 agendas on the table unless they just need cards behind ice. But powers that be would make a lot of sense because it's a card that is only good for a certain board state. It also could be another Bass, which is a card that's only good for a certain board state. But it does look like a card that's only good for a certain board state. Which, not a humanoid, I guess. Not a Bailey. I don't know if they have it. They're thinking. But yeah, it's like, we've seen the synchro. We haven't seen a Regolith. They might have a Regolith. I guess there's only 1 Bass here. It could be a Wage Workers as well. Maybe they would have fired a Wage by now. Hermes makes it harder to combo from the state, I think. Yeah, Hermes does make it harder, but not impossible. But yeah, with the ice res, actually it makes it much harder. You're right. Because we can just bounce one of the ice and then they have 1 fewer server. So the Hermes helps a heck of a lot. 50 divided by 100. They're calculating. They're crunching. Yeah, I'm happy to drop a Tungsten next turn and empty a Fencer. The only problem, again, is if we face check into a Drafter, it's really quite bad. So we have to run Sleipnir and hope. Fully up or drawing? Okay. Still drawing. Let's see if they YDL here. I don't know if they can combo. Fully up. Okay, we're drawing. So there's a Wage Workers on the table. They gained credits. 5 cards in RD is awkward. I think you want an even amount, but I'm not sure. I think you always want an even amount. Sometimes you can fix that with Spin Doctor. But I think the difference between even and odd amount in RD actually really matters because all your draw effects draw more than 1 card. Or they draw an even amount of cards, right? Okay, so wages in 4. Spin Doctor's here. They have 3 cards left. YDL for 17? There's no shot they have the combo. Nano? Nano? We know the synchro's in bin, so like they're very limited what they can do here. Are they just blowing up? Are they just comboing? Top down? Okay, we're still going. So there's 5 servers. Spent a bunch yesterday goldfishing this, and odd R&D count was my bane. Yeah, odd R&D count seems painful. You can get lucky, and you can like put in redundancy to make it like still guaranteed. But I'm feeling pretty good here with Hermes. Man, their credits went quick. They look at their deck? Yeah, I guess it's 1 card. Yeah. RLC bottom card. Oh, don't. Oof. Odd cards in the deck hurts too, right? Yeah, triple nano. Yeah, triple nano is a bit expensive. Hurst. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want the odd number. That's weird. Technically, if you play on some paper, you should count how many cards are in RD constantly. It's like very, very strange. There's a simmer set. So here they can shuffle basically anything they want back from their hand into the R&D and then have a very good chance of drawing it. And knowing the last card is RLC is almost guaranteed you can draw it. Thank God this card says up to 5 technically. I had that on Saturday too after someone cupped my spike. Did you score to 9? Yeah, because cup is also really good in this matchup. You can cup the spike, you can cup the what's it called? The yellow card. Flip the market. You can cup the synchro cyclotron, but I think you can brute force that. The other cards are way more important. You did 2-turn score. Okay, cool. All right, draw 5, 1 in R&D. Could matter. Now the problem is there's no good way to draw that card without spending a click because RLC draws 2 and you lose the game. So now you have to shuffle 1 card in with Spin Doctor, which opens up a server. 3 cards left. So what went back? The YDL did not go back? So how do you get money from here? They have their whole hand, but the one YDL's in the bin. Wait, is JNet casual? It's just like the 15-minute turn game. Like, I'm going to be very clear. I play slow. I don't play fast on stream, especially when I'm learning a deck. But like, oh man. I wonder if the correct move is just to track the parity of the deck the whole game. Yeah, I think you can track even odd. Yeah, instead of having to track everything. On 1 credit, what are you meant to do here? Oh, fully up. Okay. Still going. Okay, nano. So did the cyclotron go back? Powers, okay. I mean, this is still surprisingly close. So Melias, but now we get a bounce. So I'm assuming we just bounce ice. They add a card back. They're gonna have 2 clicks left. Yeah, Hermes is stopping the combo, right? I'm assuming it doesn't matter what we bounce. There's no wrong bounce here, right? Because no matter what, we just crack a server. We don't know what this is. I think we don't know what this is. I don't think it matters what we bounce, right? I don't think it does. Bounce the agenda. We don't know if that's the agenda. We're assuming it's the agenda. This has been here for a while. This has been here for a while. Oh yeah, agenda hits most. Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't bounce ice because RLC can install a non-agenda card. Yeah. Yeah, you always should bounce a thing in a server unless there's some weird redundancy. But at the end of the day, it comes to how many servers are iced up. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can see how that would be a problem. GG. No? Yeah, that's it. They res the Spin Doctor. Yeah, GG. Nearly some magic, huh? All right, we contested hard. We had to take risks, and even then, it's like kind of a close end game there. Hermes goes pretty far, which is nice. Like Hermes really does help. If we had any way to draw 2 cards, I think that would help a fair bit. But like, yeah, there's things you can do. Pinholes were sick. Would you mind raising all? I don't have a good read of what 2 and 5 is. I think this is one of these has to be a drafter. Wow, no drafter yet. So there's agendas on the table. Okay. So that makes sense. The points have to be somewhere. But yeah, we would have ran this next turn, got into 6 points. Wouldn't matter. Drew many gens always, but always up comic. Okay. Yeah. I don't have the experience to read the bad draw yet. That's turn 9 and whipping on combo instead of landing it. Weird deck for sure. Thanks for game. I don't know how to do an emote, an emoji. Yeah, I can imagine. Probably the best in terms of running it. Yeah, I could see that. Lucky to get my Hermes and 2 pinholes. The thing is, like, it's hard to deal with these code gates early. Like, the face checks are really bad. Like, in terms of face checking into anything, in terms of like the narrative of the game, these Sleipnir less so, Scatterfield maybe less so, Drafter probably the worst. In terms of a face check that actually functionally costs you the game, it feels like Drafter is the worst case. And so like getting your echelon down early doesn't work. You really need a boomerang. I don't know how you deal with this, but like you need a face check aggressively to make them spend money. But if you hit a Drafter, it's like kind of GG. It's not huge because it's the Neurospike line, not the score 9 line. Yes. Yeah, stone chip. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, I was expecting the neuro. I have no damage tech. Is there any other like straight damage tech? There's no like no one home anymore, right? Hey, cheers. It is like straight. You just need cards in hand. So I guess stone chip's the easiest thing. But yeah, Hermes does slow down 1 click, which matters. All right, we've been streaming for about 4 hours and a bit. I think we're gonna call it there. But again, I want to say a huge thank you to all these names here and more that make this sort of stuff possible and like truly possible at this point. I've talked about this, I guess, a fair bit, but yeah, we got laid off last week. So we're going to be here doing some more content over the next little bit. Working on a video in the background, which is nice. But again, all these names here in our daily cast patrons allow the Métropole Grid to exist the way that this does. And we'll be back on Tuesdays. We might even do another stream every week. We'll try and figure out what the schedule is. So bear with me. But this is like a good way to spend my time in multiple ways. And, you know, say thanks to all the folks here that support. In terms of new patrons, we have a couple new patrons here. I want to shout out to Mel. Yes. Hey, thanks so much for joining as a daily cast patron. And we had Patrick Yagella joining as a Sure Gamble patron. And again, thanks so much to all these names here and more. If you want to support the channel, there's a whole bunch of ways you could do it. Firstly, there's a link to the patron. There's any amount of contribution is incredibly appreciated. Also, you can just put a like on the VOD, leave a comment, subscribe, all that sort of stuff just helps in the algorithm as well. So this gets spread and ad revenue and all that stuff comes through. Hey, Bane, thanks for the stream. Thanks for dropping in. Sorry about the circumstances. It was nice to hang on Tuesdays again. It is like, you know, silver lining and all that. I really did miss doing more content. I have played far less Netrunner this year than I have in many, many years. And of course, that's how priorities work to some extent. So it's good to be back. I feel like I'm going to appreciate a fair bit of that. So after this, I'm going to do a whole bunch of publishing. So you find all the deck lists we talked about. There's links to things all in the description. Do check that out. We'll be back on Thursday. We're going to be playing the deck list of the week. So we'll be playing some Epiphany. So we'll hopefully see you there. And I trust that your week is well. We'll be back next Tuesday as well. So hopefully you'll be back for that. Take care of yourselves. This weekend, if you're going out, again, we didn't shout it out. We'll shout on Thursday more, but there is the Megacities in Toronto and a whole bunch of other Megacities. So if you're going out there and participating, good luck, have fun, and we'll catch you in the next one. Take care, y'all.